Hey guys, what do you think? What do you think? Aren't they adorable? Just look at all those little babies. Look at all those beautiful purple babies. I take it that you guys like them as much as I do. As soon as I showed up at Salty's stream, Shiny immediately putting the cute emotes in the chat. Hey! Hooray! I'm so glad that we finally got him, you guys. Hey! Let me turn on the... How are you guys doing? What's up? Now they can be on screen. The little babies can be on screen. How is everybody doing? What's up? We're here. We're here to celebrate the beautiful art. I'm crying. They're perfect. They're so cute. I love them. I love them. Look at those babies. Look at them. 25 spammers. It's okay. It's okay to spam them right now, all right? It's okay to spam them right now. The wah has been added today. Let me get some juice, you guys. I gotta get some juice for our streamies, okay? Because we got a big stream ahead of us, you guys. We got some nice shine hunting going on. That's the juice. You're calling for the juice. Wah! It's beautiful. It's our lovely friendo Waluigi. Waluigi is beautiful. He's absolutely breathtaking. It's true. He's absolutely breathtaking. Hi, Earl. I'm glad to hear your voice. It's keeping me calm and distracting me. Sounds good, B. I'm glad that I can give you some distraction. I hope that you feel a lot better, my friend, and you can vibe with us while we enjoy some sweet Mario vibes. We're going to be playing Mario, talking about emotes and everything. I've got an upcoming contest, you guys, that I'm going to put all the full announcements for in the Discord. But we'll talk about it on stream. But after stream, I'll put the entire outline of it on Discord so that y'all can be A-okay with all the rules and everything. But there is a fan art competition that is happening. It's happening. It's real. We finally got the emotes, so that means that it's time to get some drawings, you guys. That means that we're gonna have a bunch of artwork that we can put on our a banner. We've got a lot of artwork that we can put on the Discord. It's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be amazing. Oh look, new emotes means new art to start on. It is seriously happening. It's 100% here. Is there something for me to? I was gonna stir this up. But I don't have anything to stir with. I'm just gonna chug it, okay? Pretty good. Look at all those bleps in the chat. The blep is a late addition. Actually made this morning. completely a surprise to me, but it was made this morning. Okay. We've got the juice. Now we're ready to rock. Merry Blepmas. Happy new blepping day. This is new Bleppies day. This is the starting of a new Bleppy era, you guys. There will still be bleps, but it's just slightly adjusted, okay? It's slightly different. Get some pats. We need it. I'm going to make a pet the blep or something. A pet the squirrel that goes like. I'm totally doing it. Oh yeah, hang on. I need to adjust the BTTV emotes, you guys. I kind of forgot about that. My bad. Let me change that really quick. I need to remove a couple of them. I forgot about that. Dang it. I knew I'd forgotten something. Okay, there we go. Perfecto. Bada bing, bada boom. And they're ready to go. Okie dokie. Alchemic, you got him in at the last second. Alchemic beat me. There you go. Alchemic just literally had the last hurrah. Congratulations on being the last hurrah, my friend. It's very fitting. Very fitting. Alchemic got the last kekis and poggies. You're too quick. How are you doing, Alchemic? How are you doing, Arisa? Emily's here. Scene is here. Bohemian Moon's here. Rosera. Kim's here. Yatta Cake. Mangled Marionette. Welcome back. How are you doing? Kareem's here. Lupus is here. Shiny is here. How are y'all all doing? I'm sorry for not greeting y'all. I was so excited about the squirrels. Tayaki-san is here. What do you think? Look at that, Alchemic. You've got the crown. Isn't it cute? What do you think about it for the profile picture? I thought that it looked pretty good. I thought it looked pretty good for a profile picture. That's today? Ariza! What is that? Resubscribe for 1 month at tier 3? My girlfriend's a simp? What? You got it. You got the crowns. You could have said it as anything. You could have said it as anything, but you said it as today. This is Happy New Bletmas. This is New Bletmas Day that you just is now your official subscription. We can remember it forever. Another crown. You're not late, Frogs Are Green. We're just getting started. I haven't even started the game, my friend. You're right on time. You're early, if anything. Crown comes from tier 3. It's true. It's true. Yeah. So the emotes go as follows. If it's a little bit confusing, we've got lull, heart, hype, sip, and high. Those are all the basic ones. Tier 2 is still still the Kenny Heart. Tier 3 is the crown. And then going up through the bits, it's blep, it's fine, derp, hammer, and smirk. Smirk's still here. Smirk's like one of the only survivors. It's what? Smirk, bonk. Smirk, bonk, and heart are the only survivors right now. And someday bonk is going to be replaced. It's going to be replaced by another bonk. But they're the only survivors. Can you believe it? I mean, we've got to keep the meme at the very top. Alchemic, I'm not taking away that meme. No way. That's like the most important emote. It's what keeps all of the chat grounded in reality. Gonda, you've got it. I thought that you had that too. There's a couple of other people that have it as well. It's shocking that you guys made it up there. Felix, how are you doing? Alina, what's up? LSR, how are you doing? Look at all these. Look at all these. Goodness gracious. Frogs Are Green, you're right here on time. We're just looking at the emotes and just enjoying them. They're so cute. Leela, I'm glad that you like them. A.B., did you just unlock some free ones? Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You'll miss the bonk. It'll be replaced by another bonk. It'll either be a... it will either be replaced by me, but I look more like the K Heart, or it will be replaced by a new squirrel. Dang it, I need alert, but I'll be back in an hour. All right, we'll see you whenever you get back, Arisa. You're drawing something? What? Felix is drawing? You know, you wouldn't mind a squirrel eyes. Squirrel eyes. What do you mean? You mean like big and wide and like looking? You mean like gigantic eyeballs that are just of squirrel color? Kind of like, I'll put it in the mod chat. You mean like those? Like those, except for squirrel? And just giant and square? Just giant square face. And then huge eyeballs, exactly like that. That can be arranged. That can definitely be arranged. That sounds like a good idea. I'm writing that on the board. That's going on the board, okay? Okay, that's a suggestion. That's important. And I bet you that could be whipped up real quick. That's fantastic. I love it. I love it. That's breathtaking. I just watched the clip of Keanu Reeves doing that, where they're like, "You're breathtaking," and he's like, "You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking." And now that's the only word that I can. I keep thinking about it. I keep thinking about the word breathtaking. I love it so much. What a wholesome being. What pronouns does it use? It's he. It's a he. It's a he squirrel. Because this Kareem. Oh my gosh. Tier 3, holy crap, yo! You guys, please put some hype in the chat for the giant tier 3, boom! You look at that sparkly squirrel. I love the sub badge too. It's a sparkly, amazed, shiny-eyed squirrel. And you just got the crown. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for 1 month of tier 3, goodness. What? Lupus!
Oh? 1,000 wolves for the new skull.
For the new what? For the new what? Skirl? And what did Brian say? Oh my gosh, Lupus. Thank you for the gigantic 1,000 bits. Oh my gosh, I appreciate it. Hey! Oh man, I don't draw men very often. It's not a man. The derp is your next goal. Oh my gosh, Kareem, thank you so much for the insane tier 3 support. That's so unnecessarily big. Thank you. I appreciate it. You just entered the club of like 6 people or 5 people or something or less.
Tiny bits, but full
Oh,
of love.
Rosera, thank you for the 100 bits. There are no tiny bits. If you gift 1 bit, I super appreciate it. Ricky! Oh my gosh, 11 months! 11 months. Happy New Bleppies Day. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Ricky, thank you so much for the sub for 11 months. You've almost got that 12. You've almost got it. You're right around the corner, right? Teeny tiny bit further. Just 1 more month and then boom, you'll be Rainbow Squirrel, which is by far the most beautiful. Did you see that the VOD didn't get flagged
Now
for any of the
some
music?
rainbows. No 5 hype.
Lupus, thank you for the 500 rainbow bits. Yo, you guys. How is it so hype? Holy moly. I'm glad that y'all are as excited about these emotes as I am. Also, Felix, thank you so much for the 46 bits earlier. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Felix? It's nice to see you. I hope that you're having a wonderful day. What do you think about the emotes? What do you think, huh? Like the King of Squirrel, thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, I appreciate it. 100 doggos. Oh, yeah. It's not long enough for them to clip it for it to get triggered. Nice. Yeah, it's good. It's sweet. I'm happy because it's about the right length. If I make it longer, we'll just make sure that it's low enough that they can't catch it. I don't want them to be able to catch it. Oh, I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? Oh, the sub thing that pops up that. It's only gonna be the blep for as long as it takes my artist friendo to make the art that I've already talked to them about. It's gonna be fantastic. But it's blep for now. Lupus with the tier 3 sub. Oh my gosh. Lupus. It's the gold, shiny, sparkly squirrel. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the tier 3. You want to be royalty? Now you can be a royalty soap. I mean, you could be a royalty squirrels. Royalty squirrels is going to be my my business. My business is I'm going to become a squirrel breeder, and we're going to make an exclusive type of a beautiful purple squirrel that you can purchase for like more than $1,000 each. It'll be royalty squirrels, and the squirrels are all going to look exactly like that. Y'all resetting your subsiversaries? I know. It's if you reset the subsiversary, then you lose the days. You lose the extra days between them. Oh, why? You were aiming for this squirrel on 4, but it will take time. You're aiming for the what? I'm confused. But y'all are resetting them. Hey, Gay Ketchup is back. Yo, awesome sauce. I appreciate it. Oh, yo. I mean, technically, I don't know what that really means. That squirrel is on fire. Oh, that one? Yeah, we're gonna hopefully add some more, you guys. I want to add more because I've actually got a bunch of bit slots. Let me see how many I have right now. Because especially if Arisa makes more, then that's good. Obviously, the emote artist that I got is amazing, and she did incredible work, but she's a busy bean, which I suppose comes as no surprise, right? Because obviously the emotes are great. This squirrel is on fire. What is it? Let's see. I think that I have like 4 slots open right now. I've got 1, 2, 3. Okay, I've got 3 slots open if I don't even mess with any of them. So we've got more room, you guys. More room for beautiful squirrelies, okay? She's super busy, but worth it. I agree. She's absolutely worth it, 100%. In fact, I need to talk to her about I'll figure out what link she wants, and then I will totally put that as credit because they are amazing, and I love them. They're so cute. They're so cute, and I also used it as my profile picture, which Salty, while Salty was on, they went to the He shouted me out and we got to see the new one and people were like spamming the emotes. It was so much fun. I couldn't believe it. I know you saw. You saw, Kim? Hey, Angel Rain, what's up? How are you doing? We're playing some Mario today. Some Mario. How are you doing? We got some new emotes. Finally. They're finally here. Hooray! Hooray! We've got the new emotes. We've got the rebrand is a success. The rebrand is a success. Everything's working together, you guys. Everything's working out. Everything's looking good. It's looking beautiful. I'm excited. You love the Hawaiian shirt? Yeah, I've got it. Listen, it's very serious. It's very serious. I've got the Mario hat. I've got the shirt on, and I've even got glasses that I put on if we go past a certain amount, just for fun. It's just for fun. For fun. It's sad that you missed the spam and Salty's chat. You could always rewatch it if you wanted to. It was right before this stream started, right as he got raided. He's so sweet. Salty. Good old Salt. Everything and everyone is looking amazing. Y'all are all breathtaking. Listen, all the emotes are breathtaking. You imagine her site would be sufficient? Yeah. I'll ask her as well, just in case. And to give her a little shout out. Give her a little shout out because she makes amazing emotes. If you need emotes and you want to jump in, it's totally worth it. It's beautiful stuff. As you can see, you're in Salty streams as well. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Double lurkies, sweet. Double streamies. Kenny, you are my favorite streamer forever. Kareem. Oh my gosh, it's so sweet. I'm glad that you like it around here. Horsey friendo. Horsey friendo forever. Angel Rain, aren't they so cute? Look at those babies. Look at those little babies. Let's see, did I miss anything? Tier 3 in our hearts. Rosera, you're a tier 3 friend. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Rosera, you are a tier 3 friendo. Okay, I just got home from work. I shall lurk for now. Oh, we'll see you later, Kareem. You said, how does one lurk without the tangy lurk emote? It's broken. I'm sorry. Listen. To be fair, okay, first, thank you so much for the hype train. Can we please put some hype in the chat for all the beans that just supported, made it such an exciting introduction. Hey, woo, 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 woo. I appreciate it. Yo. Thank you so much for the 4 subs and for the 1,700 bits. I appreciate it, you sweet beans. I would, pop in as well. You're gonna go out for friends for raid hour? What? You're gonna go play some games with your friends? Is that what you're saying? I'm confused. Look at all the hype, yo. I do have a couple things to fix. I've still got some things to do. So for one, I'll put the announcement for the fan art competition, but the rules are it has to be squirrel. It can have me in it, but it should probably be squirrel art in your own style. Everybody can submit only one drawing. Everything has to be, of course, completely family friendly and all that sort of thing. But everybody gets one. There's going to be a prize for first, second, third. Those are going to be exclusive, whatever. They'll be rewards. I've already got some in mind. But I'm gonna hold out to announce them. And then for 4, 5, and 6, so for the 3 runners up, they're all gonna get Discord Nitro for a month. Okay, it'll be a little honorary mentions category. That's what it'll be. And then the top 3, can I include another character? Yes, you can, absolutely. So basically, I've kind of divided a little bit in the art, just because if it's art that's going on the banner, then I might have to like adjust it, move things around. And of course I'll ask before messing with anybody's art. But if there's like another character that doesn't fit in or something like that, it might not appear in the banner, but it's still totally fine for the fan art competition. So basically if you submit something to the fan art competition, you only get one. It has to have squirrel in it, and then you're basically giving me permission to put it on the header, okay? That's the rules. The rule is that you have to, if you submit it, then it's allowed to be on the banner, okay? You're giving me permission. The hype still works. All right, nice. I saw you clean up a few things last night, Alchemic. Thank you. Yeah, because it actually updated some of the alerts have the emotes have the exact same name. And because of that, it made it say that my recommended emotes were like hype and heart because it's the same spelling. So I kind of tricked all of y'all's Twitches into loving all the emotes. Dropping in real quick to remind you that you're special and loved. New emotes, poggers. Echo, thanks for jumping in, my friend. Yo, you're breathtaking. you're breathtaking. Oh yeah, I was gonna say so basically I'll write it out, make it clearer. Squirrel, it has to contain squirrel, has to be family friendly. You only get one submission, and you're giving me permission to put it on the banner. And past that, I've made there's a place that you can post it, and I'll make this clearer. But I changed the gallery, I renamed it to fan art contest, and everybody can post there. Everybody can post there, and it has it's a image only posting. So if you post any fan art in there, you can only post one image, and I slowed it down as slow as possible to 6 hours. Obviously, you should never be posting twice. So I would make it even slower if I could, but that's as slow as it goes. So you can only post once every 6 hours. If you made a mistake and then you wanted to edit your art, you could delete your previous art and then you could resubmit in 6 hours. But yeah, so you can't spam it. You only get one submission, and it's only images in there. There's no reviews or anything. There you can do reactions though. Reactions will be fine, but yeah, it'll just be images over there. Oh, you fixed Stardew Valley mods so that it has all the mods now. If you ever go back to that, oh, what? We'll totally go back to that every now and again. What are you talking about? Of course, but yeah, there is a place to put the fan art, but I'll make the rules more clear. If there's any confusion, I'm gonna be posting after this stream. The other thing is that all the emotes are gonna be jacked on Discord until the stream's over. So, sorry. I mean, I can't help it. I'll adjust them after this. And I think there's one more thing, right? What was it? I think that there's one thing that I messed up with all these emotes. What did I change? BTTV, I'm gonna put more animated emotes on there, but that's not pressing. There's something with the squirrel that I can't remember what it is. I don't know, it's not important. Oh my goodness. You're intimidated by the great artists in chat? I was gonna say, one of the things that I've said previously that I would love even fan art that was a stick man. I wouldn't suggest drawing just a stick man for this one. I wouldn't suggest just drawing a stick man for this fan art competition, but I mean, any effort is super duper appreciated, and I really, really want to see art of squirrel. That's the main point. That's why I'm trying to put prizes, and I'm trying to make it a big deal and trying to make it fun, and make the banner important, because I really, really want to see squirrel art. So please draw something if you want to. If you want to, please do. Please do. I want to see it so bad. Don't make me pay all the artists to do it, because I will. I will be throwing money at other artists to, I'll be throwing money at just artists in general to make squirrel art from now on. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm just looking forward to seeing what you guys draw, because that's stuff that'll go on the banner. Can there be a background? There can be, but I might ask you for a clean copy. Possibly, so that I can make the... Is that Linz? No, that might be Jess. Linz, how are you doing? Oi, 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 how are you doing? Talented white tiger. I'm too exhausted. Didn't notice the notification in time? You are here in time. Hi there. Talented white tiger, you're back. Lumbago boy, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Oi, 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 oi. I'm guilty for throwing money because I have 160 pieces of art. Felix, I was thinking of you whenever I said that. I was thinking of you in my deepest heart of hearts. That was you. Hiya, Kenny. Patricia! So make sure that the drawing is a PNG. No background if need be. I can just ask you for a non-background version, especially for you. I mean, if you are an artist and you make digital art, I would suggest always keeping the source file. That's a suggestion to everyone for all art, fan art or not. I would suggest always keeping the PSD or the GIMP file or whatever file it is that holds the layers. I would never get rid of that if I were you. Unless you wanted to save like a bunch of versions of it. Yeah, I would always keep the source file. And then I can just ask you for a non-background version, or we could also, you know, we can always do it post-mortem. You know, you always keep those files good.
Could we please take your hats off?
For Bleppy. For Bleppy! For Bleppy. For Bleps. The sad music. Emily, thank you for the jams. I appreciate it. Hey. Hey, Jess, how are you doing? Hey, what do you think about all the new emotes? Aren't they cute? I am, and I do, and yes, I do. Even all the YouTube videos, songs, etc., etc. Oh, you're working. Talented White Tiger be working. That's probably why he's so sleepy. You're working too hard. You can always ask for a backgroundless version, but I will look... You can ask for a backgroundless version, but I'll look deep in your eyes and say... No. Divey, how are you doing? What do you think about the emotes? There are new emotes since I showed all of the subs. There's not the subs, the mods. There's a new emote. The new emote is the Bleppy. Look at this Blepp. Look at this Bleppy baby. That was made today. It's so cute. It was made by Arisa today. Can you believe it? A Savvy. What are you mad about? Hey, Savvy, how are you doing? Don't tell us anything horrible. Don't tell us anything horrible. Savvy, I'm sorry if you're having a crummy day. Don't worry, I'm happy. Please suck in some of the happiness. You want to squish its cheeks? I know you just want to go squish, squish. Oh. Alchemic. Hey. Time for me to get some sleep. I wish I could stay, but I'm so tired. The time here was amazing. As always, so much love. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Elaine, much love. I hope that you get some good rest, my friend. We'll see you later, Elaine. Get some rest. Care for yourself. It was nice to see you, my friend. I saw those cute hearts in the other chat too. Wow. They're so adorable. Lumbago. I'm watching you. Watching you, you sorry sucker. Listen here. And now the initial chaos at the start has died down. I'll emerge from the dark area at the back of the room. Ooh, A-Star's been sneaking around back there. How are you doing? Hey, A-Star, now I can give you full attention, all right? A-Star's favorite type of ASMR video is personal attention. A-Star doesn't want to say anything unless can get personal attention straight from the streamer. And I say, hello, A-Star. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. What do you think about the emotes? Personal attention? Personally, attention. It's true. The change is distressing, Savvy. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I kind of felt the same. Kenny, that's too personal. Stop it. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm sorry. I'm making it worse. Listen. The emotes take a little while to get used to. I'm not gonna lie. So just wait, Savvy. Just wait. Just like everything, time heals all wounds. Listen. A hole was left in our heart whenever blood was taken from us, but that hole will be sealed up with scar tissue and all that. What? We still have Lauffies and Poggies? I removed that. What? I still see them. I'm gonna I can still see them on the screen too. I removed them. They were gonna be gone tomorrow. I messed it up. Okay, let me see. Where is it? We still have Keckers and Poggies. Watch this. Now you don't. There we go. I just restored and restarted everything. So now they won't appear on the on the screen anymore. He'd have to reload for them to show up. Who? Your buddy Salty just got concerned because the new emotes on his side aren't showing up yet. He literally said that on stream. He restarted his stream so that he could see them. I could not believe it. It's one of the most wholesome things that's ever happened to me while somebody else was live. He refreshed his own chat so that he could see them. during it. It was so sweet. I couldn't believe it. Oh my, the sound alerts. Listen, it was either that, I had another option, but I think that this one was the best. I think that the other option was wonderful. 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 But I think I just made it. They're horrible if they're together. Stupid. It's good for if I make a failure or to interrupt me. Like you're doing right now. Boom! F's in the chat. I'm sorry. I killed it. I killed it. Salty is a sweet bean. That's true. KJP's here. Yo, KJP! How are you doing? Ice Queen Games, how are you doing? Sorry I wasn't around. I had some breakdowns and I need something to myself. I understand, Ice Queen. Please ignore these whas. We can't get happy. Take time off if you need to, Ice Queen. Ice Queen, take time off if you need to. Thank you so much for jumping in. I hope that you feel a lot better. I'm so glad that you're here now. I'm happy that you took some time off to yourself. If you need to, please take care of yourself, you guys. This is very serious. Jess. Thank you. Ice Queen. I'm glad you're here. Also, Heart the Dead. Thank you so much for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. Eventually, they'll run out of points. You have the same shirt? KJP, did you steal it from my closet? That made me jump. Listen, Ice Queen, I'm sorry. This is what I've decided to spend my acorn points on. I have 33,000 points. And then again, this is why fishies are 1K each. They're 1K for the farts. I do love the fart with reverb is very funny. Maybe someday we'll have it. I don't know. BRB feeding cats. All right, take care of those cats. Just think about it. 1,000 points. That's 200 sound effects for Lupus. If they were 1,000 points, maybe I should upgrade them. Maybe I will in the future, but right now I'm having fun with the I am having fun with the spam. The spam is kind of funny, but eventually, yeah, we'll probably have to make it more expensive. Kenny, I'm scared of squirrels. Squirrels are pretty sweet, you know. I've held a squirrel in my hands, you know. What did a squirrel ever do to you, Savvy? Squirrels are kind of crazy, but they're not too bad. They're not too bad, and you know what? If you're ever scared of a squirrel, just hop in a car. Those suckers are squirrel magnets. Listen, squirrels can't get you if you're in the car, and they're gonna have a bad time. FBI, open up! Who's so Fifi? Hey, Fifi! Thank you so much for the 100 bits of sadness. You're going on vacation tomorrow, Lumbago? Where are you going? Sweet. Dude, good luck with having your freaking. That's amazing. I hope you have a wonderful time. Your best friend growing up had a pet squirrel, and he was the sweetest thing. A pet squirrel. Alchemic. Oh my gosh, things just got personal. That's adorable. The fart with reverb makes me absolutely lose it. It's so funny. I saw it. I see it. I know where it is. I saw the file. I could have downloaded it. They're terrifying. You don't like their hollow, dead eyes. Not to mention the overbite and people always saying that I look like a squirrel. That's what it is. That's what it is, Sally. You don't look like a squirrel. You don't look like a squirrel. I'm sorry that you're traumatized by people calling you a squirrel, but you look nothing like one. You're way too big to be a squirrel. Don't worry about it. Even a human fetus is way too big to be a squirrel. You do not look like a squirrel. People are full of it. You look beautiful. You look beautiful, and so does this sweet baby squirrel. You know what's funny is that the adjustment that I needed to do was the overbite. I wanted the overbite bye-bye because I didn't want it to look like Sandy Cheeks. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to look like Sandy Cheeks with one giant tooth. Time for you to draw? All right. Enjoy your drawing, Lupus. We're about to kick it into the game, but we're just vibing for a minute. You love the squirrels? Whenever we'd hang out, the little baby would bound over and tap on your hands for pets. Oh my gosh. The little baby would bound over. They're so cute. How they move is very funny because they move in like a wave. Whenever they hop, they like move in a little wave because of their tail especially.
Unacceptable!
Rosera! Oh my gosh! Rosera, unacceptable! Thank you for the 200 bits. But the squirrel bounding is so cute because it like puts its little hands up and then it makes an arc and its tail just follows it. It's so cute. The little boundy squirrels are adorable. Squirrels are amazing and super smart. Is that true? Goodness, Savvy, I'm sorry for activating all these horrible memories. You remember 5th grade writing a poem about squirrels? Oh, squirrely squirrelies, my sweetest squirrels. Also, goodness, what's with his hair? Let me make it stick out a little bit more. Hair's getting long. Hair's getting rough. I look crazy. I love it. There we go. It looks like I can put it jauntily on my head. A jaunty hat. I say, fabulous hair. Oh, most fabulous. As it gets longer, then I'll be able to poof it out like Bob Ross. We'll have a big Bob Ross poof. It'll look like yeah, it'll start poofing out on the sides all evenly. And then we'll look like a famous wholesome painter. See? It's already starting to do it. It's not thick enough and it's not long enough. It's going to it's getting to the fluffy squirrel phase. Yeah, look at it. You can't tell if I slick it down. If I slick it down, you can't quite tell, but the sides are way longer than they look. You look like a newspaper boy from the 20s. This is what they look like. Is that true? They are. There's a video on YouTube about an obstacle course that they took a year to make for squirrels, and it was interesting to see how they managed to try and get past the course. That's interesting. But are squirrels smarter than mice? I mean, mice are pretty smart, right? Pretty sure. If you had if you had doubts that squirrels are super smart, look up Mark Rober with the... Oh, that's what it is. That's why y'all are thinking that squirrels are smart, because of that video. Yeah, I know what I know why. I saw that. Yep. I saw the I saw the, what's it called? The thumbnail for that. I saw the thumbnail for it. That's what y'all are saying. I get it. Okay. I was wondering why everybody was like, squirrels are smart. It's because of the video. Let me see. You hope that it ends up being the thing for the YouTube VOD? I'll tell you what, Alchemic. Since you're posting the VODs on YouTube, I should pass you over like a bunch of the thumbnails, because I can just put the number and then I can replace the faces if we want. And we could just have like a different Mario face. A different Mario face and just put the number. Easy peasy, rice and cheesy. But I'll pass that over to you after the stream. You have an emotional attachment to cats, and your evil, soulless squirrels will not change my past. I mean, listen, cats are great too. Cats are great too, but I mean, keep in mind that cats eat squirrels. So I feel like cats come out the more aggressive, right? Right? I think so. Kenny, this is important. What's your favorite flower? Favorite flower? What are my options? What are my options for flowers? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the options are. Pass me over the squirrel emote that you want a watermark too. The watermark looks so good. I love the watermark. The watermark that you ripped off. It looks great. I love it. I love it. If somebody gave you flowers, what would you like? It's a sunflower. Sunflowers are very cool. Sunflowers are very distinctive. I like that. What are flowers that I know? I don't know that many flowers. Which one's like the prettiest? I don't know. Chrysanthemums are kind of cool. I like sunflowers. I'm not sure. Purple flowers are always pretty, but I don't really think very much about flowers, you know? So maybe a sunflower? Sunflowers are fun. I like that. Sunflower, that's what I'd say. It's typical and it's recognizable and it's really distinctive and it's pretty and it's fun. You like the golden rayed lily. Ooh. Mixed cornflowers are poggers. That's true. His favorite flower is rose era. Oh! Oh! Hibiscus are your favorite, and for the plant, it's a bird of paradise. Ooh, hibiscus, lovely. Let me see. Eep wop. You can't change my hatred of squirrels. I'm not here to do that, Savvy. You hate and love whatever you want. Cornflowers. Now I want to look up flowers, you guys. Can we have like a? I don't think that horticulture is the right word. Can we just have like can we have a plant stream? Maybe a plant rating stream? We could make a tier list. Y'all can submit me like all of your favorite flowers, and then I can put them on a tier list. I'll add that answer to the FAQ, a botany stream. That's what it is. Yeah, a botany stream. The FAQ. Kenny's favorite flower is the sunflower. What is the weirdest fact that's on the FAQs that is so hyper specific that literally nobody would know it unless they read your FAQ? What's the most outlandish fact that's on there right now? JV, what's up? How are you doing? Because of how I overshare everything, I'm sure that we're gonna keep adding things to the FAQ. Look at that hair! What is this hair? What is this? This isn't a shape. This is not a shape. This is not hair. Dude, this is not what hair looks like. Nobody's hair looks like this. The closest thing that this is to is like, I don't know, like Ralph the Movie Maker at a certain point in his hairstyle. I've never seen it before. I've never seen this hair before. It's messed up. Hey, JV, it's been changed. I changed a lot of things around here. I hope that you like it. It's so fluffy. Yeah, the one time that I showed it to Arisa, who's not here right now, so we can say this, she was like, I want to head pat your hair. I want to go do-do-do-do, and it is fluffy. It is fluffy. Head pats will be acceptable at EarlCon. That style is called walking through a wind tunnel. Not caring for your hair. Is that what it's called? Not caring for your hair. And oh my gosh, Shiny with the 700 bit. Shiny with the big 700 bits. That's, oh, you got the 1K. You got the Bleppy. Oh my gosh. Shiny. Congratulations on your 1K bits. I appreciate the 700. Yo, goodness, you weren't even close to it. you had 300. You had to add 700, but you got it. You got it. And now I can keep all, listen, all of the emotes are going to stay until we're partner, okay? That is my promise, okay? This is my, that's my promise, okay, all right? Said right here. This can be referenced if I ever try to change it. Those emotes are staying, okay? The only ones that might move is that the Earl Heart the Earl Heart's staying until I'm partner. The Earl Heart is definitely staying until I'm partner. The Bonk is gonna move. The Bonk is gonna move, and that's it. That's the only thing that's gonna change, is that the Bonk will move and some will be added, but you will have all of these emotes until I'm partner, and then they might get shuffled around a little bit. But they'll still be here, all right? But that's guaranteed. They'll be here until partner, okay? So you won't have to earn any bluffies again. Thank you so much, Shiny. I'm glad that you got the adorable blep. What's your favorite scent? The scent of victory. That was a good one. Ooh, the scent of victory. Sounds sweaty. You said, who would win in a fight? Is this is a fun fact? This is a fact? Let me listen to this. What is this ever so fun fact? Who would win in a fight? You or a monkey? Or a monkey? What kind of monkey are we talking about? A spider monkey? I would win. I would beat a spider monkey's butt. I would beat a spider monkey's butt? Is that true? But a chimp? Nah, a chimp would kick my butt. Guaranteed. A chimp would kick my butt. But a spider monkey? I could strangle a little spider monkey easy peasy. No worries. No worries. Spider monkey doesn't stand a chance. But a chimp? That's too strong. Have you ever seen a chimp with no hair? I don't know if I'd probably go into that in that clip. I'm just saying, I'd probably go into it on the clip, but if you've ever seen a chimp with shaved arms and everything, those suckers are ripped. Those monkeys are ripped. You are in danger. And they also have those twitch muscles that like can immediately flex as hard as possible. While the human muscles, like, it takes so much mental effort to even teach yourself to flex them to their maximum capacity. And even then you can't do it as fast as a monkey. Like, you'd have to be hyped up on adrenaline to be as strong as a monkey. Or even to be like as engaged as a monkey at all times. Kenny, I'm always in danger. You would get killed by a monkey. A monkey would murk you. You'd get murked by a monkey. Earlhart stays until I'm partnered. Quote that, please. It is. It is. It's staying there. Back with the workaholic headache. Oh no. I hope that you feel better soon. Talented White Tiger, you're overworking it. JV, have you ever played Knockout City? I don't know what that is. Knockout City. I want to be monkey. You want to go back to monkey? Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Back to monkey. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Do, 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 do. No. By the way, the temperature here has finally cooled down so that I can stay for longer again. Hooray! Shiny, everything's better. Yeah, 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 yeah. But it's June. But it's June. Shiny, is it gonna stay cold? Or was it unusually hot? What happened? What happened? Oh wait, but you don't have reversed stuff up there. You've got normal seasons. You've got normal seasons. I guess it's gonna keep getting a little bit spicier, right? I think that you could kill a chimp if it came down to it. You've done all those pull-ups. That was not where I expected that to go. I thought that it was gonna be somewhere along the line of, I think you could kill a chimp if it came down to it. You're violent, lad. Or you were gonna say, like, you could use a shovel, lad. Or you could go crazy on the monkey and you could totally win. But instead you specifically saying that the pull-ups would do it. Listen, you could pull up your way to victory. You could pull yourself up and then you could kick it right in the face. Easy peasy. Let me... Moi! You just wanted to quickly say that you're a sweet beat and you make me smile so easily with your energy. Oh, we'll see you later. Moi! Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. Oh. Moi! Hi, bye. We'll see you later. Hi there. Bye there. Oh, we'll see you later. Thanks for saying hi, Moi. It was nice to see you. It was nice to see you over in Kelsey's chat and over here. Yeah. Kenny, would you really have a shovel? No, I wouldn't. I don't have a chimp shovel in this house. I actually had a chimp shovel in the last house, but in this one, I got rid of it because I didn't want to move it. It's just so long and it's hard to fit in my car that I actually just left it. Basically, they didn't charge me to get rid of it at all. I left that in my broom. I left my chimp shovel in my broom. You never know when you need a planted tree. It's true. You've always got to be strapped with a shovel just in case. I keep a trowel on me for that because I only plant small trees. I need to send you a shovel. You guys, if y'all listen, I have a PO box for a reason. If you guys would please send a chimp shovel to the to the PO box, it'd be muchly appreciated because I feel unsafe in this home and I really could use you guys' support. So instead of bits or subs or follows or anything like that, I'd really appreciate a chimp shovel. Because I would feel a lot safer, and that's probably the best way to support me right now. Blue Jay, how are you doing? Yo! Welcome to the chat. What do you think about all the new emotes? Aren't they so cute? New emotes, new profile picture. Oh my gosh! I'll walk away for a minute. Now y'all are talking about fighting chimps with shovels. Well, yeah. I mean, you always say that I'm digging my own grave over here. I'm always digging myself deeper into these conversations. Then Kenny's done for? What if the chimp has a shovel? What if the chimp has learned how to wield a shovel? What if, I mean, humans essentially became humans a big part because we became tool users, you know? Tool users. So if a chimp learns to use a tool instead of just aren't there are monkeys that pick up a rock and smack a nut, right? Don't they crush nuts with rocks? I've seen a monkey do it before. So I don't know, you know, they're getting smarter. I feel like eventually they'll be able to wield a shovel adeptly. They might be an adept wielder of a shovel, and they might dig all of our graves. Planet of the Apes, probably. For digging, of course. You never know when they need to hide one of your fallen enemies. Enemies! I don't have any enemies. That's very responsible of you. One of the many reasons I admire you. Yeah, because you don't want to just leave. You don't want to just leave chimps everywhere. You gotta bury them. Respect for the dead. That's what I always say. Chimp gets shovel and evolves into angry hairy man. Angry hairy man. That was the very first. What's it called? It's like giving a stone to one of the Pokemons. If you give a chimp a shovel, then he turns into whatever I can't remember what the cavemen are called. What are they called? That's their evolve stone. They don't have an evolve stone. You just give them a shovel, and then they evolve immediately. Ski Yee, what's up? Hey, you like the new emotes? All right. I'm just so happy. I can't stop smiling just looking at those little cuties. I immediately, whenever the sketches were here, there was a few adjustments that had to be made. So I was like, I was devastated. I was devastated because they didn't look perfect immediately. How childish. And then eventually I got them fixed, and I've just like slowly been getting used to them. But now that they're on Twitch, I love it. I love it. Now that they're in the chat and I can actually see them used, I love them. As soon as I saw Shiny use them over in Salts, I was like, I'm happy. I'm happy. As soon as I saw it there. Are you thinking of Neanderthals? Yeah, Neanderthals. But there's like an like an osteopod or something. There's something that starts with AU, I think, right? I'm pretty sure that I'm thinking of, it's something that Richard Dawkins mentions all the time. I can't remember. It's something Australopith or something. I can't remember. An Australian, that's what it was. No, I'm just kidding. I can't remember. Australopithecus. That's what it is. Australopithecus. Is that how to say it? Australopithecus? I think that's roughly how to say it, right? Australopithecus. That's what I was thinking of. It's too fancy for my brain. I can't remember a fancy word like that. Why are all of the old science words so fancy? Why do they make it so hard to say these words? What do you mean? Why is it in Latin? Is that Latin for monkey man? That's just Latin for monkey man. There's nothing special about that. The nails? Oh, Ski Yee, yeah, the nails are horrible. But you can't see it from here. Got them. I need to redo them. I painted them so fast for that Outlast stream because I was late. I was late trying to do the nails late, and it was rough. It was rough, and they are horrible. And I've still been picking nail polish off of my fingers this entire time. It's been a nightmare. I should have just taken time and just done it properly, but I didn't. The best part is when they're scuffed a little bit. All right, well, they're scuffed. I think you'd love these nails. I also scratch my head all the time, so I've totally been chipping them and not caring at all because scientists hate simplicity. Listen, they don't have simple minds, so they don't want simple names. Am I dropping frames again? Yes, I am. I am dropping frames. I'm going to turn off Kappa for now, and I'm going to see if that's what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna just turn off Kappa for the moment because that's pretty much the only thing that it could probably be. But yeah, we'll try the frames and we'll see what happens. You didn't notice it? It's 0.3. 0.3. It says CPU's at 14%. I don't know if you remove the source if it'll actually start working. I think it's when Kappa's slow. Oh yeah, it's the slow Kappa, I'm pretty sure. That was completely just me trying to make it more exciting, but I made him last too long. I cranked it. I cranked it as high as it goes. But I also have nothing running on my computer, so it's frustrating that it's dropping frames. It seems like it should be able to do marble nails next. What's marble nails? What the heck is that? Looks like you've been framed. We're missing frames. We don't have extra frames. The stream needs a basket to hold all the frames so that it stops dropping them everywhere. I know, we need like a frame bucket. What are y'all laughing about? What? Oh my gosh, Rosera, you shaking my head, literally shaking my head. But yeah, we gotta catch all these frames. It's clearly messed up. But what's a marble nail? What does that mean? A marble nail. Is there some sort of a nail that I can like draw on and then put it on my finger so that I can cheese my way through it? Lost in Lift, how are you doing? What's up? We're chilling in the chat, having a good time, goofing around, looking at the new emotes, talking about a fan art competition that's totally happening. That I will. Oh, the other thing is that the fan art competition will have a command too. It'll be tomorrow. It's a nail painting technique. Really? A nail painting technique that's called marble? By the way, I didn't put any primer down either, which is also why it's probably jacked. And I didn't put any sealant. I didn't put any primer. You do it with water. It's pretty neat. So you take water and you pour drops of nail polish in the water and just dip your nails in there. So are the colors always like very like vague? But does it not get on your fingers? So you just put water, nail polish, spin it up, and then you just go like, you just put your claw in there. I guess I could try that. Only Russian witches can water marble. Jedi, what's up? How are you doing? Jedi. You never primer do a clear coat so your nails chip off in 2 to 3 days. Ski, why are we so scuffed around here? This is horrible. This is horrible. Does anybody take care of their nails? Does anybody actually take care of their nails? You know, I'm wondering if my camera's still messed up like it was yesterday. Because the timing's kind of off. I'm going to deactivate, reactivate. Bop, 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 bop. I don't know. Maybe my USBs are jacked, you guys. It could be a USB issue again. But like, if it's a USB issue, then shouldn't have that been fixed by upgrading my motherboard? If it's my motherboard, then but I replaced it and it. Why is it broken? Why is it broken? Oh, the Skyrim scene was back there. Is that true? And look at it. You can see the continue's been blacked out slightly. You see what I did there? You see that? You see how I put a square there, but the square's off now because I had to change it for a different blackout. So it's just like a square of darkness. Square of darkness. Wow. That's great. That's enlightening. That's enlightening. That's beautiful. I'm so glad to have shared that with all of y'all. That's so nice to see. There's a special type of latex coat that you can put on your skin so that you can just pull it off later and you don't get nail polish on, or you could do a layer of glue if you're cheap like me. I would rather just do scuffed nails forever. Don't call out my nails like that. Oh, Linz, look down at those nails. They're so chipped. I can't believe it. Linz, whenever we do a Sudsy meetup, I expect y'all all to have at least better nails than me, because goodness gracious, those nails that you all got are some chipped nails. How embarrassing. I wouldn't even be seen at home with nails like that. Goodness gracious. Yeah, scuffed nail life. That's what I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. Yo, Cryptic Codes, how are you doing? Hi there, LMAO. You just changed your name? Oh, you're JV. Yo, Cryptic Codes, why you change your name? Why'd you change your name? I don't see the square of darkness. Don't worry, it's not important. Do you use Slops or OBS? Streamlabs OBS? Oh, Ski, I'm using OBS Live. I use OBS Live, which is the version that's connected like intimately with Stream Elements, because it's just normal OBS, but it's got Stream Elements like clicked into it really easily so that I can see tips on the side of the screen. It makes it so that I can have one less window open, which is really nice. Okay, give me like 40 minutes to fix them. No, Lance, it doesn't matter. Nobody can see them. Hey, Lumbago, welcome back. You use OBS with OBS Live plugins? Yep, that's essentially what I use. I just didn't like all the stuff that was hidden behind a paywall in Streamlabs OBS, and also there are extensions that you can get in the normal OBS. You want me to change the category to just chatting? How many people are? You know that I should have just done that at the beginning because I knew that it was gonna happen. I'm the #1 on the freaking... I'm #1 on Super Mario Sunshine, and I'm just chatting. Shaking my head, dude. Shaking my head. That's rude. Yeah, maybe we should go. Maybe we should go to just chatting for just a little bit. For just a little bit, okay? You know, also the title works fantastically. Maybe I should work on more open-ended titles like this, so that we can slippity slide just between. That's why you're asking, because I'm #1 on there and I'm just talking. If you're here for Mario Sunshine, I'm so sorry. We'll be to the game in a little bit. Shaking my head, Kenny. Excuse me. You'd better pop off. Oh, what? You better pop off and sort my nails out. Oh no, last and lift. Don't worry about it. Nope, it's too late now. I've been exposed. You exposed yourself. I was just joking. My nails are never shaped nice. That's all right. You know, I was thinking, to do your nails properly, are you supposed to push back your cuticles? Because I definitely didn't mess with my cuticles. Is that only for a manicure that you're supposed to push the cuticles back and then you're supposed to make it like look consistent and stuff? Because I didn't, and I totally just painted my cuticles a little bit. Corey, what's up? Yo, how are you doing? Sending hugs. Thank you for hugs. Thank you for hugs. Hooray. Oh, I was gonna say, maybe we can have a squirrel hug. We could have a squirrel squish or a squirrel hug. Just think about it. What if there was one with the squirrel having 2 hands squishing its face, and it's like, oh, and it's like, oh, it's happy. It's happy. It's being squished between 2 hands, and you can see its chunky cheeks that are like starting to get into its eyes, so it can't quite see because its cheeks are so squishy. We could do that, and then we could also maybe do a hug. Maybe squirrel could look sad and have its hands out, wanting a hug. Like, please give hug. I don't know. We could also do a squirrel with fingers together going, please. I know that Arisa's been working on that pose, so I don't know. We could. I feel like the squish is more important. The squish is more important for starters. You had acrylics and you pulled them off like 2 weeks because you couldn't stop biting them. Don't eat your nails. Don't eat your nails right now anyway. I used to chew my nails when I was younger, so I feel you. I feel you, my friend. Look at that. Need hug? Oh, it's exactly like that. I can make exactly like that. Please pick up. It's called squirrel, but it's spelled like this, Lost and Lift. It's just squirrel. it's just for goofs. You know, whenever I'm partner, we might redo it slightly. Hey, Goth Girl, yo! With the 13 months, holy moly, yo! I so appreciate it. Goth Girl, please put some hype in the chat for Goth Girl with the big subbies. Yo, 13 months of Prime. Thank you so much for those Bezos bucks. I appreciate it. Yeah, boy. Appreciate it. Hey. Do you play PlayStation? I have a PS4. I'm waiting for my 5. I do actually like PlayStation Super Smash Hero. It's my preferred console if we're not talking about Nintendo. I primarily play on the computer, and then secondarily I play the exclusive games on the Switch. And then as my third console, I like the PlayStations, but 5 has been too hard for me to get, and I'm not that interested in the games right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not too interested in the games at the moment. Returnal looks great. Bugsnax looks great, but it's on other consoles. It's just not... the games don't pull me to it. I'm also super angry about the $70 price tag. And I don't think that I'm going to pay it. I don't think that I'm going to allow the companies to do that. I can't do it. It's so upsetting. I cannot believe that they changed the pricing model whenever they still have season passes and DLC, because as inflation has happened, they've done more DLC. They've taken information like out of the game and they sell it later. I'm not paying $70 for a game. Screw that. I'd rather buy it on the PC. If it's a new game, I'll buy it on the PC and I'll play it. If it's a $70 game that's an exclusive for a PlayStation, I'm not buying it. I'm not doing it. Could you friend me on PlayStation or Switch? I'm not really accepting friend requests. I don't play that many games with other people anyway. I'm sorry. Blep to them. Yes, blep them right in the face. That's my face right there. Thank you, Alchemic, making my life easier. Cleaning stuff up. Mario hat squirrel. That's too specific. It's too specific, Lumbago. I did see it. I'm sorry. I did see it. I was trying to get around to it. I don't think that we're gonna be putting anything on the squirrel, but it's a cute idea. It is cute. How many battle passes have you bought, son? I've bought 1, 2, 3 battle passes. 3, yes, 3 battle passes in my entire life. Pretty sure. Because I bought 1 Call of Duty battle pass one time, and I bought 2 Apexes. But I didn't have to spend any money for the second Apex, so I don't know if that counts. Does that count? 70 USD is insane, but Apex is free. Apex is free. I feel like a dummy for getting suckered into that COD one, and I regretted it immediately. I regretted that immediately. That was my bad. Please no links in the chat. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should not have bought that Call of Duty Battle Pass. But the Apex one, I mean, it's a free game. I don't feel that bad about it. I don't feel that bad. I did pay $40 for the game. But still, Battle Pass is only $10. Whoop-de-doo. $70 insane for me, for sure. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it whenever the games aren't any longer than the $60 games on Steam. Or they just get put on a different console for equal price. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know what I'm gonna do if Halo's super expensive. Didn't they announce that Halo's gonna be free multiplayer, didn't they? That's pretty awesome. That's surprising. That's surprising and awesome. I'm pretty sure that they said that it's officially gonna be free multiplayer. I want to play the single player campaign though, because it looks fun. I've never played any Halo before, but the main one does look fun. The new main campaign, I don't know, looks kind of interesting. Also, thank you so much for the follow earlier, Super Smash Hero. I appreciate it. We're gonna kick into Mario in just a little bit. We're just vibing because of our sweet new emotes that I'm super excited about. Rebrand, baby, rebrand. Goth Girl, how are you doing today? I didn't see you. I didn't see any words in the chat. Oh, there you are. You say red versus blue. There you are. You were right there. I just didn't notice it. Yeah. How are you doing, Goth Girl? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Almost done with my sketching? What? Are you already getting ready for the competition? Lupus, you're on fire. You're saving for a juggle break? Well, you just keep saving. You just keep on saving. What did you do, Alchemic? Oh, that's so cute. Look at that unicorn horn on King Crown. You can barely even tell that the crown's back there. It almost just looks like a little shine. So cute. You've been waiting. I'm super excited. It's gonna be amazing. First, second, and third place are gonna be special, and we got Discord Nitro for the extras. Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I hope that we get 1,000,000 entries and we get to see all of the squirrelies. I will make a reference sheet as well. That's what I was gonna say. If you're confused or you don't know references for squirrel, the emotes, and I have some designs, I'll give a link to an image file, or I'll put the image file over there so that it can be a little bit easier. But I will tell you, don't make that tooth too big, because I hate that tooth. My actual emote artist made the tooth too big, and it made me upset. Not gonna lie. But we got it fixed, no worries. Fits great on this one too. Look at that baby. Look at that baby! So happy. It's giant in that picture though. What furry madness with your hair. It's adorable. It's nuts. Look at it. I look like an absolute floof. A recent posted a reference in arts. It's pinned. Okay, sweet. Good. Because that's about updated. I once again told you I'd come. Hey, Mocha Milk, you returned again. Boom, welcome back. Mocha Milk was here. Not one day, not 2 days, but this is 3 days in a row. Mocha Milk, welcome. How are you doing? We're gonna get started with Mario in just a little bit. But yeah, there's references in the chat if you need to look for it. And then emotes, you can rip those off of like any website. Easy McPeasy. You can rip them off. Realist Ranger, hey, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Do you have new emotes? They look really cute. New emotes, new profile picture. Yesterday we had new channel points. Man, everything's just looking beautiful around here. Everything's looking purple. It's looking purple. Be back soon. Need to get my midnight munchies. Go for it, Corey. That's whenever I eat my munchies. I ate dinner last night at 11:30. 11:30, you know. Mangled Marionette. It's nice to see you, my friend. It's so funny. Mangled Marionette. I'm being like 8 steps forward, 1 step back. And you're like, what does that mean? Oh my God. Oh, yo, little Viking, how are you doing? You officially got your heart broken? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. It was worth the risk, my friend. It was worth it. I know you may feel this music turned really dramatic. Sebsky, it may feel like it's not worth it right now, but it was worth the shot. If you never try, you'll never get what you want in life. You pushed yourself outside of your comfort zone, and you did well. No matter what the result was, the things that you learned along the way, and the personal growth that you're going to have are worth it, no matter how you feel right now. And I know that right now you may be feeling like it's not worth it. But I just got a text by a freaking Gmail account. What? 2 minutes ago? How did a Gmail account text me? It says... I don't think I'm going to click on this link. Anyway. I've dealt with rejection as well. But it's the hardest times in life that I'm done. Why is this music so quiet? This is not tropical music. That's some bull crap. Mario. Okay, listen. All right, that's enough. Anyway. Wow. I'm already too soft and vulnerable. Stop making me cry, please. Oh no. Savvy. Sometimes it's good to cry. Only the strongest people can cry. If everybody in society looks down on people that cry, then that makes you stronger for doing it. Listen, if you're crying and you tell people about it, that means that you're stronger than everyone else. You might feel weak, but the fact that you've accepted your emotions makes you strong inside. Strong as a person. That's what softness does for you. No more crying today. More? More crying? Oh no! Oh no! Was it something I said? You've been getting those spammy email texts too? Jedi, let's ban them. Can I ban texts? I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it. No, seriously, Sebby, I'm sorry to hear that, but it's gonna be all right. Life's full of lessons to learn. We crying in the club. What did I miss? Oh, I can't even explain what you've missed. It's too good. It's too good. Haha, yes, I do it publicly now, leading by example. Crying in public. You're just like, you walk in on the town square and you're like, ah! And everybody's like, that's a strong person over there. Honey, why aren't you as strong as that person right over there? I can't. I wish that you'd be strong like them. Look at them crying. They're filling up that fountain that was drained earlier this summer. But now the fountain's full again. And the entire area is blossoming with color and beauty. Salty! Salty, what? Oh my gosh, thank you for the
Salty
gifted
the alien
sub,
gifted a tier 1 sub to Mangled
What's
underscore
up?
Marionette.
You activated
They
my
have
trap
given
card.
6 gift subs in the channel.
You activated my trap card, and that's a new friendo that we've been hanging out with. Yo, you sweet bean, Salty. How are you doing, my friend? Yo, Salt. S-O-L-T, Salt. You love the new emotes? Oh my gosh, I was crying, Salty, whenever you were like, I've got to refresh my page. I was like, oh my god. Salty's refreshing his page to look at the emotes. Oh my gosh. I hope that the rest of your stream was great. I watched as much as I could, my friend. I watched as much as I could. I had you on the background while I was setting up my new emotes. Yeah. I hope that you had a wonderful stream, my friend. Thanks for jumping in. Yo, with a gifted sub. Oh yeah. Now that's a way for us to celebrate this new beautiful emotes. Check them out. There's more coming, you guys. In fact, I guarantee you there's more coming because the new emotes are drawn by somebody called OkPie. I'm gonna give y'all the link. No links in the chat, you guys. I'm the only person that's allowed to do links, all right? Not even my mods will normally post links. Of course, my mods can do whatever they want, like I say. But this is the artist, because that's their website, okay? That's their website. That's the person that did it. Their commissions are open, but I think that the list is really long right now, so it'd be a long list. There it is right there. That's the link to them. I'm gonna put credit. I'm gonna put credit at the bottom of the screen at some point, but want that as a command? Not right now. We'll get all the stuff together. Can I say link? Yeah, you can say it. You're allowed to type it. Thank you, dude. Was blessed to see you there, man. Listen, Salty. I'm always doing a little bit of lurkies. I can't help it. I'm a filthy lurker, but I gotta jump in whenever there's a subsiversary. Subsiversaries, I've always got to jump back in there for. It's true. We gotta do a little bit of celebration, and I know it adds to sub goals and everything. It's not that I don't want that sneaky subbies where I like go months and months without doing a little celebration. I gotta give you something to party about, my friend. I know that those resub party always nice. It all helps. Lurkers are a blessing. Oh yeah, for sure. Salty, we gotta get you that partner, my friend. If that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. You'll get it. But yes, it's so nice to see you. We'll play a game. I will admit, as I have tried more, I've figured out that I don't prefer playing games with other people on stream. That's just a personal, that's not personal between specific people. It's just in general. I like having the, just having the stage to myself, selfish and all that. But I love playing games with you, and we definitely need to play on the. We gotta play some offline games, my friend. I love playing games with you. I just gotta give all the attention. You know what I'm saying? I know that you do, because you're giving your chat all the attention, spoiling them. Salty will absolutely spoil you with attention if you go over there. Guaranteed. You guys are so lovely. Lots of love in the room. Hey, that's how it is, Lost and Lift. That's how it is. All the homies deserve partner. It's true. All the homies deserve it. Look at that heart. It's so cute. They go together pretty good. They're pretty good. I did, immediately, Salty, I was worried about the colors. because of us using the same artist, I was like, these are gonna be pretty close. These colors are pretty close, but the fact that one's fluffy, one's smooth, I thought it was all right. And they're super distinctive, so I wasn't worried. One of them's an animal, one of them's an alien, but they do matchies. They look cute together. I don't like when people watch me playing any games. It's true. I don't really love people watching me play games with my friends too much. I don't like being on camera. I feel like the perfect mix for me personally is like if somebody's not streaming and they're playing a game with me, that's good. Or if I'm not streaming and I'm playing a game with them, those work great. I would totally do that. If especially like with Lime, I had a lot of fun playing board games with Lime whenever I wasn't streaming, and I had tons of fun playing with Oops while he wasn't streaming. I don't know. It's just the streaming at the same time. I feel so much pressure, I enjoy entertaining people by bullying my friends in games. How dare! I don't like being on camera, said streamer. I'm saying I don't like being on. What did I say? Camera? I don't mind being on camera. I promise. I noticed a color theme with my emote collection. Look at that. It's red, purple, red. Red, purple, red. Less pressure, maybe. Yeah, it's just a different vibe. It's not even the pressure. It's like the focus on chat. It's the pressure to. There's no pressure while I'm on somebody else's stream, but while I'm streaming, I want to give my chat all the attention. It's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing is to focus on chat, and if anything gets in the way of that, then I automatically don't love it. But like whenever Oops was here, I could totally focus and just run him over whenever I saw somebody in chat. I could just like completely ignore Oops and just be like, Oops, shut up for 2 seconds, and he was like, ow, 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 ow. Then I was like, shush, I gotta speak to my chat, okay? Kenny's a private superhero? What? Goldie Bear, Gold Bear, how are you doing? What's up? That's a Felix friendo right there. How are you doing? I know you beautiful bean. I did it. I don't like being on camera. Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. You love being on camera. Just the first time that you stream, you froze in stage fright entirely. Also, Brad, you were saying, what were you saying? You're saying that that you almost cried laughing, Brad. Oh, it's what I say. You, P-Frog, what's up, yo? P-Frog, I thought you were streaming. What are you doing? What? P-Frog. I thought that I saw you from the yeah. I love him. I'm still not sure if I was gonna say I did kind of want the that one. Yeah, I wanted it to be wonderful. Your hair's growing fast. This is ever since New Year's. I know it's so poopy and stupid. Salt. Look at it. This is not hairstyle. This is not hairstyle. This is just the Earl. This is just me. This is the distinctive Earl look. There's none other like it. It's not a hairstyle. It's not a thing. It'll be longer and it'll turn into a fro, guaranteed. I'm loving your hair, Salty. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now it makes me want to dye my hair. I got some cool hair dyeing cream that I'm gonna try out someday. Yeah, he's reaching the anime protagonist. It just needs to be a little bit more in the front, right? It needs to be up so that I can be Super Saiyan. I will be super freaking Saiyan. It takes so long for my hair to get long enough to actually like lay down, and even then it starts getting like curly and stuff. But for like 2 months or something, I will be able to spike up my hair super high, and it will be hilarious. And also, if I put hair gel in it, mamma mia, I can make it absolutely Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. But yeah, we've got to do some hair dye for sure. We got to do some fun hair. Your pillow is blue now? You ruined your pillow? I just got a new pillow. I'm not gonna ruin my pillow with my stinking hair dye. BRB food, go get some food, talented white tiger. Your hair looks like that one villain from Home Alone? What? Are you saying that I look like a homeless robber? Shaking my head. Maybe even legendary Super Saiyan? Legendary? Interesting. Oh, you gotta go. We'll see you later, Realist Ranger. No worries. Murphy or Marv? Ooh. You dyed your hair blue and green yesterday. I have a blue towel on my pillow. Okay, there we go. You're just using towels. P-Frog, let me see. I think that I missed a message from you. I'm sorry. I'm scrollies. I'm doing my sweet, delicious scrollies. Oh, you finished a while ago? My bad. I must have been lurking for longer than I thought. I don't know. I like to lurk on my friendo's streams, especially like I wake up. What I do is that I wake up, I lay in my bed for 2 to 3 hours, get up, make breakfast while the computer's starting up, and then I just lurk on any friends that I've got online. I just add all the tabs. I add all the tabs of the friendos. I max out the volume, but then I mute the tabs so it counts as a view. Untamable Fade, how are you doing? Your hair's purple right now? Ooh, fancy purple hair. That's what I want to go for. Were you lurking in mine? Yes, P-Frog. But I'm sneaky. I'm sneaky as heck. I almost want to get an alt account to lurk. TBH. TBH. I don't know. I don't know. But let me see. I might go lay down for a bit. I'm so exhausted. I want to stay for a bit. No, don't stay. Go take care of yourself. B, you go take care of yourself. Go take care of your beautiful self. Get some schlep. Get some schlep. Get some sleepies. Let me see. You'd rather get some sleep. Bye, everyone. All right, lots in lift. Get some rest. Get out of here. Shoo. Get out of here. Go to sleep. BTTV lets you join chats anonymously. Interesting. I'd like that. I like a little bit of anonymity, you know. Purple's your favorite color? Purple's pretty good. I mean, I like purple pretty good, but I don't know. I don't think it's my favorite. I wouldn't say favorite's just a strong word. It's a strong word. I mean, like fave? I don't know. I mean, purple's pretty good. But I don't know if I'd use such a strong word. I don't know if I could use such a strong word. I'm just kidding. It's definitely my fave. Definitely my favorite. I can't help it. Purple's the best. It's beautiful. Lavender bad. A shade of purple's bad. Shaking my head. Savvy, listen, you don't have love for purple like I do. You're a fake fan. A fake fan of purple. No, Savvy, you're out. Oh, wait. Savvy, you can't be in the purple club if you're gonna pick on my friend Lavender. Listen, you don't love purple if you don't love lavender. Shaking my head, I can't believe it. It's the greatest color, and honestly, green really complements purple. Isn't it on the opposite side of the color stream, right? I thought that it was, isn't it directly opposite? It's a complementary color. Green is, for sure. For sure, 100%. It is a complementary color, or it's on the opposite side of the wheel. Either way, it is literally complementary. It scientifically works. Pink is just confused purple, honestly. It's purple that needs to be led to the light. It's purple that hasn't learned what is best yet. You love purple. Dark purple's your favorite. Ooh, royal purple. You like a fine royal purple. Color theory is interesting. It's true. It's interesting. I mean, it's instinctual. It's not really debatable just because it's instinctual, you know? It's like math. It's like math. You can argue about math if you want to, but the facts of nature, that's just how it is. Pink is my jam over the last couple of years. I mean, die. It's loud. I do love a loud pink. Not gonna lie. Pink is just like, boom, big pink. I remember whenever dye wasn't pink. I remember whenever dye turned everybody pink, if that's what you mean. But yeah, I remember him not being pink. Was it yellow? Dye, I don't remember what your original thing was. I'm painting my nails pink right now. What? Lens, yo, it was red? Was it red or was it yellow? Oh, you're just saying that you like red A-Star, is that what it is? Oh, we should do that again. If you do it again, the chat will get real quiet. Hot pink and lavender stress you out? That's a bummer, Savvy. I'm sorry to hear that you're stressed out by colors. That stinks. That stinks. My friendo Savvy deserves to be able to look at all the colors and enjoy it. I loathe pink unless it's Dye or Linz's usernames. What about B? How dare you? Jedi. My chat color is a weird indigo-ish one. You can change your color to anything that you want, Mocha. Anything that you want if you pay for it, or you can just snap up one of the free colors, but you can adjust it yourself. Should we all get the chat to turn pink again? Wednesdays are for pink, is that true? Oh yeah, speaking of today, you guys, tomorrow we're gonna probably be doing Terraria Thursdays, okay? We're probably gonna be doing Terraria Thursdays, so mark your calendars. Mark your calendars for some enjoyable Terraria Thursdays with Arisa and with Arisa and Anti-Dark Heart. It should be a-okay, goody, totally 100% happening, and we're gonna murder some enemies. And this time, you guys, I'm not gonna be a lazy bum. I'm gonna get out there and get my own pick, okay? You hear that? I'm going out into the mines. I'm getting my pick, and I'm gonna become powerful, all right? I'm not waiting for anything. I'm not waiting for Anti-Dark Heart to hand me things anymore. I'm done with that. I'm giving it up. I'm giving up the lazy life. This time, we're gonna get serious, and I'm gonna be the strongest out of us three, and I'll be able to destroy everything. We're gonna kill eyeballs and worms and all the things. We're gonna kill them real good, you guys. There's gonna be boss fights. It's gonna be digging and mining. It's gonna be an excitement. You didn't know that you could change your chat color? You totally can, Mocha, and then it stays consistent. Yo, Darth, how are you doing? Purple is godly. Pink is awesome. Purple's godly. I'd agree with that. I like that ranking system. That ranking system seems pretty good to me, my friend. I'm with you. This sounds like a 6-year-old explaining his OC. You would know what that sounds like, because you can remember whenever you were 6. Is that what it is, A-Star? 2 p.m.? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 2 p.m. That should be what the time is. I think that we're keeping it early for Arisa. If I'm not mistaken, I will tell y'all if it's not 2 p.m. All right? Oh, that reminds me. Me and my mom traveled from Missouri to Louisiana to visit other friends and family. I'm gonna go over to what? Nice. B, what excitement. Hey. Let's go. I hope that you have a wonderful time, my friend. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. B, I'm excited. You traveled there. travel there. So you did it previously? You said tomorrow. Oh, so you're there right now. I see. I was confused by the language slightly, but that's awesome sauce. I hope that you're enjoying yourself. Man, I might miss it because I'm working and I have a meeting at that time. That stinks. I'm sorry to hear that, but you could always watch the VOD if you want to. If you want to, the VOD will be there. But you guys, what do you say? What do you say that we do some gaming? Y'all want to do some gaming? Listen, I'm ready to go, all right? I'm ready to play some Mario. I want to play some Mario, okay? Let me just pause this. Let me pause this beach music. Here we go. I say that we get some gaming done, you guys. I say we get some gaming. Let's do some gaming. Come on. It's Mario time. Mario time. Let's go. Super Mario. Woohoo! We're going to Super Mario streams. Let's go. It's a gaming time. We've been sitting around for an hour and a half talking about the emotes, but there was nothing to do emotes for. Now you can put the it's fine emotes all the time while I fail. Woohoo! Here we go.
Let's go, gamers. Everybody grab your gaming milk.
Grab your gaming milk, you guys. We're about to destroy this game. Make sure that everybody, make sure that you've got your gaming milk in a bag. Get your bag of gaming milk that's sitting next to your computer, you guys, because it's time to game. Gamers, let's game. We're going to, what is this? Serena Beach? Beachland. Let's go to the beach. Come on, friends, let's go to the beach. Beach milk. Woo! Let's go! Taiyaki, it's so cute! It's so cute. Look at that squirrel. You have to go, but you'll tune in tomorrow, eh? Mocha Milk, listen. Mocha Milk. If you have time and you want to hang out with us, we would love to see you. But never feel pressure, my friend. Never feel pressure. But we love you, and it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And of course, I have a call incoming. You'll be right back? All right, we'll see you in a second out. No worries. No worries. What is that? Oh my gosh, H-Star, what is that? Oh, cute. What? The cute squirrel. Squirrel's about to take a nom out of that finger. Bye-bye, finger. Squirrel's got sharp teeth. You better look out. You bet. I'm telling you, look out. Don't stick your fingers in a squirrel's mouth. He's not a tame squirrel, as they say about what the lion Aslan. Aslan, they say he's not a tame lion. He's not a tame squirrel. He might nom you. He might give you a little nom, a little love bite. Brad, look at that cutie, and it perfectly covers up the heart. It looks like a shy, happy little pride squirrel. It's so cute. Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, so could you look? It appears that the hotel's filled with ghosts. I can tell that you're a miracle worker. Don't be modest.
Goodness, he's really putting the pressure on me. A miracle worker. Well, I don't know if I'd say that. That's quote number 245. Whenever we finally hit those 1,000 quotes, you guys, then we're gonna get the quote shirt, okay? Community decided quotes. Here we go. Squirrels are chaos. Squirrels are they're absolutely crazy. They go burr. Squirrel go burr. Okay, we gotta blast somebody. We gotta blast the goose. Wait, this part is actually surprisingly tricky. I remember it being really annoying last time that we played this game. This one specific level. Because you have to like, you have to do backflips all the time. No! Dang it. Oh, Shiny, it was nice to be able to stay longer than usual, but it's time for me to get some sleepies now. Thanks for the amazing stream. We'll see you later, Shiny. It was nice to see you. Much love. We love our friend Shiny. Get some rest. Get some rest, you sweet bean. You deserve the bestest restest. Shall we get up this time? Yes. Yes, we gotta hop in this mouth. Let's go. Wow, Mario's awful at this. He should call a pro like Luigi. Luigi would get in there with a vacuum and he would go, "Don't worry, bro. Don't worry, bro. Here I go. Luigi time." And he'd just suck up all those ghosts, easy peasy. Move over, bro. Mario, you don't know the first thing about catching a ghost. What? I'm too busy getting all the girls. Woohoo! Mario. Ah, Mario! Wahoo! Sorry, Luigi. I'm too busy throwing myself off the edge. Wahoo! You can head off and take a nap? All right, B. Get yourself some sleepies. Get yourself some nice nappies. Get some nice nappies. Enjoy your naps. Oh, yeah, this is stressful. Oh, yeah, stress. I remember stress. Do y'all remember stress? How long has it been since you've been in school? I remember being stressed out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can we just do one? I don't actually know about that. Seems appropriate. Seems like it's not against the rules. And I really care about the rules, you guys. I'm a rule maker, not a rule breaker. Sand raker, rule maker. Okay, where are we going? What's happening? Oh yes, I think that you have to smash melon. You must kill melon. And then if you're really oh yeah, that's right. Oh man, I was gonna say if you're really careful, but then I wasn't careful. How do you like that? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm stressed out. I hate this. I hate this shape. This is the worst shape. Look at that slide. Look at that slide. How did we survive? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem fair. To all the people that have died on this level, you didn't deserve to die. I deserve to die. That was so lucky. Why is Mario jumping on cheese? It's because Mario loves cheese. What can he say? What can you say? He's I don't know. I told you about the gaming milk. We got the gaming milk. Well, Luigi's getting the gaming cheese. Mmm, gaming cheese, yummy. Brad, is that what it was? It was just a gear. It was just riding on a big old wheel. He's riding on a big cheese wheel, just like Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow, in the movie. Do you guys remember the movie where he has like where he's on a giant cheese wheel and he just rolls away? Aren't Italians known for their cheese? Is that true? I don't know about that. I've never heard about Italian cheese. I thought that was the French. Hey, talented white tiger, welcome back. Anne, how are you doing? What do you think about the emotes? Look at all of them. Look at all of them. Anne, did you know that you were an extremely important part of these emotes? Listen, I know that you didn't draw these, but you helped me design the character. Anne helped me tweak the character. Arisa helped me design the character. Arisa designed the character with me, along with Dai, and then Anne made adjustments to it that totally made it into the final emotes. Totally. You had a part. You've been here the whole time and was being sneaky. You are being sneaky. Oh my gosh. Anne, I can't believe it. You've been sneaking around? Shaking my head. Shaking my head. How are you doing? What do you think about the emotes? Or did you already say and I just am not paying good attention? I think that this is what we're supposed to do this time. Is go up the toilet water. You go up the toilet water, you sneak through the windy, spray these guys, and then you gotta activate this door. You just didn't see me? Oh no. Anne, I'm sorry. Sorry for not giving you all the attention. I feel guilty. I feel guilty and justified at the same time. What is this feeling? What is this feeling? Is this what being human is like? I hate it. Give me a refund. I don't want to be human anymore. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. This is quite the shine, eh, you guys? Good thing that I know how to do this. I don't think it's in here though. This is not what we're supposed to do. This is for the Yoshi. Mysterious Hotel Delfino. Maybe we're supposed to just spray that painting up there. What have I done? Shaking my head, so offended. Sippies? Sippies? Whammo! Ooh. Wham! Come on. Ooh. It's okay to sneak. I think you're being melodramatic, Kenny. It's true. I'm being melodramatic. Almost made it back before you started playing. Oh, what? Arisa, it was important. There were important discussions to be had. We were talking about the squirrely emotes. Welcome back, Arisa. Arisa, welcome back. What is it like? What is being human like? Is this what being human is like? I hate it. Give me a refund. Can I turn this in and become an animule? It's not in here. This is just the This is just a shine. You can't jump over this guy because he's made out of magic. You can drop in there, but I don't know if that's the one that you're supposed to do. How do I get in there? I think I had the right idea. I think we go back down. I think we go back down. Oh, wait. Oh, we want some pineapple. Bruh. Unfreaking believable. It was a should have brought a pineapple. We should have brought a pineapple for dinner. Darn, you guys, I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. It was time for pineapple. It was time for pineapple on the pizza. I didn't even realize. Here we go. We're gonna grab it. We're gonna grab a delicious pineapple. We're gonna steal it from these children. And we can also get the, I think that's a blue coin, maybe? Up we go. Open up. Hey, let me through. Whee. Yeah, I think that this is blue. It's a blue. Oh, what is this? Ah, there we go. All right. You love that emote so much. It's so cute. Kenny, the biggest lurker out there, is being dramatic over other people lurking. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I can't help it. I can't help it. I just like to be a little bit dramatic. I apologize. I can bring this through here, right? Hey, Darth, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Thanks for the lurkies, my friend. I'm Zombie Food. Welcome. What do you think about the emotes? Aren't they adorable? I'm just melting, you guys. I'm melting over these emotes. It's hard for me to even focus because I'm looking at all those cutie emotes in the chat. All right, now we got Yoshi. We're gonna eat some food, and then should we go back? We need to eat the big ghost. So I think that we gotta bring Yoshi with us, right? Whoa, that was a big hop. Oh yeah, we could go up there and eat some ghosts. But I wanna eat the chunky ghost at the end here. Yosh. Yoshi. Come on, Yoshi, you can do it. This jump is so frustrating. Yoshi, come on. I believe in you. So, you sweet little baby, can you even get it? Maybe you can't get up there. I don't know, but it can eat ghosts. It's the best part. All right, boing, boing. Wait, where's the bed? Where's the bed that you can bounce on? Is it this? No, there's no bed in here. Where's the fancy bed? The bed for hoppies. Oh, what? Let's, oh, dang it. That was not right. That was wrong. That was wrong to do. Can we go back down? We have to go back, Marty. No, I want to go in there. Let me out. No. Let me in. Let me in. Stop. Let me through. I want to be back down there. Let me go back down. Come on. No. Maybe I can, like, jump off. Yeah, nice. No, then it tries to jump straight out. Dang. Do we have to go all the way back? Mistakes were made, you guys. Mistakes were made. Ooh. Zombie, you're watching on 160p because of crummy internet? Oh, no. Sorry, this internet's sucking. Internet stinky. Stinky internet. Oh, I just need Yoshi to get off the bed. Dang it. I think Yoshi's trapped in here. Because I don't have the juice. Yoshi needs juice. I can't even get out the door with Yoshi, I don't think. Dang it. I think Yoshi has to die, you guys. Yeah, because I can't open this door. I can't open the door. I think I have to grab another pineapple. Gotta grab a pineapple. It's alright, at least we're halfway here. Wow, we're halfway there. Wow. Even not a breeze. All right, to the door. Here we go. Hey, Mushroom Gal, how are you doing? Poor short-lived buddy. Poor Yoshi. Never got a chance to live. Look at that suspicious tile. What do you think about that?
No. Have you seen a pineapple anywhere around here?
Is it right here, my good fellow? Here's the tasty pineapple. So we gotta get Yoshi in here, right? So that he eats this. I think he has to eat this guy. I'm pretty sure about that. I'm pretty sure about that. Mushroom Gal, what do you think about the emotes? Aren't they adorable? You'd like to drink juice, actually? What kind of juice are we talking about? Cranberry juice? Hey, Del, thank you for the 50 bits. Oh my gosh, you never have to apologize. You're not late. You're right on time. I say, thank you so much for the biddies. Oi! Oi, oi, oi! Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is about timing for that guy? Do we just gotta timely shoot? I don't know. I can't tell because Yoshi was having trouble squeezing under there before. Maybe I'm just being a big baka. Maybe I'm being a big old baka. Look, he jumped up. See, he doesn't get up there. What? Am I being stupid somehow? You got to get up here. Oh, there we go. Is that a little bit? Okay, that's lower. Nice. All right. There we go. I think that was what you were supposed to do.
No,
No, I don't want to talk to you. I wanted to jump. I wanted to jump. Go away. There we go. Nom. We nommed him. That was for a blue coin? Oh, no. Well, I knew something was back here. Okay, that was a blue coin. And now Yoshi dies again. Because I can't get him out of here. Because he can't open up doors while you have a Yoshi. Yeah. That's it, right? Because I don't think you can get out of here. You can't spray the doors open. Oh, boy. We gotta get out of here. What can I... That's a shame. That's a shame. We gotta go back around. It's what? The secret of Hotel Delfino? It's mysterious. One of these doors can be open and you can go into the... Ooh. Let's just throw that pineapple down there. One of these doors you can open, I think it's... I can't remember. Okay, I know one of the doors is up here. I don't like this level's disposable Yoshi culture. I know, I wish that I could bring the same Yoshi. Okay, oh, the door's already open. This is where you bring the Yoshi. Yep, you gotta take the Yoshi up here and then you can go nom 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 and eat all these. Arisa, we were talking about emotes earlier. I already have a request. I already have a request. And possibly 2 requests. What, you know you were here while we were talking about them? Let me grab... Did the pineapple make it down? Did you see the Yoshi? He's up next to the subby icon. Look, 6 out of 15 Yoshis. You see Yoshi up there vibing? He's gonna die. He's gonna die, you guys. If we don't reach the sub goal, then Yoshi will actually die up there. It's true. Yoshi perishes. I've seen it. Oh, would you look at that? Well. Okay, we gotta find a poke. We gotta find is pineapple up here? I think we lost it. There was a wah in there.
Ariza got this gifted a tier 1 sub to Tolekini 1.
Ariza, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. It changed. Wow, it changed. What changed? What? I'm confused. Ariza, thank you so much for the gifted sub. The gifted sub for who? What was that for? It's for Tolkien. What a sweet bean. The sub number? What? It changed? I thought that was a permanent number. I thought that that's a significant number for the stream. The sub number changed. Whoa! How'd you do that? Can you teach me how to do that? Arisa, how do I make your sub number go higher? Do you have to become an affiliate?
Nintendo's cold and heartless.
I can't believe that you're a tier 3 bean now. Arisa, that's just embarrassing. That's just embarrassing. I can't believe it. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? Oh, what, Yoshi's still alive? Could you die, please? Could you die? Please? Domo? Yoshi has a will to live. I hate that. Why did they patch Yoshi with a will to live? That's the worst. That's why he's still alive. Oh, he wants to live. Dell, thank you for the gifted sub. It's broken. I forgot to fix it. I still haven't fixed it yet. Oh my gosh, Dell. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yo, appreciate it for Untamed Fate. Can we put some hype in the chat? Eager J is here. Aren't they so cute? Eager J, look at the beautiful emotes. Okay, now while we're waiting here, I'm gonna fix that alert just real quick. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Dell. I appreciate it. It's so generous. How dare? Are you leaving? Are you leaving, Rosera? You gotta go bye-bye? All right, we'll see you later. Much love, Arisa. Rosera. I hope that you enjoyed the rest of your evening, my friend. It was nice to hang out with you and to have fun with all the emotes. Hooray! Hooray! I'm glad that you got to see them. And that's the bye-bye. That's a farewell. Okay, I'm just gonna make the text just a tiny bit smaller. Rosera, we'll see you later. Hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Hooray! I love them too. All right, I'll fix this alert box easy peasy while we wait for this Yoshi. Because the Yoshi has to die. Just like Dice said, it's sad. It's sad, the disposable Yoshis. It's honestly the worst. I can't believe that they would do this. I can't believe you've done this. Variation settings, this one's for community gifts when it's at 5. I think that's fine. It's the sub gift that there's a problem. It's too big. The text is too large. It's too large, but it does make me happy. I love the new alert. Okay, there we go. I'll make the text a little bit smaller. I think the community gifts is fine though, because it just says 5 community gifts instead of saying like whole names. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that ought to fix it. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm just waiting for Yoshi anyway. I'm doing great, Eager J. Thanks for... Oh, what? The pineapple disappeared. Now we gotta go back and get another pineapple. I'm doing fantastic. I'm having a great day. I felt really weird about the emotes, Eager J, because I was like, oh no, we're losing our classic emotes. But you know what? I'm super happy with them. I'm super happy with them now, and I'm just feeling all squishy. I'm feeling squishy right now. That's how I feel. I feel like a squish'em. I feel like one of those squishy Gudetamas. Let me see, where are they? I feel like this. And the strawberry that's being held is the new emotes. That's me. That's me. In fact, I'm gonna put it on the desk. There's the little Gudetama, that's me. Feeling like a squishy boy. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop. Okay, there we go. Yoshi's back. Sweet. Let's go grab him another pineapple. He hungry. You hungry bean. You love the Pikachu, by the way? The Pikachu in the background, the Party Pika? Party Pika Pika? I love Pikachu. You're watching Kelsey's and my stream? I can't believe it. You're amazing. You can split your brain between 2 streams? Eager J. That's like a superpower. You're one of the new mutants. Dang it. How do you get? Okay, there we go. The blep is so perfect. It's adorable. It turned out so good. Arisa, great artist. Ah, wow. Here we go. All right, let's go feed that Yoshi.
Let's go feed them. Let's go feed that sweet, sweet Yoshi.
Yoshi-kun. Come here. She's finishing her pride art? Ooh. I can't believe how beautiful it looks. I didn't even know that you could refine art that much. I didn't know that you could refine art that much. I keep thinking that it's done. I thought it was done initially, and then she was like, nope, we got more work. So there was another stream, and then I was like, okay, now it's done. And she's like, nope, we got more work on it. I'm so impressed.
Kelsey's so good at art.
Kelsey did my sub badges, if you didn't know that. If you didn't know, those sub badges are by Kelsey. This is so fantastic. Look at that. You see that blue coin that wasn't spinning? Very sus right there. Very sus right there. You see that? Say hi to her. She said hi. What? Oh my gosh. Eager J, how dare. How dare. I can't believe it. I guess say hi to her too then. Say that her art's beautiful. Alright, I'm just eating all these ghosts. I'm eating all the ghosty ghosts. There's gotta be maybe this one is it? Is this where you're supposed to go? Oh boy, I hope I get this right. Ah, no, I got it wrong. It's there. We gotta break in there, you guys. We gotta break in. We gotta smash and grab. We gotta get in there. Okay, maybe I can remember the area now. It's like here-ish, right? Okay, wait. Wait. Is it over there with those 4 coins? That looks about right. We're gonna try it. It's gotta be on it's gotta be like on an edge, because it's on the side. Yeah, I think it's right here, judging by where we walked. There we go. All right, we got the shine. Mysterious Hotel Delfino has been figured out. Larshel. Oh, a little bonus Yoshi in there. Cute. 54. Oh yeah, 54 big ones. 54 beautiful shines. And you know what? We can clean up the big shine. We could clean up the big shine if we want to. Y'all want to go clean up old shiny up there? Old beautiful shiny, because we've unlocked the rocket. We unlocked the rocket, so we could go make it. We could go make it beautiful. What game am I playing? This is called Super Mario Sunshine. My favorite Mario game. Boyong. That's not dumb. It's not dumb to not know every game in the world. Whoops, almost made up there. Almost. Ooh. Woohoo! Woohoo! Let's go! It's the Mario game. The best Mario game. Whoops. Okay, well, at least we made up here. There's another level that you unlock with this thing, but I'm not gonna go there yet. Because I wanna finish Hotel Delfino.
Go to the Hotel Delfino. Such a lovely place.
Ooh, what? Bruh. There we go. There we go, the big beautiful. Spin. There we go. Look at this big, ugly. Ugh. Gross. Look at this big ugly. Oh no, I don't like it at all. So disgusting. Who tarnished it? It used to be beautiful, but now it's horrible. Wait! It's beautiful again! Oh my gosh, we fixed it. And look, it's way up there. They're like, you're gonna suffer. Yeah, I'm glad that you're finally presentable. It was embarrassing to have all the chat looking at my mods. And Lynn's had horrible nails. And I was honestly embarrassed. I was like, I picked Lynn's to be a mod. And this is how they keep their nails? Listen, modding requires typing. Typing requires fingers, and you're gonna keep your fingers like that? I can't believe it. Why do I'm gonna have to turn off the mod finger cams if y'all don't make them better. If y'all don't keep those fingers beautiful, we're gonna have to turn off the mod finger cams, okay? She painted them pink, Arisa. Pink. Beautiful. You like how the two big Mario games on the GameCube had the brothers using different back gear? It's true. They both had fancy backpacks. They had fancy backpacks. You'll never be a mod because you can't type well? Well, don't worry. You can learn if you wanted to. You want to paint mice? You want to paint mice? Is that true, Arisa? Mice? I didn't even know that you had any mice. Do it. Do it. I want to see them. I want to see your hands. Oh, mine. Teehee. I was confused. The Secret of Casino Delfino. Interesting. Casino. I'm worried about this. I'm surprised that you supply the mods with nail polish in the basement. Well, you know. We've all got to keep up our standards, okay? Listen. Some things are just too much. And I cannot have mods with ugly fingernails, okay? They may not get food, but they definitely are getting nail polish.
Well, Mario, you should drop by the casino. I'll let my boys know you're coming. Go on now.
Sounds like we're about to get mugged.
He's like, I'll tell my boys. I bring my boys, you bring your boys. We'll meet up in the casino. You bring your boys and let's tussle. Here we go. No guns, only knives.
Sup, I'm back. Sorry I took so long. What? Do not apologize. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Don't apologize. How are you doing? It's nice to see you, my friend. Ooh, it's time to gamble. Ramblin' Gamblin' Mario. Interesting. Cheating Mario. Isn't this cheating? We gotta get lucky. Finally, gambling. Gambling in my kids' game? This is a game for children. Bada bing, bada boom. Gambling. Not very family friendly. I can't believe that. The casinos look really fun. All my kids wanted to go to a casino after they played this game. Oh, coin. Coin, coin. Ooh. Oh, we'll see you later, Darth. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Hope you enjoyed your stay. We'll see you, Darth. Dang, what, you can't scroll this one individually? No, 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 not the ghost. You can get rid of ghosts by Yoshi. Yoshi can eat ghosts. But I think that's the only way to get rid of them. Boo, bad spin. Boo indeed. Leave me alone. Come on, stop it, stupid booze. Why is there so much booze at this casino? Oh, great. Bad spins all over you guys, goodness. Gimme, gimme, gimme. You're watching this and building a model car, Lumbago, that's sweet. What kind of model car are we talking about? Like a classic old car, a truck? Fancy sports car? Okay, we just gotta keep rambling and gambling. There we go. There's our lucky spin, you guys. Here we go. Oh no, not this one. Dang, Blue Jays being sent back. You're being sent back. The pain. The pain is too real. I remember this casino, Earl. Don't make us suffer live. You just gotta start at the top, you guys. Wait a second. You can kill these guys, right? Holy crap! Kuri! Yo, how are you doing? Hey, how was Animal Crossing? What's up? Oh no, you were playing Billion Road. I remember checking that out. It looked kind of fun. A cute anime aesthetic. Hey, Kuri, how are you doing? Raid message goes here. What's up? We got new art. Oi, 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 Kuri. I hope you had a wonderful time playing your new game. How's everybody doing? What's up? Coming in from my friend Kuri's raid. Oh, it's so nice to see all of y'all. I hope that y'all having a wonderful time. We're playing some Super Mario. We were talking about emotes like this entire time, so we're only now just getting into it, and we're playing a Hotel Delfino right now. Hotel Delfino. How are you doing? Welcome in, Lucas. I know Lucas the Bean. That's a good bean. How are you doing, Lucas? I hope you had a wonderful time over at Kuri stream. Kuri, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You jumped in just like that. Just like that. On guard, just like that. Dang it, this is impressive. You've come in on a very frustrating level. By the way, anybody that hasn't met me before, hi there. My name's Theola Suts. I play games like every single day, goofing around, hype vibes, having a good time. We like trying out new games. We like playing old games. But no matter what's going on, we try to keep it hype, enjoyable, family friendly. Big fun for everybody. Everybody's included. Oh, wow. You're definitely invited. It's a party that everybody's invited to. Let's get this out of here. If you've never seen this game before, it's like my favorite Mario game ever. I love it so much, even though this level is so frustrating. We gotta spin these, but it's so hard to aim. Oh, wait. We can, like, blast them specifically. I just remembered. Like this. This'll help. I'm helping. I'm helping. You're making steak and broccoli for dinner. Ooh. Steak and broccoli. Lupus is eating like a queen wolf. A queen wolf. Okay, now we just gotta get to the last one. Come on. I believe in you. There we go. We unlocked the pipe. Hooray! Down the drain. Down the drain we go. Boing. Ew. Nice. But I'm doing fantastic, Lucas. Thanks for asking. Ashley Rose, thank you so much for the 10 bits earlier. I appreciate it. And everybody that came in with the raid, thank you so much. Let me see if I see any other raid messages that I can shout out specifically. Asaib. Asaib. Listen, how are you doing? Siab. Asayab. I think that's how to say it. I'm not sure. Z Zoe, thanks for jumping in. Hope that you're having a wonderful day. I'm sorry if I'm saying y'all's names wrong. I'm glad to see all of y'all. Oi! Mario challenge level. Oh. This is one of those levels where you got no water pack. Lily, how are you doing? What's up? Did you come in with the raid? How are you doing? Much love to Lily Hops. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Mario off the edge. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Mario. We loved you while you were alive. Rest in peace. Oh, dear. Times are tough out here, you guys. These Marios be struggling. Here we go. You did? You were grabbing coffee. All right. I could use another cup of coffee. You mind grabbing me a cup, Lily? I'd appreciate it. What kind of flavor is it? Coffee. Coffee's an everyday affair for me. Coffee. I think you gotta jump between them. You could also do a, long jump across. See what I just did? That was what I was trying to do earlier. Coffee flavored coffee? That's a good flavor. Coffee flavored coffee. Just a normal roast. Just a normal roast, you guys. Every stream is a normal roast. Just coffee, you know, just coffee. Coffee flavored coffee. Coffeeception. Can I get greedy with this, please? Can I get the what? How do I want the no. There it is. I will not give up. I will not give up. I get my delicious one up. That's exactly right. You had coffee today? Oh no, Linz is gonna be bouncing off the walls of the basement. I can't believe it. Linz! Should we be worried right now? Or was it a small cup? Linz stays up all night. It's okay, you took like 2 sips and you put it in the fridge? Oh, what? Coffee in the fridge? Cold coffee? No! Hot coffee only. I only like coffee that'll burn your lips if you even touch it. I like coffee that you can't drink. Because it's too dangerous. I want the coffee to be lava level. How are we so good at this game? What? Say kimchi. Why, that's such a compliment. I mean, I'm no speedrunner or anything, that's for sure. But I don't know, I just love it so much. I've played it like 6 times. I can't stop. I love it so much. It's such a good game. I've been playing it ever since I was a kid too. I was very young when this game came out, and I was top garb. Top garb real bad. And last time that we played this game a few months ago, I was pretty bad at it too. It helped to play a lot of the other Mario games. Like we played Mario Galaxy for the first time.
Oh, Mario, the casino's this way. Well, actually, I must admit, unfortunately, the casino's closed for today.
But yeah, I was gonna say, playing Mario Galaxy and the new Mario Bowser's Odyssey thing, and I played almost all the Mario games now. And then I come back to this one, and I can enjoy the elements. I kind of miss the long jump though. I do like the long jump. Speed run! Oh my gosh, Loop is getting out of that. Sneaking from around the corner. Somebody say speed run. But it's so good. Iconic! Sunshine's your favorite Mario game? It's my favorite too. It's got the music, and every area is amazing. Every single level I love. I love every single one of them. They're so much fun. They all have unique music. I love the fact that there's one theme. Just that they somehow make the aesthetic beautiful. The fastest time any percent is 1 hour, 13 minutes. Yeah, but that's for beating the boss. That's not for 100%. The 100% is like 3 hours or something? That's the one that I normally would be interested in. I also wonder if that's using GameCube or if it's using Switch, because I mean, maybe there's exploits that are only in the OG one. I don't know. Odyssey's the only Mario game that you've completed? Odyssey is great. That's another game that we've played a couple of times. I love Odyssey. It's a good one. Now this one's a tricky, frustrating level. We gotta defeat Big Boo Boo. We gotta defeat Boo Boo. Dino's here. Hey, Dino, it's nice to see you. You like the hat? I've even got glasses that I'll put on. If we reach a certain sub goal, I've got to put on the glasses too. We've got a hat. We've got the shirt. We're ready to rock. Oh yeah, ready to rock Mario style. We gotta give him a spicy, delicious pepper. Yum yum. Oh wait, does he have to like open up his mouth? I thought that you just throw it onto his tongue, right? Oh, that worked. He dislikes it. Now is your chance. Oh, we're supposed to grab the tongue? Let me think. Oh, I probably should have just thrown a fruit at him, right? Ineffective. He's just laughing at you. Well, there's no more opportunity for spice. We gotta restart. Whammo! Okay, we gotta stop this. We've got to stop this madness. Yeah, we give him the spice and then we throw something else at him, I think. Right? You only completed New Super Mario 2. Ooh. You want to play Galaxy someday? Because Rosalina is beautiful. Rosalina is beautiful, mommy character. Someone was laughing about that yesterday. But she's like a mama. She's the mommy character. It's true. The only without help is just Super Mario World. I think I know what you're talking about. Super Mario World. Ooh. Why does broccoli cook down so much? Cook down? What does that mean? Why am I freezing this? Just to make it easier? We need some spicy food. Yummy spicy food. Here's some Creole seasoning. Mamma mia, Papa Pia, delicious. Yeah, then this. Whammo! Nice. Oh no! He stole my spice. Oh my gosh, the blep is so cute. The blep is so cute. That blep has no business being that adorable. I'm so glad that we got a blep. I would have felt empty inside with no blep. With no blep, it wouldn't have felt right. Oh yeah, you can also get coins from these guys. It's actually not too bad to get enemies, because it's one of the only ways to get coins during boss fight. Oh yeah, I think that you can spray them while they're out of their shell, I think. Oh, and then the shell runs into them. That's savage. That's absolutely savage. I can't believe that Mario did that. I'm actually crying right now. I'm crying right now. You just can't tell. Yeah, the new Lola mode doesn't have the mocking quality. It doesn't look like mockery, but I didn't ask for it to, admittedly. That one would be my fault. I definitely didn't ask for it. I just thought that'd be fun to have a cute one. He sounds like a chicken whenever you shoot him in the face. Stupid, send stupid booze my way? How dare? You keep your booze to yourself, young man. I'm a teetotaler. Here we go. Hey, Gold Bear, thank you so much for the lurks. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. Champion of the Raven Queen, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday to you. Happy Wednesday to you. Lemonberry's here. Hey, Lemonberry. Lemon. That's my friend Lemonberry. Oh. We're beating up this big old boo. This big old rude boo. Yeah. It lost its mockery aspect. Yep, there's no mockery. It's just jubilation. It's nothing but jubilation and tomfoolery. It's enemies again. It's the worst one. I got plenty of hearts. Oh yeah, the hearts reminds me about how there's still a lot of great underwater levels that we get to do. The underwater levels are great. All right, we gotta chicken him. He's gotta make chicken noises. Bam. You can always mock Kenny with words. Oh, I will leave it to you, Dai, to find a way to mock me. Blessed Dai. Come on, give me some goodies. Give me some good. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, man. More enemies. No, the ducks. The ducks got me. He does sound like a chicken. I'm telling you. That's a chicken bowl right there. No, the ducks. Help. Okay, I'm jumping away. Kill all these enemies. Come on, Boo. There you go. That's a good boy. We just need 2 of these frozen. Hey, give me some spice. This just takes a while. It's random. It's literally just random chance. Although I did miss the first one, we would have technically been done. There we go. His tongue, though. It's a lovely face. I mean, he does look... I'm pretty sure that if King Boo lived right now, we'd definitely have a TikTok with a tongue like that. Gamer Pro, I'm not gonna lie. Does seem a little bit like a TikToker. It's easy to mock Kenny, though. We need a challenge. What? Oh my gosh, that's the worst mockery of all. How can I make it harder to mock me? Here, I'll try to I'll try to be more professional. I'll try to be cool, okay? I'll try to be cool, and then it'll be way harder to make fun of me. You're gonna have to use that for mockery. I love that face so much. Oh, we could like paste that face onto a squirrel emote. Oh, you need to play this game. It's summer. Yeah, Gamer Pro, go for it, my friend. Go for it. I'm loving the summer vibes. Kicking back, enjoying the level where you have to clean the entire thing as fast as possible. Oh no.
No, Mario, we've got trouble. That electric goop is back. Where? Everywhere.
And it doesn't even tell you, oh hey, you've got to do this in a limited amount of time. But here we go. You've only got 3. It looks like melted Laffy Taffy on the beach. Is that true? Laffy Taffy. I don't have any problem with that. Here we go. We just gotta zoom. We're doing a little back and forth method. A little high quality method right there. The timer glitched so that it looked like it was completed in 7 seconds. I hope that we encounter that again. Let's do it. Absolute professional. If you just if you just tap the button, you can clean the stuff that's right in front of you. Come on, glitchy timer. Come on. Hey, Beans, you made it. Beans, what's up? It's nice to see you. Beans is here. Oh, yeah. Now the party's really getting started. How are you doing? Welcome home. Welcome home. It's nice to see you. Oi, 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 Beans. Oh, there's a blue coin. Nice. I'll take it. Also, these buckets are filled with water. You can totally chuck them around. You can totally chuck them around, and it's a fast way to clean up. But I don't care. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. You're pretty much done. You don't have to clean up every little bit, but you got to clean up most of it. Most of the big chunks. You can also do spray like that. That was not very effective. Come on, big chunks. Oh yeah, wait a second. I think maybe I've got to spray off all the beans. We still got a minute. I don't know if you got to clean the beans. I'm gonna try. Maybe they count. There's no roofs or anything that it's on, right? Oh, that's a big chunk. I see a big chunk over there. Oh, wait, that's a big chunk. That's too big. I don't see it on any roofs. There must be a big area that I'm missing. It's like the tiny pieces. Oh, maybe it's over here? Oh, that's enough. Okay. Well, let's clean up every beat. Oh, every little beat. Every little tiny beat must be cleaned. Okay, looks good. Oh, goodness, that was a big chunk. Boing, boing. Looks good, you guys. I think we did it perfectly. The beach is looking absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is the best job that we've ever done. Bar none. Best cleanup job. Ugh. All right, now let's go get our payment. Where's our payment, old man? Cough it up.
Wow, that was great. I never expected you to do it so easily.
Fantastic, Mario. What, easily? You mean quickly? You mean so well? What? Easily. It wasn't easy. There was nothing easy about it. That was super impressive. How dare you? I didn't save the video, but I did get a screenshot. It was at 2 minutes, 52 seconds. It's the fastest that's ever been done. You burnt your tongue with broccoli? Lupus, stop choking down your food. Slow down. Lupus, slow down. If you put any food on Lupus's plate, Lupus will go and swallow it. Like one of those greedy dogs. Like a greedy dog. Slow down. Slow down, wait for it to cool. You're eating the spicy sausage. Ooh, yum. Sausage is the best. It's the best. My ex said the same thing about me. Oh, no. Your ex? I cannot believe it. You're better off without them. If they'll say such horrible, honest things to you. That's horrible. I would definitely say that to Arisa just for fun. Here we go. The broccoli betrayed us. It's true. We trusted the broccoli. It's like when I come back to a client early and they're all like, that must have been easy for you. I'm like, no, I just did it very well. They're like, wow, I didn't know that it was so easy. No, I'm just super great, okay?
Oh, Mario, there's a troublemaker inside who looks like you. Hurry, get in there, beat him up.
Let's go. Come on, Mario. Come on, Mario. You want to chase me? It's me, Luigi. He doesn't stand a chance. Was that a fake? That was a fake Shadow Mario. Oh my gosh. Come back here. Come back here, you rascal.
You absolute rascal. Come back here and let me blast you with this water again. Oh, Shadow Mario. You absolute little rascal. Come back here.
He could be hopping around. We got him, though. We've got him. He doesn't stand a chance. Come back here. Ah, that's right. Yarg, you're so annoying. Why, thank you. I appreciate it, I say. You need a juggle emote to spam whenever there's a redemption? A squirrel juggle emote would be amazing whenever I'm a partner. Whenever I'm a partner, we will have a squirrel juggle. That's incredible. Juggling emotes. Oh yeah. We just don't have enough slots right now. We just don't have enough slots to live out our best life. Our best life. The clicky impression is scary. I'm sorry for scaring you, Savvy. So sorry. Also, did you change your color right there? That's awesome. Hey, Beans! Look at the flap! Look at the flappies. Oh my gosh, they're adorable. Adorable. You love the click impression. Look, I've got a smooth face like Click. I used to have a mustachio just like Click did, and now we both look like little babies. I look more like a baby than Click does. Click still looks like an absolutely handsome Swedish gentleman. He looks like the most beautiful thing that you can buy at IKEA. Click had the tie around his head earlier. Oh my gosh. The iconic look. The iconic look. Bless my soul. Okay, it's time for juggles. You're purple. It's true. You're absolutely purple. All right, Mario's gonna fall asleep while I do juggling. Isn't that a pirate outfit or something? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. You're forcing me to take a drink. I'll take a drink and then we're gonna do a quick juggle, all right? Okay. I haven't practiced juggling today, so I'm gonna do my best. Wait, we can't listen to this stupid shiny sound. It's too loud. Too freaking loud. No, absolutely not. Okay, over here, is this quiet? Excellent take. All right, let's practice a little bit of juggling, you guys. Here we go. Push chair away. Who redeemed the juggling break? Who redeemed? Also, Athena, welcome to the chat. How are you? Whoops. My chair's spinning. How are you doing? Athena, you like the new emotes? Aren't they adorable? Aren't they the sweetest little babies? Oh, that was clumsy. That was too slow. Ah. Stupid chair spinning around. I can't stand it. Stop moving. Stop. It's super distracting. Stop. Okay. That's a real audio clip of the Earl killing you. Stop moving! Stop moving! It's spinning, and it's distracting. Stop! There. Now you're stuck. Now you're stuck, you sorry sucker. Oi, oi, oi. Hydrate before juggling is super important. It's because it's so stressful. It's so much, it's so much work. Oh no. Okay. Now let's do a little bit of No. Wait a second, a little bit. Ow. Ow. Up. Okay. All right. Short juggle break. Short and small. Throw the chair. Kill the chair. Ah. Smacked. Okay. I hope I got scared myself. I'm gonna hit myself in the face. Yo, Beans, thanks for the 100 bits. Scary. No. No. Come on. There's the break. Okay, there's the break. Sorry about that. That was rough. That was rough. I did my best, okay? I did my very best. Don't hurt yourself. I'm trying. Like, bruh, they're voice cameras, but why wouldn't I? What? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I step away for 2 seconds to do a quick juggling break, and then the chat explodes. Throw the chair. Beans, thank you so much for the 100 bits. You almost called a microphone a microwave and a microphone. Oh my gosh, it's too complicated. You did amazing. Oh, thank you, Beans. I'm getting my practice in. You know, it takes a long time to juggle. It takes a long time to juggle. Next time if there's another juggling break on stream, if there's another juggling break tonight, then I'm going to we're gonna do the same thing that we did yesterday, where I like practiced the longest volley, and I have to beat last time, right? Last time we made it to like 45 or something. I've got to make it past that. We got to do like a long volley where I just keep juggling a boring juggling pattern, but I do it for a long time. I need to work on my stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. I need the stamina. I'm lacking the stamina. When I'm divorcing Harrison Ford in the middle Porsche. Oh, what? This timed? Oh boy. Shaking my head. I don't know where all the coins are. How am I supposed to find all these coins in this limited amount of time? Okay, well, is there one in the PP room over here? Going to the women's bathroom, Mario. There's no doors anywhere. Mario unleashed. Oh, we got 5 minutes. I think that we're good. I wonder if there's any fake red coins because they're fake booze or something. A voice camera. Ooh. That's what a microphone is. It's just a camera for your voice. Let them speak. Give them the voice camera. Are all the ghosts dead? You got 4 minutes. I know, Lumbago. I'm trying. I'm going. Gee whiz. Lumbago putting the pressure on. Oh, you're fine. Oh, okay. I thought that you were like, you got 4 minutes, so get moving, streamer. You better scoot. I know, but I want to beat records. I want to set new records. Gotta practice my speedrunning starts now, you guys. Speedrunning is a lifestyle, and you gotta get started somewhere. And you can walk straight in here. I didn't realize that. Where is it? Right here? There it is. All right. Any secrets in the secret chamber? Come on, Harry Potter. Come on, Chamber of Secrets. Right over here? Yep, there's a coin. And the fact that it's spinning means that it's a real coin. All the real coins spin, just like the Shadow Marios that are fake, they don't move. They just stay still. They're static. Alright, here we go. Where's the, Okay, we can't get through here because there's no ghosts, so let's get out of here. You watch too many speedrunners? Is that true? Too many? Is it possible to watch too many speedrunners? I didn't know that. Lupus, what's wrong? What's wrong with too many speedrunners? Watch them all. What is that? Arisa, what does that mean? What is that? Those eyes, goodness. Yeah, it's not here. Okay, let's go to the magic toilet room. Oh, it's Zoom. It's fast? That's what it is. It's Zoom. Everybody calls you Harry Potter because of the shape of your glasses. They used to do that for me too, Lumbago boy. Lumbago boy, that's what they said about me. And also because I'm a wizard, obviously. Speed! Here we go! Come on, Mario! Mario! You're gonna die! There's still 2 more? How are there 2 more? I'm not surprised that there's 1 in the attic, but is there really 2? No. There's not 2 up here. I don't believe it. You must be being dumb. We must be real bakas, because I don't think it's up here. Is that another secret chamber that I just haven't been in? I don't see any more coins in here. We'll see you in a little bit, Athena. No worries. We'll see you in a bit. Enjoy your lurkies. There's a blue coin, though. I don't think there's any red coins up here. You know what? My disappointment is immeasurable, and my evening is ruined. It's definitely not here, because this is just going to drop us out in the middle of nowhere. But you know, what the heck? I'll just snag this blue coin since I'm here. Why not? We could go through... Where's the place that we haven't tested? This is new. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we didn't go down to the pineapple. Oh, this one coin down here. All right. Down in the pineapple area. There can't be one of these blocks, right? That would be crazy. I think that there's another secret room that I'm forgetting about. Yeah, I think we got to drop in. I think we got to drop in on another room. Maybe we go to the very top again. I don't know if we have time, but now to find the last one. Exactly, Mangled. I'm trying to hurry. I've only got 29 seconds. We're not going to make it. I think it's in a secret room, you guys. It's a secret room that's really difficult to get into. And I remember getting mad about it. I remember being angry. That's the only thing that I remember. We're gonna lose, but that's all right. We learned where almost all the coins are. It's only a shame because I just want to keep looking. I just want to keep looking. Yeah, I got the bathroom one. All right, it's all right. It's all right. We're gonna speed run. We're gonna speed run the basic ones. Absolute speed run because we know where they all are, and we can go straight to the Yoshi. Straight to the Yoshi. Hey, Calico, you're back in the wave. That's exactly what I wanted the wave to be used for. Calico. Calico, you're helping me live out my dreams. You're helping me live out the dreams that I've had since February. This is what I've wanted since February, and it's finally here. Ever since I looked through all the emotes, I was like, whenever people arrive, I want to see the wave because it's so cute. And I love it in other people's chats.
No, don't hit me in the face, you little dummy.
Stream got laggy for you? I wonder if I'm still dropping frames. Huh, that's weird. I am dropping frames. That's on my end. I don't know what the heck is wrong with my computer. Stream got laggy. I wonder what's running. Let's see. It's using a lot of... Oh, that's internet. Ooh, that won't look good. Oh, it's blinking, you guys. It's blinking. Uh-oh. Hope this internet doesn't bust out, you guys. If the internet dies, I love you all, okay? If the internet dies, I love you all. Okay? It's turning yellow and green and pink and purple, and it's very frightening. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Is something downloading? No, nothing's downloading. Why are you doing this to me? Come on, and Spectrum. Spectrum, hold out. It's moving. It's moving. It don't look good, you guys. It don't look good. Doesn't look good at all. Spectrum's gonna kill the stream. Spectrum's out to murder our stream, you guys. Our stream that we're having together is gonna be ruined. It's gonna be ruined by Spectrum again. You guys, listen. If the stream dies, I love all you beans, and I'll be here tomorrow, all right? All right, I promise. We'll be playing like Terraria or something. It'll be amazing. All right, we'll see you later, Athena. Get some rest. Get some rest. Yeah, this stream still don't look good. It doesn't look good. Audible anxiety. Yeah, this music is audible anxiety. Spectrum, why? Spectrum's not forced to improve because they have because they got a clinch hold. They have a strong hold on the area. Okay. Let's go up here. so many boo noises. At least we had a little time together. Exactly. A little time together is great. And we got to see all the emotes, and I got to tell you about the fan art thing. Oh. It's red, but at 4,000. What the heck? What the heck? It's like higher than necessary. Why is it all over the place? don't even understand what's happening. It's like dying, but it's going super high. Yeah, the music's a perfect match. Yeah, it's just going all over the place. Maybe it'll fix it. Maybe it'll fix itself. I don't know. But if your stream's doing weird things, that's on me. That's not on you. Oh, I wonder if it's over here. What if it's down here? What is this? Oh no! I just went back to a place that I've already been. Dang it. Well, I know what that is now. Where's the Spectrum guy? Yeah. My Spectrum installer was in the chat before. It's really funny. Come on, Spectrum guy. I'm still on my phone, but I see that frame loss. That's internet. It's internet. It's not even my CPU this time. Maybe it was internet all along. It was internet all along. It never was my computer. My computer's been doing great. Computer deserved head pats. Computer, good, sweet baby computer. Blessed BB. Okay, I'm trying to go fast, but dang, come on. Oh, you gotta go to bed? No worries. Funny thing is that it's hot in my basement dungeon. Are you gonna try to sleep? If you're trying to get some sleep, I hope you get some good rest, my friend. Hope you get some good. Oh, I see a coin over there. What is that? Get some schlep. There's a blue coin. There's a blue coin over here, bonus. What's this lady freaking out about? She's like, get out of my room. What makes you think you can just waltz in here and poke around? It's a video game. What the heck? Bonus chamber through the glass. Is this where it is? It's not. What the heck? Can I grab my, oh, come on, Mario. Come on, Mario. Get up there. Okay, we dead. I'm literally dead. I cannot believe this. Where the devil are we supposed to go? We're still missing one. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Let's go the other way this time. We'll try to go. Oh, we'll see you later. Nighty-night, talented white tiger. Oi. Get some rest. Hope you have some good schlep. The best schlep ever. Huh. Ouch! Right in the face. Slam. Oh, that was this one. I need to get better at figuring out which one is which, because otherwise I'm going to be wasting a lot of hops. Wait a second. No, that was a way through. Wait, you can go, for one, you can walk straight through the door. I didn't know that. And also down here is something, right? But I already went through this window. How did I get in here? Oh, is it because I was used to going up here? Because I remember for Yoshi, you have to go up here so that they can eat a pineapple. But that just sends you to the attic. Dang it. We didn't do well at all this time. I got less coins that time. Where is that last one? We got the bathroom one. We can walk straight into the pool one. We don't need to go up the tube because most of these doors they just open for you. So it's like the routes are simpler, but if only there's like one red coin outside, and if you don't pick it up early, then you just can't do it. They're like, there's a red coin on top. Although that does remind me. Jokes aside, there is another coin up here that I forgot about for a second. It's up here on the back of it, I think. Yeah. There it is. Almost forgot about that. That'll save us a little bit of time. You got 62%. That's like a C. Oh, what? A C? You're not supposed to grade me? I can't believe it. I'm being graded by my mods right now. Shaking my head. I thought that you thought it was an A+ stream. That's an A+ stream, and that run was a C though. I'm looking down at the bottom floor. There's a coin here. There's nothing else. There's nothing here. At least a C+. Aww. Arisa says that I'm a C+. It's very sweet. A little too wholesome, though. A little too wholesome. Leaves a bad acidic taste in my mouth, that comment there. Let's go through here to the bathroom. I mean, to the public bathroom. There we go, into the room and bath. Just grab. Go, 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 go. A++, a Savvy. Oh my gosh, Savvy is so sweet. You say a B-? Ah, that's fair, Lumbago. Lumbago, that's very kind. There we go. Kuri had the C+ emote? Yeah. Kuri used to have a C+ emote. Is it gone now? Where do we go? Nom, 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 nom. Pew! Look, I went straight down. I didn't want to go straight to the bottom. You can't see it? She probably changed it. She probably changed it. What the heck? I can't believe it. Kuri changed? But Kuri's the most consistent person that I know. Kuri just drips consistency. I can't believe it. I want up here. I want up. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I can't see anything. What? It even spun, but it didn't count. We gotta zoom. Gotta blast. Here we go. We gotta go back in there. We have to go back. Is there a better way to get into that room without slamming all the way down? Oh, I bet that we could use a water. A sweet little bit of water. Okay, so we went through this one. Yes, this one here. Look, there's a guy. You didn't fail, you succeeded less. Less succeed. Now, I can't go through there. We gotta go through here. There's one more. We're on to the last one again, you guys. The last one is a sneaky, stupid room. I think that it's on the lowest level. I think it's on the lowest level. Yeah, well, not the lowest, but the second lowest. I think it's in the second lowest, and it's in a corner, if I'm not mistaken. I think that you could see it over the walls. I could have swore that it was in one of these corner rooms. But I don't think that you can get in any of them. I think that all the doors are locked. Maybe you have to, like, slam down into a specific thing. FPS do be dropping 2%. Yikes. It's the internet. It's the internet again. Did we have frame drops yesterday? Does anybody know what, if there's any frame drops? Because I don't think that there was, right? Pretty sure there was none. Die, I'm gonna read your message in a moment. Let's see if we can beat this level first. Can't remember? Okay, then probably not. You'd probably remember that. Right? Okay, let's try this. This seems like a good exit. Dang it. We've been in here and we smashed this glass too. Only when you had emotes floating. Okay, so that's like really dropped frames. You wouldn't rely on your memory. Oh, what? Oh my god. Ah, dang, where's the coin? Arisa, do you remember where the coin is? It must be on a lower level. Hey, Pink Monster, how are you doing? What will I do with my life if the stream dies? Hey, Monster, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Monsters here. Oh, yeah. This is a stinky level. This is a stinky, stinky level. PU. PU, stinky level, bad. Ew. Ew. The new emotes are amazing, but that was the only pog I used. I'm so sorry. I took away your pog. I feel bad. I feel badly about this. There's a bug in this room. I'm sorry, monster. I didn't mean to take all your emotes away. We'll have a pog someday. Someday our pog will return. Our pog will come back to us. But for now, I just don't have the emote slots for it. Yeah. I hope that you like the new emotes. Just saving your acorns for the winter, but also for a workout break, which is great to do during winter. Keeps you warm. That's very wise of you. All right. Are we ready to get these coins, you guys? Have we got it? I believe in us. There's nothing over here, right? I would be super mad if it was just on this level. On the very, very bottom. This would be very upsetting. But no, it's not down here. And it can't be anything environmental like those, It can't be environmental like the torches because, then you could do the, like, the red coin activation thing right off the bat. Okay, let's go up this pipe this time and see if we can find an alternate route. So we don't need to collect the other coins. What we need to do is find out where the coins are. We got to find a new coin, okay? We can't be fooling around in the same rooms. We got to find like a new floor tile or something. I'm trying to look for like any extra floor tiles or something that I can like smash through. This isn't even the way to get through here anymore. Yeah, because I think that this is a dead end, but I'm going to check it out just in case. There's no tiles in here. Okay, can I peek over this wall? That's the crate room. So we've already been there. We've already pretty much covered this entire area. And we've already confirmed that up here is just more of the maze. Is there just a door that can be opened? No, that would be silly. There's no way that they just let you open up a different door. Right? That'd be very upsetting. Mario's like, I don't know. I don't know. Can't remember this one. This level is, gave me trouble last time, too. I don't know. I swore was in some corner room like this one right here. What is this room? No, that's the booze on the wall. We know that. We know that one. That looks like Engie One Topic. Look, we can peek. There's the angry lady. There's nothing in that room. Nothing in the angry lady room. We already know of that coin there. Have we been to the crate room? Yes, we've been to the crate room. What about in that closet area? Did we already check that? Yep, it's good. There's nothing there. Okay, what about that room there? This one here? Yep, we've already been there too. Okay, it's got to be up here, you guys. It's got to be up here. There's got to be something sus. We've never gone through this center one, and that's because it leads to the center. But I'm just going to do it for posterity, all right? Yep, posterity complete. Spin the camera all the way around. We've got 1 minute. I don't think that we can check every, I don't think that we can check every escape. We've already done that one for sure. You want to Google where it is, but you won't? I mean, you can Google it, but just don't tell me. Just don't tell me, but you can Google it if you want to. It'll be torturous, though. It'll be torturous. If you want to torture yourself like that, that's A-okay. That's the way that we entered, right? We definitely already went through here. There's a blue coin right there that we could grab just for bonus. We still got a minute. I wonder if we can check more. Okay, we've already done that. We already know about that. Is it in here? Yeah, we already went through here and there's nothing here. I don't know. I don't know where it is. It's just gotta be in one of these dumb rooms, man. It's the dumb freaking room. There's some stupid room. Is there just a tile that I'm not knowing about? That doesn't even make any sense. It can't be an unknown tile like that. Well, there's one more coin in there. Well, there's one coin in the basement. Isn't that all of them? That's all of them. We already found them all. There's one in there. Isn't that? I didn't get the one in the crate room. We didn't go in the crate room this time. I think that's all of them. I don't know where I just found an extra one. I think that we got them all. I don't know how I must have missed one of the easy ones whenever we collected all of them. That's very strange. But I could have swore that we had them all. Because we just needed 2 more. I think we got it. Yeah. I think we got this, you guys. I think we already found all these coins. Maybe I'm just running around in circles randomly. And I keep forgetting all the coins that I already know. It's very strange. You have faith in me? Oh, I think you make a marionette. I say! Your faith is well placed. Pinky promise. Here we go. Kaboom! There we go. Sweet. We'll grab our coins. One's here. One's in the girls' bathroom. Oh, we got a speed run. Here we go. All right. So go to the stinky room. Go to the stinky room up here, because I think there's at least one coin, right? Should lay out a path for yourself so that you don't get turned around. Immediately gets turned around. There's nothing up here, right? Unless we always grab the one in here. Okay, this is the first path. The first path is up. Look, we already got that. We already got that done. Boom, let's get out of here. Coco Eve, what's up? Hey, Coco, it's been a while. It's been a while. How are you doing? You like the hat? The freaking Mario hat. It's the Tanuki Mario hat. It's Mario as a furry. My favorite. My favorite Mario is furry Mario. How you doing, Coco? It's nice to see you. How's your day going? We're searching for the most. We're in one of the most frustrating levels. Searching for all of the goodies. Quote 200. I'm a furry now. Confirmed furry. We've already been down here. What is this? What is happening? Is this just a way up? What? Okay, we gotta drop it at the right room. We gotta drop it at the right room now, I think. So we've already been to the main room. Now we gotta get down to the. Where is it? Where's the crate room? Is it through here? Yeah, crate room. So one's here and then one's downstairs. This is it. We got it. Somehow we got it. How did I struggle with this? I'm telling you, there's some coins somewhere. That's not even that hard. We already got them all. Oh, Coco, do you see all the new emotes? They're brand new today. They're brand new today. We just got them in. Hooray! I've been waiting since February to show you all off these emotes. They're beautiful. I'm so happy. Hooray! Yeah! Hey, Kelly! Yo, thank you for the gifted sub for our friendo Coco.
YouTube gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Coco
Gosh,
Eve
dang.
686.
Can we put some hype in the chat?
They've gifted 266 months in the channel.
Can we get some hype in the chat for the big generosity from our friendo Calico? Dang! Gifted 3 months. Whoa! I didn't even notice that. 3 months, holy moly. Yo, enjoy 3 months of no ads of all of the new emotes and 3 months worth of movies. How many is that? That's like 4 times 3. That's 12 movies. That's 12 movies that you could watch along with us if you want. We're watching Howl's Moving Castle this week, my favorite Ghibli movie. My favorite Ghibli movie is finally unlocked. Bless my soul. A year older and you got your favorite dinner? What? It's your birthday too? Holy moly, it's Coco Eve's birthday. And Callie's gifted us some sweet. Okay, so we gotta sing happy birthday, right? We gotta sing happy birthday. Should I just sing happy birthday, dear Coco? Okay, you guys, we gotta put some hype in the chat. We gotta get some excitement. It's a birthday and I didn't even know it. I didn't even know it. Okay, we're gonna sing happy birthday really quick, all together now. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Coco. Happy birthday to you. Yay, Coco. Thanks for sharing some of your special day. What? It was Monday? Hey, that's all right. I'm singing happy birthday late. It's a late happy birthday. Oh, you guys, please put in the late happy birthdays for our friendo Coco. I hope you had a wonderful time on your day. I hope you did something special and made it very special. You're totally worth celebrating. You're totally worth celebrating, my friend. I'm so glad that you're hanging out with us. Boom, we celebrate late birthday because that's just how it is, eh? It's a joyous day. Hey, no worries. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Wait a second. Mysterious Hotel Delfino? This is the wrong one. What am I here for, huh? A joyous day of thine birth. Thine birth is a most joyous day. Arisa, those are so cute. Linz, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, someday I will have an animated emote where it goes, "Whammy, whammy." Someday. We gotta go to the secret of. Yeah, I just went to Mysterious. So it looks like it's two. No, one of them is the secret of King Boo. Where is the other secret shrine in this level? So there's two hidden shrines, and then one of these we have to get 100 points for. You did a 13-hour stream and ate cake. Eating on stream is frightening to me. It's frightening. Well done. I ate cake on my birthday too on stream. I hope it was a wonderful stream. Goodness, excuse me. Cake, yummy. 13-hour stream is huge. Holy moly, how'd you survive? How did you survive so long? You always eat on stream? P-Frog, do you have a cam though? I'm telling you, it slaps different if you're on cam. Oh! I don't mind sneaking some snackies whenever I'm not on cam for sure. Or did you just start to do cam stream? I don't remember, but yeah, whenever I was on my friend's stream, on Lime stream, I didn't mind chomping a little bit. I was nomming the whole time. I just turned down my mic. I didn't care. Oh, you eat biscuits on camera every time. P-Frog, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You live your best life. Live your best life eating on camera. Where's my... Hey, yo. Hey, yo, where's my button? Hey! Where's my button? Where's the red button? Is it up there? What the heck? Why is it way over there? I don't know. Yeah, oh, so it's just for the sand part. Do we have to go down to the bottom of this, though? That'd be a real bummer. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, good. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go down there, but remember, we can fly now, so it makes this a good bit easier. But I don't know where all the coins are, so... Is there one inside of here? Doesn't look like it. And we can float in this part, but I want to try not to abuse it. This gear is so frightening. I hate it so much. You really do have to jump, and if you jump too early, you slide. Okay, I hope that this is all of them. Oh, we even got that early. Nice. I hate doing this with no, Oh, I missed one, I think. Where was it? Oh, dang, I should have at least looked where it was. I don't know where that last one was. I think that it was maybe in the inside of that gear part. I think it was inside of the gear part. It's okay. We'll get it this time. I kind of rushed it because I was just assuming the goodwill of the developers. I was assuming that there was, you know, goodwill and happiness between us. But the developers, they hate me. That was literally just to mess with me. Am I really sure that it's not down low, though? Yep, there's one down there. I can see it. You sorry suckers. I cannot believe it. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. The absolute gall. The absolute seagull. Okay, we'll grab the top one first, I guess. Yahoo! Jumps off edge. Bye-bye. See you later. That's what using, Wait, can we go through that ice? I don't even know what the ice... Oh. What's happening? Look, I'm just gonna grab it. I don't know what's happening. I've lost my mind, okay? Leading experts to question whether the Earl had a mind to begin with. The investigation continued. I hate this part. Stop. Stop existing, gear part. Can we grab? Yes. Yes, we can grab. That was essentially 2 tries, okay? It's scary to watch with slight lag. Oh my gosh, yes, it's lagging again. My internet is dying. My internet's dying, I'm sorry. My internet wants it to end. The stream's getting ended by my internet. It's being ended by my internet, you guys. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. Can I... What's up with this? Let me look at my router and see if its lights are different. All the lights are normal. It's not even flashing. It's just my internet's just going all over the place. I didn't change any settings. I'm not downloading anything. It's just suffering. It's just a bad time. I wonder if other streamers are having an issue today. I did see let me see. Who was I watching that was having lag issues? Kelsey was. Did anybody else see that? Was anybody else on Kelsey's stream? Because it looked jacked. It looked freaking jacked over there sometimes. It would just like blink on and off. Good cop, bad cop, the router. Just listen. I'm trying to be your friend here. I'm trying to be your friend, Mr. Router. But you're not making it easy on me, okay? You're gonna have to bring in bad cop if you don't help out. You love that the music goes from "You're going to die. You have 10 seconds. Say goodbye to those that you love." To "Chill beats to do homework too." Tay, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 Tay. What if it's a Twitch thing and not internet? It's possible. That's kind of what I was guessing. The secret. Secret. Interesting. Twitch can be mean. That sounds like you're talking about the people on Twitch. Yep, the internet's... Something's jacked, you guys. Something's jacked, man. I can see it's going all over the place. Low quality streamers, you guys. Low quality streams. This is gonna be a garbage VOD. Garbage. Throw it away. Boing. It didn't even get uploaded on YouTube. It was so stinky.
Oh, Mario, right this way.
This is a mystery level technically. Technically, this is a mystery level, so it should let us succeed and we win. Fuzzy Boot, what's up? Hey, Fuzzy Boot, how are you doing? It's nice to see you, my friend. I'm glad that you like the hat. We got the whole Mario thing going on. We got the whole look. We got a whole look going on. How are you doing today, my friend? Boom! Do you see all of the beautiful new emotes? Check it out, Fuzzy Boot. I know you got them because you've got that cute sub badge right there. The lag makes it more fun. Really? Like watching a bad dub of Kenny where the lip flaps don't match? Well, that's slightly... That's not good at all. It's like watching Godzilla. It's like watching Godzilla, but the monster is Kenny. Okay, there we go. We got 7. 7, 7, 7. Gambling. Wahoo. Lip flaps. That's what they're called. Lip flaps. That's literally what they're called in dubbing. In dubbing, that's literally what it is. They match lip flaps. It's a technical word. It sounds funny. Well, I mean, it's a dubbing term, but it is funny. Flaps. Who flap? Flappy lips. Let's go! New emotes, you say? Oh, well, these are just heckin' cute, aren't they? They're so cute. They're the little purple squirrel. They're little squirrel. Little adorable purple squirrel. We just gotta spin the heck out of these, you guys. We gotta spin the wheel till the tops are done. Just keep spinning. Don't give up. Blast. Got a blast. Dummy. Why is that one not moving? Stupid janky physics. Whoa, go zoom. Okay. Oh. We could get lucky. Ah, come on. Ah. Oh, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. We're getting it. Oh my gosh. They're making me go all the way down to the bottom there. Let me in. Let me in. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. And now we can do another challenge level. And we barely have any lives, so I need to make sure to not die in here. Okay, perfect run. First try. Perfect run. Guaranteed. Guaranteed first win. Right here. Collect 8 coins. There we go. Bing, bang, boom. I was trying to do a fancy jump. Failure. Since we can fly, we have the home field advantage. We don't have to worry about a thing. It's a little far away. No! We slipped! No! We don't have to worry about a thing. Perishes immediately. No! Ah! We don't have lives for this. We don't have lives. I've got 3 lives now. Oh, dear. Oh, gracious. Hey, sweet honey bun. Perfect run. Lad, it's amazing, lad. I can't believe you've done this. No! Stupid coin! No! I missed it again! Dang it, I was trying to speed run this. Oh, that's frightening. I don't like that. Perfect run, yeets off the edge immediately. Woohoo! Let's die! I'm die. Woohoo! Zoom! Look at him zoom! I'm flying. I'm a high-flying Mario. Yahoo! They really want you to jump, eh? They really said you best be hopping, Mario. You better hop to it. No, it was further back than I thought. No! It was further back than I thought. The depth is impossible to tell in this game. All right, you really got to go fast. Holy moly. Holy moly, did you see the timer? I mean, seriously, like, you just can't make a mistake up in here. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for the win. That's the streamer crying. That's what me crying sounds like. How did you get real footage? It's disturbing. Stop getting in my way, you stupid box. Stupid cursed box. No, it's stop. I bet. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm in a corner. Nobody puts baby in a corner. I didn't even know that was possible. We gotta go. We gotta go. Listen, I can't waste time. I'm gonna run out. Go, 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 Mario. Nope, we're dead. Freaking 7 seconds. Untenable. Unbelievable. We're about to lose. This is it. We're gonna lose. You love the Mario Jar Jar voice? Oh my gosh. At least we grabbed that early. I'm skipping. Move, 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 move. Go, 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 go. No! Yes! Oh! Scary! No, I fly longer than expected. No! He even grabbed the edge! Oh! Ah! I should have dove! Last life. This is it. Last life. Last life. This is the one. The one, the one. Don't go for the one, for the one, for the one. The one, don't go for the one. Don't go for the one, for the one, for the one. Alright, we got it this time. This time, nothing but success. Nothing but success. I'm not breathing. Slap, but I'm barely breathing. Praying to a plumber that I don't believe. Oh! Yikes! Mamma mia, that was scary. Mario, grab it, grab it. Mario! 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 Holy moly! Okay, we go. I'm making it. Here we go. Yeah! Right. And we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. You're gonna be going to sleep. Good night. Hope you have a fun stream and good luck with the lag. Oh, what? Good luck with it. It's still lagging. Oh my gosh. We'll see you later, Ann. Bye-bye. Nighty-night. Get some rest. Yes, sweet bean. It was nice to hang out with you, Ann. In need of a name. You can do this. You're so sweet. You hyped me up. We did it. We made it past. We destroyed it. Well done, everybody. High fives all around. High fives all around. A wonderful time was had by all. And that was the last secret too. Ooh. Should we get the coins then? Maybe we should grab the 100 coins. I wonder which level would be the easiest. It's normally the 3rd level. It's normally number 3, but that might not be the case here. Maybe we should look it up. I should look it up. Which? Oh, it's number 3? Okay. Is there a hint for what's special about number 3? Wow, we've already collected 39. Die says 4. What's the strat? Wow, indeed. Die's a troll. Die's a troll. Not gonna do that. Unless Arisa got it wrong. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. right, now, there's some extra coins out here by the beach? Oh, yes. It's about 45 steps from here to there, wouldn't you say? Here to there? What are you talking about? Nobody will notice us dancing over here, doot doot. Laugh when you feel like crying, doot-dee-doo. Laugh when you feel like screaming, doot-dee-doo. When they're done listening, we're done dancing. Doot doot.
The sunset, the music, it's all too much.
Are you gonna die? Are you gonna explode right now? We get to have the doot doot sisters all to ourselves. Doot doot.
The sunset just makes me want to run with wild abandon.
Is that true? I see how it is. You thought that I was lying because I have a history of lying, and because I was lying at the current moment. Wow. Wow. It's all right, die. I love the way you lie. My brain goes numb on this call. Oh my gosh. Not one of those. I need mental engagement for call. Phone too boring. No visual stimuli. No visual stimulus. Isn't that a song? Yes, it is. It is. It's featuring what, Eminem and Rihanna.
Kaboom! You out for a leisurely stroll?
I can't remember the lyrics. It's like, I love the way you lie. It's like, I'm really, really angry. I'm really, really sad. Because I treated you really, really bad. I feel bad for the things that I've done. And she's like, just gotta stand there and... My girl, she just got up and sprinted towards the sea. Oh. Relatable. I can't remember any of the lyrics. I used to know the whole song. But now I can't remember anything. I love the way you lie. You can't remember any of the lyrics? What is that? Can anybody remember anything that Eminem sings? I keep thinking about airplanes. Airplanes is mixed up in my head with Love the Way You Lie. Let's go. Time for me to make like a distant memory and fade away. Until tomorrow. Oh my gosh. A-Star is sounding more and more haunted as days go on. Oi, 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 oi. A-Star, we'll see you later, my friend. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Get out of here. You get out of here and take care of yourself. We'll see you later. Just gonna stand there and watch me burn, but it's alright because I love the way you lie. I'll remember you fondly, A-Star, for as long as I can. We could never forget about A-Star. Something about like the mattress and angry and shouting and screaming and all kinds of other Eminem things. There's all sorts of things happening. Aries just said we gotta put out all the candles. Gotta blow out all the candles, everybody. It's Mario's birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mario. 35 years. There was a mattress. I know, right? Yeah. He was talking about like get the mattress out of this house. Get this mattress out of my house. I no longer want you to be my spouse. It was something like that. He was angry. He was angry. He definitely didn't say the word spouse, but it was something like that. Just remember the song about the song was about causing a fuss. It's about being like frustrated and angry or something. There was angry. There was anger and some sadness and violent imagery. I remember there being violent imagery. I do like throwing these barrels. Okay, I think that we've done good. I think that we've done exquisite, honestly. But is there any more surprises? Because there's a blue coin over here. All right, looks good out here, you guys. I think we cleaned it up real nice. Boing, boing. Oh, wait, what about down here? Can I spray these guys to bother them? Give me some money. Give me your money.
I parched.
Get a drink. This guy in front of me got the last one. I'm so unlucky. Sorry, we're all out there. Just samples. Oh, look at that. There's money. There's money under here. There we go with this one. I'm gonna type out the entirety of All-Star. Please don't spam the chat. And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they... Oh, look at that. There's a blue coin under here. Very sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, there's another coin. Yeah. Oh, wait. Is that a person? Nope. Nope, that's a coin up there. How do we grab it? Can't see. All right. We got the cabana surprise. Mmm. Okay, and I think we should be good. Checked all the cabanas. Do we need to water the plants? No, we don't need to water no plants. We already sprayed all the fires. I wonder if any of these need to be broken. Seems like they're just filled with water. Doesn't seem important. Is there any money in the ravine here? Because once we go inside, we can't go back outside. So I just want to make sure. I don't want to set us up for failure. I wonder if you can truly put these out. Ow! It looks like it. Look, it's small. I think that the flame got small. Gotta blast it. No, that put it out, but there's no coins. Ah! Mario burns to death. No! Mario, please don't die. Please live. Whoops. Whoops, accidentally fried Mario. Mmm. Yum. Didn't I get them already? I already got some. Go. Look at the hydration, baby. Is that a G Fuel mug? I don't actually know. I don't think I specifically directed them for what kind of thing it is, but it looks like a tumbler, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a tumbler? I think that it is a, it's G Fuel, okay? That's canon. It's canon. I've determined that's canon. Oh. We must destroy all fire. All references to fire must be written out of history. Thanks for the follow, Queen Love. Appreciate it. Hey, Queen Love, how are you doing? Hope you're enjoying the Mario-related antics. Are you a fan of the sweet, sweet, delicious Super Mario Sunshine? Mmm. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, this is my very favorite Mario game. I could play this game like twice a year, which is what we're doing this year. Oi, 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 oi. But you're welcome here if you want to vibe, my friend. Whether you're lurking or whether you're talking the entire time, you just do whatever makes you comfortable. I think I gotta destroy every one of these. It's too bad that I didn't blast them all outside, because it looks like some of them give you a coin initially, and some of them you gotta put all the way out.
No! Don't spray me off, Mario! I'm not the thing you need to clean up.
Oh, we almost got it. It's the smallest flame. All right. I saw something pink floating up there. Was there a boo up there? Wing. All right. Let's steal the coins from behind the counter. Bing, bing, boom. We're already up to 38. We're doing great. I think that we I think that we're already at the amount that we got last time. We just need to find 100 coins somewhere in this level, you guys. 100 coins. That's all it is. That's the full challenge. We're gonna start with the easiest coins, and then we'll slowly collect the more difficult ones too. But there's always more than 100 levels, so more than 100 coins in the level, so it's definitely not it's definitely not smart to not start with the hard ones. The easy ones, excuse me. Just get the easy ones first. All right, so let's go to the top. Yeah, sorry, Lumbago. This chat's too slow for you to spam stuff like that. If the chat were faster and this was like just all the messages were just zooming by, it wouldn't matter. But in this community, we like to be able to read all the messages around here. And if you just fill it up with spam, we can't see what people are actually saying. Zoom. Yeah, if we go up here with Yoshi, we can eat all these boos. Get them out of the way. Wait, you can kill these guys, right? Though I think they give you at least 1 coin. Maybe it's just maybe you eat them. Yeah, we'll eat them with Yoshi. That's a way to get a lot of money. We should go get our Yoshi first. Snag these. Let's see. For you to get Yoshi, you have to. Let me remember. You don't. Is this door open for free? Yes, it is. Easy peasy. Nice. Oh, there's a coin there. There's another way down that I didn't know about. That's way easier. You can get down there with Yoshi. That's how I should have done it with Yoshi. You need alert for a bit? All right, no way. We'll see you later, Lens. Enjoy your lurk, my friend. Trippy. Hey, Pizza Dudette. How are you doing? Oh, there's a ghost. That was a ghost. With a coin. That was a ghost with money in his pocket. Gimme, gimme. Ooh. 53 coins. More than halfway there.
Wow, we're halfway there. Wow, wow.
Oh, I think that was actually gonna do it. I'm a dummy. Today feels kind of like a pizza day. I don't know. Is today giving y'all kind of pizza vibes? I'm not sure. Wednesday? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, wait. Up there. Oh, here we go. Getting them all right in one spray feels good, man. Feels good. Was that a coin? I swore I just heard a coin. Where'd the coin go? I heard it. Every day's pizza vibe. Frulio! What? Frulio's here. Holy moly. Frulio. My profile picture artist. Oh my gosh. That's the being that made my beautiful profile picture. Frulio! Hello, how are you doing? Coin. What have I done? Where'd the coin go? Oh man. What have I done? Fool that I was. Fool overtook. Oh dear. What have I done? What have I done? Frulio, it's so nice to see you. Oh wait, we're not allowed in there.
Hey, that's illegal.
Frulio, do you see our beautiful new emotes? Hooray! New emotes. New emotes. Oh whoa 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 whoa. Oh whoa. Boing. Oh, Mario needs some more water. We need some more delicious water. Delicious, healthy water. Here we go. The emotes are so cute. That means a lot coming from somebody that makes beautiful art themselves. I say. If Frulio says it, it must be true. It must be true. Frulio has great taste. Oh, wait a second. There's a ghost. This ghost doesn't stand a chance. Oh, there was a water bottle inside of that ghost.
Yeah, boy.
Ariza! Hey! Was today payday?
Ariza got this gifted a tier 1 sub to Frulio.
Oh my
They have
gosh,
given
today
83
is
gift subs in
payday.
the channel.
Arisa, thank you for the gifted sub from Frulio. Hooray! Now Frulio gets to use all of the emotes. What a blessing. How dare. How dare you? Arisa! Boing. It was a few days ago. Oh no. Oh no. I appreciate it. But Frulio is great. I can't resist. I can't argue. I can't argue. We love Frulio. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Frulio, did you make the art that is your profile picture? Did you make that? Is that yours? Ooh. No, let me up. Come on, Yoshi. Ah. Come on, Yoshi. There we go. We gotta eat all these. Yummy. Delicious. You might need to go back to bed soon. Me and the fam are going on a trip tomorrow. Ooh, big trip. Lumbago just sounds exciting. Ara ara. A trip. What fun. It's so cute. So cute. I love it so much. The little giggle. The little giggle is adorable. Is that an OC or is that a character that I just am not, that I just don't know? It's so cute. I love them. Love, love, love. Yoshi dies. Oh, wait, what? Oh, did I just get Yoshi stuck here? Yoshi, eat him. No, 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 no. Get out of here. It's Frulio the strawberry lion. So cute. No, I just got it stuck again. Yoshi, no, stop. Ah.
Yosh! Here we go. Yoshi!
Delicious. Ghosts. The strawberry lion. So cute. I love it. I finally got my art of my OC. Roommate and I are ordering food. Ooh, is it pizza time? Pizza time. Are you getting some pizza? Get some delicious pizza. Look at all these coins. We're doing great. We're doing great. This level is gonna be easy peasy. Athena, I could not sleep, and now I am back. Oh no! Well, I'm glad to see you, Athena, but I wish you could have gotten some schlep schlep. Stupid evasive schlep schlep. Right when we needed it. They're gonna die. Yoshi's gonna die. We gotta get Yoshi some food. Stat. We gotta get Yoshi some noms right now. We're going down. Also, if Yoshi falls in water, they die. It's no good, really. Okay, there we go. We're all juiced up. We're all juiced up, and we're a beautiful shade of perp. Beautiful perp. Wait a second. Does Yoshi die if we go through here? Oh, it's not deep enough to hurt Yoshi. Good, good. Good, good. Yoshi is totally fine. Yoshi is totes Gucci, LOL.
Yoshi, get up there. Come on. I believe in you.
Did I shoot it at the wrong time? Oh dear. Yoshi noms. I wish that we had the Yoshi lick right now, but we've literally got 2 more coins, Ariza. 2 more coins. It's gonna be easy. Easy peasy. I know where we can go. They're right down here. They're right down here. Right through this ghost. There's gotta be 1 coin in here, right? Aha! There they are! All right! The shine's out! Shine's out, you guys. Let's go grab them! The hotel in this level is so much fun. It's my... Wait a second. Frulio, how did you know that this is my favorite level? Did you read my mind? This is my very favorite level. I love it so much. The music is a jam. The mysteries, the jammies, everything's just the best. It's just the best. It's a whole vibe. It really makes me feel like we're on vacation. I love it. I love it. In need of a name. We've done it again. And yes, we've done it again. Back to Delfino Plaza. So we're kind of ignoring the Delfino Plaza shines a little bit out of laziness. And we're going to, oh yeah. You know what's funny? What's funny is that we're going to kind of mess up the game a little bit because the entire place is going to flood before we can finish all the levels. Because I think that we're going to be getting too many shines. Because we're not spreading them thinly. Instead, we're clearing it out 100%. There's only 2 more levels left. That's it? What is this going to be, a 5-part series? Shaking my head. I can't believe it. That means that we've got to go to Noki Bay. There's Noki Bay, and then there's the village. Should we go to the bay or the village, you guys? What do you think? The bay has a big water level where you have to care for a giant monster's teeth. And then the village is where you go to do the fluff parade and you tame some angry chain chomps. I always knew Kenny had amazing taste. Oh, what? Is that just because of the streamers that we both watch together? I'm not surprised. I mean, we both like Oops. I guess Maybe we both have good taste. I don't know. I don't know. Boing, bruh. I'm so writing right now. You're writing? There's a plot twist that just happened and you surprised yourself with it? Ooh, that's a good sign. That's a good sign right there. I think if since nobody's weighing in, I think that we're gonna go to Noki Bay. Hydrate, Kenny. Take care of yourself. Okay, Dakota, fine. Fine. Nope. Drinky time. Drinky time. Some good water. Laggy, I know. There's a problem with lag this evening, and I'm not sure if it's Twitch, and I'm not sure if it's my internet. I wonder if Twitch is having issues. I'm gonna look up, like, Twitch, server issues, and I'm gonna see if there's any reports. Twitch status. All systems operational. Login, web chat, video, broadcasting, purchases. Okay, so there's no identified issues right now. It says Twitch is always live, except for when it's not. It could be this specific server, and it could also be my internet. Maybe they're doing some sort of a some work on it. I don't know. Offline, one of them, ingest servers for Japan is down, France is down, Miami's down, but I don't use any of those. You weren't saying that I was laggy? I am laggy tonight, actually. I am laggy indeed. Oh, you're gonna go get some sleep? We'll see you later. Arisa, thanks for being here. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Get yourself some sleep. Get yourself some sleep. It's late. It's late. Go get some rest.
Bye-bye, Arisa.
It was great to hang out with you.
Ow-wah.
Ow-wah. I say that we go to Noki Bay. Blep. Look at all the bleps. They're so cute. Cute, cute. Oh, let's look up. This is how you unlock the level. You gotta look at the sun. You guys, I don't think that there's any kids in the chat, but I'm just saying. Looking at the sun will not send you to a magical bay. All right, so don't do it. So don't look at the sun. It will not unlock a new level. It will not unlock a new level. You will have vision issues. Please care for your eyeballs. You have no blep? Pizza Dudette, that's a bit emote. That's a bit emote, I'm afraid. I wish that I could have made them all available, but I am not a partner. So I am not allowed. Twitch said, Twitch said, Very rude. Very rude, very rude. I have vision issues already. Does that mean that I can look? Oh, why, yes it does. But only you, Callie. Only you, because you know better. Okay, so we're supposed to uncork a waterfall, right? Maybe we gotta walk up this way. I don't actually know. My brain's small. Brain small. I'm a child. Oh, what? What? I didn't know that about you. Alchemic, I'm learning so much today. Hooray! Alchemic, it's nice to get to know you better. Brain small. Brain small, very squish. I am very squishy brain today. My brain is like a little mush. My brain is a little mush, and I definitely feel bleppy today. I'm feeling bleppy. All these changes really exhausted me, because I'm a big baby. Because I'm a big, sweet baby. I can't help it. All these changes, they stress me out. All this art and change and movement and introductions and all that. Ah, this is too much. It's too much for me, wee brain. What else did you learn about me today? What else did I learn about alchemy today? I learned that you had a friend that had a squirrel when you were younger that used to bound over. Aha! I learned that you had a friend with a squirrel. When you were a wee bean. Got him. I remembered. Hooray! Whoops! Bye-bye. Off the edge. Are we supposed to go over here? I'm confused. Photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. So, are we allowed up here? I'm gonna clean up the squiddy. Squid kid. Uh-oh. Must blast squid kid. There you go. That's good enough, right? That was some life-changing Mario cleanup style. Wow. Danger. We're out of water. Wait a second. Can we get more water up here? Oh no. Down we go. All right, back we go. BRB. BRB, LOL. I think we gotta go all the way back down to the bottom to go get some more water. We were so close. But we can get up a little bit faster. Cause look, we made ourselves a little boost. Boyong, boyong. Today I learned I was a plant. Thanks everyone. Wait, what? Photosynthesis? Photosynthesis. Come on, Sandy, let's pretend to be plants. Photosynthesis. You used to think that the purple water was grape soda. So acidic. That's a lot of citric acid. I think that we might need to dilute some of this grape juice because I'm thinking it's a little too distilled. I think that there might be a little too powerful. The purple water, yeah, in this level. You see it, mangled marionette? Look at all that purple water. Look at that beautiful purple water. Whenever I was younger, I thought that it was normal water until I jumped into it. That wasn't good. Okay, so to uncork the waterfall, I think that we gotta go kick this guy's buns. I think we gotta beat up this squirrel cousin. It's almost a squirrel, but it's so much uglier. Oh, did I do that right? Oh dear. Oh no. Must explode. Must explode Mario. If only it wasn't poisonous. I know, then we could taste it. Listen, I'm not even sure if it's poisonous. Maybe we gotta double check. We can double check together. I'm sure it's safe. Deactivate bomb. Boing. Big toss. Bye-bye, buddy. Look at his little scrawny arms. I love his little scrawny hands. His little paws only have 3 fingers. Bye-bye, kaboom! All right. Well, would you look at that? Why, there was a shine hiding in there. I can't believe it. We uncorked the grape soda bottle. And now we can have all of the delicious soda that we want. Hooray! Whee! Look at that cork fly. Hooray! It's like a cork out of one of those toy guns. The toy guns that you go like you pull it and then you go zoop. With the cork on the end. You know what I'm saying. The roommate loves the new emotes too. Roommate knows what's up. Roommate knows what's up. I love them too. We'll see you later, Athena. I'm sorry that you thought you were a plant. Oh, workout break right now? I'll come back. Suffer. Suffer. It's time for gains, you guys. Oh boy, it's workout time. Here we go. Streamer gotta work out. Streamer gotta get strong. Thanks very much for the break. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of a workout break, you guys. While we listen to this beautiful music. I'm gonna go back there. We're gonna go back there to the hobbit hole, to the hidden corner in the side, and I'm gonna do some pull-ups, you guys. So if you needed some encouragement to do a quick workout, do it right now, okay? Let's work out together. I'll be right back. All right. Workout. There we go. We worked it out together, you guys. Woo. I'm glad that we worked out things between us. Thank goodness. You do workout stuff now? Just a little bit. Just a little bit, which was plenty. Feels good, man. Thank you, Alchemic.
I've done it. He's done it again. But then the Earl of Suds did it again. With the incredible workout break.
Boing. Interesting. Interesting. You know what? I bet that we could get 100 coins on this level. I see a lot of coins around here. Well, what do you think? Now we gotta go for a little ride in the purple water. 100 coins? I'm thinking yes. I think that you can do it on this level. I wouldn't be surprised if there's, you know, sometimes there's multiple levels, and this one definitely looks good. This one looks good. I thought that you were standing on Wailord for a second. What? I'm thinking 100 coins is possible. Let's go for a ride on the grape juice boat. Boat full of grape juice. Yum yum. There goes. This is like a little canoe. It's a canoe, but Mario has to ride all by himself. You think another episode might be safer because there's not purple water? You might be right about that. That makes sense, but are these here? Are these here during the safer levels? Why would these coins be here on a safer level? I guess they certainly could be. I've seen weirder things. Okay, here we go. Oh, you gotta go? You got a lot to do? All right, we'll see you later. Mangled Marionette, please. Get your stuff done, my friend. It was fun to hang out with you. It was fun to hang out with you, but you know what? We all got things to do. I totally understand. We'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Much love to our friendo, Mangled Marionette, who we met yesterday. We met you yesterday, and it already feels like you're part of the crew. Okay, I thought it'd be safe, but it ain't safe. It ain't safe out there. Holy moly. Goodness, I thought that I could at least snag that one coin. Gosh. Jeez, Mario. Mario, why are you so freaking weak? Can't handle a little grape juice. Goodness gracious. Like somebody that's ill-adjusted to the amount of sugar in American soda. He can't even have even a little bit of grape juice out here. Goodness. What about you, old man?
Oh, yes. Excellent way to go, Master Mario. You have returned our waterfall to normal. Bravo. What's that? The ocean's still dirty? Strange. It looks like my theory was way off, Will. That's okay. I think I've got a real lead on the real cause. Now, this may not seem like much of a reward, but I'm going to... Oh, my God.
Did I already know that? Oh. There's like 6 down there. I don't know. Can't handle the perp. You can't take the perp. You're getting your first corona vaccine tomorrow? Ooh, the first poke. Ye old first poke. Awesome sauce. Victory Fire, thank you so much for doing your civic duty. Thank you for doing your civic duty and taking care of the vaccine. It took me a long time to get mine. I've had me first poke. And now I'm just waiting for me second one. Which will be happening in oh man, the internet's dying out here. Spectrum. My next jab is in about a week. Whee! Yeah, because I got it, it was what? It's 3 weeks in between? So it'll be real soon. I think it's on the 2nd. I want to go over here. What, do you think there's a blue coin around here? Yummy. We've only gotten 64 coins. I don't know if we can do it, you guys. I don't know if we can do it. Doesn't feel right. 3 or 4 depending on the brand. You're exactly right. I think that you can take the Pfizer one faster, right? The Pfizer's in 3 weeks, and then the Moderna is 4. I got the Moderna one. Oh, wow! You're getting all vaxxed up. Victory fire? Why you're getting poked left and right? Oh, goodness alive! Well, I actually redid my my PDAP the other day, so I've been on a bit of a poking streak as well. Lots of pokes. Interesting. Why, look at all these squids. Excuse me, give me your lunch money. Give me your lunch money, you filthy squids. You thought it was 2 weeks between? I don't think so. I think that it's 3 or 4. But there's also one that you only get poked once, right? Isn't that the Johnson & Johnson one? Uno Poco. You make me un poco loco. Little extra coins. We're probably gonna have to reopen this because we can't possibly go this fast. Ah. You enjoy shots? Well, I don't hate them. I don't enjoy them per se. But it's nice to get it done, that's for sure. It's a good thing to have done. Ooh, I wonder if these close up automatically. Ooh, I hope not. 'Cause I'd love to grab all this stuff up here right now. All right, there we go. You had 3 months between yours because the practice was so booked. Oh my goodness. Oh, they did close up. How dare they? You monster. You may be able to do the whole thing now, though. All right. This time we've got it. All right, now we got it. Oh, no. Ah! Up we go. You wish that blue coins were in real life? Yeah, where's our colorful currency, huh? At least for Pride Month, could we print like 100 rainbow bills or something so that we can add some more colorful currency to the circulation? Come on. People would collect them. Why sell bonds whenever you can just print colorful currency? Come on. Get creative, US. Let's raise some funds. I'll buy some colorful currency. I'd buy a rainbow bill. Who would be on the rainbow bill, huh? Who would it be? Obama? Ow! No, God. Canada has some colorful bills. Ooh. Has it got like a pretty maple leaf? I don't know what those I don't know what the Canucks have except for bagged milk. Bagged milk. Oh, we should crush his little companions. We should kill his friends. That's what Mario would do. What would Mario do? All right, we got 87. I think we got this, you guys. Why not try pulling on it by pressing Y? Listen, I know how to play this game. But shut your mouth, Flood. You've talked some serious trash today. Are we allowed down here? Or does this send us to the underworld? Look at this. Oh, because the fish brings us all the way to the surface? Is this a dangerous mission that we're going on here? Oh, dear. I'm scared, you guys. Oh, blue coin, come. Down we go, to the bottom. Okay, I think that the fish will take us to the top. America is one of the few countries with the same colored bills? Really? So we just boring. Not too much of a surprise. $5 is blue, $10 is purple, $20 is green, 50 is red, 100 is golden brown. Ooh. I want some purple bills. Come on, America, give me some purple bills. We're at 97. We got this, you guys. I think we got this. It was dangerous, but I think that we're gonna do it. Boing. Oh, speaking of purple, I almost died. A little nass on the rainbow bill. What? Oh no. Nash can be on the evil red bill. The cursed $666. Have you seen the new little Nash bill? Whoa, anti-dark. Hey, Kelsey! Oh my gosh, what the hell are you doing? That music is so loud. Kelsey, how was the art? You were doing more of the Pride art, right? Did you finish it? Oh my gosh, Kelsey, it's good to see you. How was the streaming? You finished it? Nice. Miss me, Eager J. I've been eagerly awaiting your return. How's everybody else doing? Moy, hi there, Moy. Welcome, welcome. How are y'all doing? Hi, everybody from Anti-Dark Heart. I hope you had a wonderful time watching some Galactic Rock Galaxy. I kind of forgot the name of the game, but it's the Galactic Galaxy game. It looks very, very fun. I'm kind of tempted to play it. Hashtag gay minors. And then the what was the other thing that you did? You did your Pride piece? I hope that y'all had a wonderful time with my friend Kelsey. Thanks so much for jumping in here. Kelsey, you sweet bean. It means a lot. We're still playing some sweet Mario. Tis Waffles. Kelsey's chatbot fueled my gambling addiction. Oh no. You've been gambling away all of your money and all of your fake money? Your precious fake money's been gambled away? Shaking my head, I can't believe it. Tis Waffles. I'm sorry that Kelsey has done this to you. We went to a casino in this very game. Just earlier, we were in a casino. It's true. All of my beans gone. How dare. Kelsey stole them. I won't forgive her. You shouldn't either. Did you hear the Waluigi? I cannot wait to see the artwork that you made. Kelsey, I know it's amazing. I know it's amazing, but I can't wait to see. And for all of you that are just coming over and you've never met me before, hi there. My name's Kenny. I play games like every single day. I'm just a goofball that likes to keep it hype and exciting over here. I don't know if Kelsey said anything about me, but I do want to say, Kelsey also made my beautiful sub badges. If you've seen my little sub badges with the cute little purple squirrel, the little pixelated purple squirrel, that also turns rainbow and is beautiful, that was made by the incredible Kelsey themselves. Kelsey made those. They're so cute. They're so cute, and I'm so happy with them. And also, all of these new emotes, they are brand new. They're brand new, and they were made by an artist named OK Pie. Yes. Incredible. Die. I wouldn't be too embarrassed. I had to look it up. I'm sorry. I had to look up what the flag was. All right. I did my best. I just didn't know. I thought it was non-binary, but I couldn't tell if it was orange or if it was yellow. Brain empty. Brain almost gone. Brain withered. Stem cracking in half. All right, we gotta go beat up a boss. We're gonna go kill a squid. We have to murk the squid that lives up here. Now listen, it's an evil squid, so I don't want to hear you, I don't want to hear any complaints, all right? He's a bad boy. No! He's like, let me out. There we go, goodness. No. Get over. Mario, what are you doing? Up we go. Nice. Okay, we gotta get out of here. Kelsey's art is always amazing. I agree. Kelsey make beautiful art. Make the most beautiful art ever. How do I have such a talented friend? It doesn't seem possible. Go, Mario, go! Go, Mario! Kelsey is an amazing human being. It's true. Now y'all better shush. Y'all are gonna make Kelsey blush. Whoa! All right, now can we murder this squid without ripping its legs off? Because Mario's all about ripping squid's legs off. It's a real bummer. It's really sad. But sometimes you can kill him without ripping his legs off. We're gonna try it. Oh, F-Bullet, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Welcome to the party, my friend. Whoops. I want to grab his mouth. want to grab his mouth, but I need his legs to be like pinned down for a minute. Ah, dangerous! Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Come on. No. Okay, wait. There we go. Mario seems kind of metal, dude. I don't know, ripping arms and legs off. Kind of metal, dude. Okay, we can't do it. We can't do it. We're gonna have to tear his legs off. You hear that, buddy? These legs have gotta go. Oops. Slammies. Man, he swacked me. He swacked me good. I'm gonna end up changing my number at this rate. What, more calls? Oh my gosh. The phone call is over. Oh, I see. Goodness, that took forever. Oof. Sorry you gotta deal with that, my friend. Yikers. Oh! I've been tempted to change my phone number a couple of times. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was the same call the whole time. I literally automatically assumed that the call had been over and that a new one had just called. That's how long it's been. Also, sorry about that horrible ring, ring, ring sound. The horrible ring, ring, ring sound. I'll get some more coins, okay? I think he's gonna survive for another bout. There's coins up here. That's a fat call. Goodness. Look, he's puking over there. He must be sick. He got sick. He can hit us with his legs while we're in a tree. This guy's a sniper. Can I rip his face off? Ah! We got it! You can do it! We only ripped one leg off! Did he just land in the grass and disappear? Okay. He bopped you in the tree, slapped us right out of the air. He slapped us good. Savvy, welcome back. How are you doing? Yeah! All right. Oh, wait. I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to spray one of those pots with water so that you can get a blue coin. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that there's a blue coin hiding in there. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Hello, I just woke up. Sorry, I ran off to work yesterday without saying bye. It's okay, Olivia. It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. Sometimes sometimes I have to raid and I don't even get to say goodbye. I just have to rush out of there. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. You like the new emotes? They're so cute. I love them so much. They make me so happy. I especially love today. Arisa made in like 2 hours or something, made the blep emote that I love so much.
No, I've got it, yes. I surely do have it. What have I got? Why, the answer to our polluted ocean problem, of course. And the answer is you. You must go to the ocean floor. Of course, that's impossible for you at the moment. Therefore, I've made an area for you to hone your skills. Boop, bop, boop. Wear this and you can stay underwater for much, much longer. Use flood to move around and get red coins. But don't overdo it. If you run low on air, here's what you gotta do. Grab some regular coins.
There's no scientific explanation for what just happened. Arisa knocks them out so quickly now. I know, right? I'm so impressed. I'm very proud. I'm very proud. Ooh. Here we go. Yo, Josh! Hey! Thank you so much for the subscription. Josh Marissa, wait a second. Wait a second, do I know you? Thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 3 months. Wait a second. Hang on. Do I know you? I recognize that name. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the Tier 1 for 3 months. Goodness gracious, what the heck? Oi, 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 oi. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, the blep's gone. That's because it got removed. The blep got removed. But we do need a new command with the bleps. I almost wish that it wasn't removed. Marcus City, I knew it. It's you, Marissa. How are you doing? What's up? What's up, Marissa? We're in a new house. We got some new vibes. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the 3 months. That's my friendo Marissa. I know you. How is Josh? How are the boys? How's everything going? Hope you're feeling good. Oi, 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 oi. Twitch has a Pikachu. Now you're making me want to show off the beautiful art that you made. I've got it sitting right up there. It's sitting in a spot so that it gets enough light from my what are they called? Just my stage lights that I use. It gets enough light so that at night I look forward and I can see a glowing moon. I can see the glowing moon right in front of me. Hooray! All right, last coin. But it's nice to see you. I don't want to bug you because you can just vibe, my friend. You can just vibe. You can just vibe or you can talk, whatever. You just do whatever's comfy for you, my friend. I'm just glad to see you. And I super appreciate the support. You are always so supportive. And we love you, friendo. All right, Moy. Oi, oi, oi. Moy's got to go to bed. I shall chill now. Maybe go to bed after the sun's already up. Oh, my gosh. Moy, how dare you? How dare you? We'll see you later, Moy. Get some rest. Oi, oi, oi. Moy. It was nice to see you, my friend. Twice. Lurk, promised roommate that I'd brush her pup, so I'll BRB. Sounds good, Kelsey. Go take care of the pup. What'd you say? Good night. Well, good morning. Good sleepy morning. Get yourself some morning sleepies. I mean, hey. Gosh, the kids upstairs, they are on the move. Those kids upstairs are bouncing around. Loves kind of in an art block right now, but you just bought over $200 worth of the glow powder. Whoa, glow powder galore. Nice. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's the only art that I can see whenever the lights are turned off. Whenever the lights are out and I turn off everything and the entire room is bathed in darkness. The one thing that I can see is the dull glow of a moon. Hey, Dell! Yo! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly! Can we get some hype in the chat for the big gifted subs? Yo! Dell, what the heck? Thank you so much for the big gifts. Oi, 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 oi. So I'm at least 2 raids deep now. Not sure how many I was AFK at. KIR, I wonder, were you in anti-dark art stream, or were you maybe in let me see. Who else rated us? Kuri rated us as well. Sunglasses time? I know. All right, you guys, listen. We just reached 15 subs because of our friend Odell. Thank you so much for the insane amount of support there. You know what time it is? You know what time it is. It's Mario mustache glasses time. And we gotta get Mario a glass. We gotta get Mario with some glasses too. Here we go. The mustache is back, you guys. The classic Mario mustache finally returns. After a long time away, blessed. Thank you, Dell, for pushing us over the edge and forcing me to wear the most beautiful mustachio that I know of. I'm pretty sure that you can cheese your way up here. I'm quite confident. I'm quite sure that you can, because we've done it before. Yeah, that's right. Nice. Boing. All right, let me see. Good morning, Moy. Streamer, are you finishing this tonight? Oh, what? No, what? So finishing the game? With only 2? Are the kids gonna drop to the ceiling? I mean, if they do, I mean, at least I'll get some new neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Hey, drop on down. Drop on down. I'm getting new neighbors if that happens, because I'm going to complain until they give me one of the new apartments. He has become a mix of OT, Mario, and Click. What? You mean the Click mustache, the OT glasses, and the Mario hat? You know, I was thinking it'd be really funny if if I ever meet up with OT, I'm definitely wearing glasses. I'm definitely gonna be wearing glasses, and I can listen. We can take a picture together as OT, Human One, and the Earl with glasses. Maybe we'll have Click there. I don't know. We'll see. You saw a blue coin under the ledge? Dang, I missed it. I missed it, but it's all right because it's curse time. It's too bad Kelsey's gonna miss this because golly gee, this is a cursed boss fight. You're originally in Lissy's stream who rated Anti-Dark Heart, who just rated you? Holy moly. Kerr, what were you doing? Were you vibing, my friend? Doing some sweet, sweet lurks? Making some art, playing some games, cleaning your house? Getting some food? Food. Boss battle. This is a cool boss battle, but it is definitely cursed. And it's somewhat frustrating. Maybe lurking because you're playing modded MC? Sweet. What are the mods, my friend? What kind of mods are we talking about? I've been enjoying unmodded Minecraft at the moment just because of the new updates. But I do really love all technical mods that like add extra crafting and stuff like that. I tried to play Pixelmon, but I gotta say it's jank as heck. It is jank as heck, and I'd rather just play like any. Oh dang! I'll go back down. Okay, let me get some juice. Let me get some health. Aw, Frulio pizza, so cute. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you cleaning it? Yeah. We're the dentist. We're super duper dentist. We gotta clean up all of its teeth. Its teeth are busted. All it wants for Christmas is its 2 front teeth to not be rotten. I can't promise anything, but we're gonna do our best. Yeah, we're cleaning its teeth. Mario is a professional dentist. A doctor, a dentist, a plumber. What can Mario not do? He's also a warrior. Listen, Mario's a bean of many talents. What can I say? Let's go get some food. Dr. Mario is Dentist Mario. Oh, what? I thought that Dr. Mario gives you like prescriptions. Is that just like for tooth pain? Is that all that Dr. Mario is giving out? That many pills for tooth decay? Holy moly. He do be blasting you with pills though. That's a lot. See, because I thought that he was fighting germs. I guess there's germs in your mouth, right? Also, he is losing teeth. I'm not sure if I'd pay for this dentist operation. What, he just grabs a water nozzle and blasts your teeth until they fall out? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a real dentist to me. It's a spin-off. Dentist Mario. Dentist Mario was a Japanese-only release. They didn't think that it'd fare so well in the States, so just Dr. Mario for us. The sequel never made it to the States. Never got a proper translation. Oh dang, now we get eaten. Just kidding, I'm gonna clean your gold tooth. Yeah! Remember to take proper care of your teeth. You hear that? You hear that? That's for everybody right there. Mario and Barbie can do every job ever. I'm tour guide I'm tour guide Barbie. They knew how scary dentists were in the States, so they didn't even bother importing it exactly. Is that a heart? They love the job. That's their review on Yelp. Their review on Yelp is just 1 heart. That'd be really now I want to be the Yelp reviewer that just responds with 1 emoji. And people follow it because it's almost a meme. Is Dentist Mario real? Dentist Mario's not real. He can't hurt you. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're all safe against Dentist Mario. He's a figment. He's a figment of all of our imaginations. Our collective memory has added Dentist Mario, but trust me, he's not real. All right, back. Now, kids, you may need to take care of your teeth, but you also gotta look at the sun. That's how you become super powerful. Surf swim. Kenny, I have to ask. Do you like the Fallout series? Fallout series of books? I love the Fallout series of books are incredible. I even like the graphic novels. So we gotta race this purple-hatted gentleman up here. Excuse me, my dear sweet bean. I think that he races across, right? Yeah, way over there. I know this. Kuri, you're alive! It's what? It's a miracle? It's a miracle, Kuri, you're back! Hey! That's 9 months! Oi! Thank you again, Alchemic, for that
Thanks
humongous,
to Alchemic Refuge for my
humongous gift!
I love you.
Awesome sauce! Oh, yeah, it's still going on. It's still going on. Kuri, it's so nice to see you, my friend. How are you doing? We got new emotes. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. I didn't even see you in the chat. I didn't even see you in the chat, but I thanked you profusely, and I spoke only good words of you. I spoke only the bestest words. Like dab, poggers, and things like that. I said that you were a very pog streamer, and I was very dab to meet you. Your natural, what, your computer died? Oh my gosh. Your computer's dying, my internet's dying. The whole world must be coming together at it seems must be starting to, they're starting to unravel. The fabric of time and reality are fading slowly, painfully. But Kuri, I hope that your computer's not completely busted. If it is, just bring it on over here. Come on, just come up a little bit north. Come a little bit north. We could do some sweet crane games. You can train me. You can train the crane. You can train me in the power of the crane, and I will fix your computer. Okay? I've got all my tools. They're already ready. I've got all my cables out. I've got my Microsoft Windows USB stick ready to go. I will repair your computer for the low price of 1 or 2 lessons. The Shell's secret. Shell's secret is that they accidentally dumped a ton of oil into Noki Bay and killed all of the piantas. Wait, is that a little dark? Never mind. That's not the secret of Shell. They're talking about a real shell. Okay. You're thinking about buying the Flash version of Binding of Isaac on Steam this weekend because Binding of Isaac is super hard and you're not good at games? It's a pretty fun game anyway, as long as you don't mind the dark and oppressive atmosphere that happens in it. It's a fun game, even if you suck at it, because I pretty much suck at it as well. It's hard if you play like Kelsey does. Kelsey plays the hardest levels with all of the expansions and everything. I can't even play like that, but I have fun with the basic game. I don't know. I'd recommend it if you want to try it out. You hate this level so much? Game Boy, I'll ace it in 1 try, okay? To make you feel better. Then, next time that you encounter this level, you're going to be like, the Earl of Suds beat it. I'm going to be fine. It'll be fine. Oh, dang. Maybe it won't be fine. Maybe we'll all die. Maybe I'll fall right off the edge. There we go. Kelsey is another breed of gamers. That's true. She's also another bred of gamers. I mean, she's very good at that game. She absolutely destroys it. This one. Oh, bless my soul. Bless my soul. Now, Game Boy, Rocket Sand, listen. If you make mistakes and you die a bunch, nobody has to know. Nobody has to know. It'll be our little secret. It'll be our little secret. Now, whenever I said that I was going to beat this level in 1 try, I meant I was going to die on the first jump. That's... You guys, I want to explain something. If you've never streamed before, this is just a little secret from me to you. From me to you, for all prospective streamers, if you beat levels too easily, everybody's going to get bored, okay? Often whenever you're playing games online, it's not about the gameplay. It's about the story. It's the story of how did you die? Where did you die? How was the game? How was the stream? And honestly, as streamers, we're here crafting narratives, crafting our own story. A game has a story itself, but as you play it, you create your own story. There's rises, there's falls, and if there's no growth throughout the game, then it's not a story that's worth telling. And for me, I'm always trying to push the limits of what streaming can be. So I'm always pushing new narratives. And here I'm making it a little bit more exciting, you know? If I just beat that level in the first try, that would have been boring. You wouldn't have told your friends about this one. But this right here, oh boy, you're gonna be telling your mom about that. You're gonna be telling your mom about this jump right here, yes. Your mommy's going to know that the Earl of Suds conquered this level after struggling a tiny bit. One tiny little bit. Here he goes. Unbelievable. I can't believe what my eyes are seeing. He's playing Mario. He fell off the edge. Shit. God dang it. Dang it. We had it. Oh, no. Ah, darn. I was hyping myself up the whole time and it didn't work. Dang it. Dang it. This one, Corey, we've got it. Darn. I was trying to trick myself into being good for like 5 minutes. Oh, it's close. Gosh. Just slippy. Getting slippy with it. I think that you can actually jump that spot, but I'm going the slow way. Because this is all that I know. Shaking it's all I know, streamer. Here we go. Kenny did it for the views. It's true. Boing. Oh, by the way, for that advice that I just gave, the price is 1 follow. 1 follow for follow. I'm trying to get this stream started, you guys. So I'm doing follow for a little while longer. You give me a follow, I'll give you one. It's a little questionable, but hey, whatever gets it done, you know. Path to partner. Nobody said that path to partner was going to be a smooth path. Okay, it's wrought with obstacles. Path to partner is rotten. No, it's wrought with things. It's rotten. It's withered. Path to partner sucks. Boyong. All right. Getting lifted with Mario. And then we won. And then we won with 3 tries. And my nose was itchy. The path to partner is covered with PvP ganks. You just got ganked by Twitch. Wait a second. There's a character named Twitch that has a cloak, right? A sneaky cloak. The path to partner is a slimy sewer filled with rats. Rats. We are the rats. Michael, it's your birthday today. Santa Bump is on his way. And Michael, you've been such a good boy this year. Blow out the candles, everybody cheer. Rats. I'm the big rat, and I make all the rules. The path to partner is through 8 Jigsaw movies? Ooh. I wouldn't mind getting trapped in a Jigsaw puzzle with a lot of the streamers that I know that are on the path to partner. Tee. That sounds like a fun party. Escape room. Wait a second. People normally pay for those. Wait a second. I'd pay to have that right there. And death just makes it more spicy. Spice. Hey, stay still, you little turd. Come back here. Hey, stop. Come back. Please. Shadow Mario. No. Why? Come back. Let me kill you. That spray almost got him. Boing. Yeah. Gimme. Give me brush. Give me that brush. Oh boy, we're gonna have to go around this whole thing all over again. Blast. Man, Shadow Mario has no fear. Normal Mario has lots of fear. Look at him, he's standing in the water pool. What are you thinking? Water is clearly your enemy. Why are you taking these risks for your health? Stop taking such risks to your financial health. You enjoy Bonk being more pricey? Ooh, did somebody lose Bonk? I'm sorry. I had to schmoove it. I had to schmoove him around. Listen, there's a lot of new emotes. What can I say? Yatta. Olivia, are we still talking about those shelves? Olivia be moving the shelves, being real strong. Olivia, I've been proud of you ever since I heard about those shelves. Ooh. Oh, thanks for the lurk. Eager J, dang. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, my friend. Go into alert mode. Thanks for that view. I lost Bonk, but it's okay. What was it replaced with? Why, Linz, did you get paid back for it? Sorry that it taken. Let's see, there were, let me scroll up a little bit. On stream, once I was doing Champions Road on the new 3D Mario, which is the hardest level, and my furthest attempt the last time I take great confidence, and wolfidence, speed, precision, and power. Ooh, power. Power, yes. You know that the sewer the kids play in Stardew that Joja's sludge comes out of? That's the Path to Partner. What? You mean that the Path to Partner has Krobus? It's worth it. Best Bean Krobus is in the Path to Partner? All right, I'm sticking on this path, okay? I don't want to leave. Krobus is here. No, it's okay. I like the ones I got. They're so cute, and they're so consistent. Now if you look at the area, it's all perp. It's straight up perp. You know what I'm saying? It's got purple profile picture. We got perpy derps and we got purple lerps. There's perpies everywhere. Which are the base ones? The base things? Path to Partner is hot tub. Ooh, we need to get in the hot tub meta. Still? Fine. Consistency, indeed. Predictability. Path to Partner is through Outlast DLC, Whistleblower, and Outlast 2. You shush, Dakota. There will be no more Outlast. You can stop complaining right now. You can stop complaining. There'll be no more Outlast. Here we go. Those are the base ones. Let me see. That's laugh, heart, hype, sip, and high. Yep, that's it. And wave, I should say, not high. Yep, that's all of them. Fifi, how are you doing? Hello. Ooh, Marissa, you saying that you're playing some sweet, delicious Stardew with Josh? I've actually played a little bit with the Risa. I've played a little bit with my Kiwi friends, and I've played a fair bit of it by myself. It's so good. It is a very good game. Very good game. Do you have a favorite character? Are you marrying a character of some sort? Or did you marry each other? That's awesome. Under the ledge should be a blue coin. Would you believe me if I told you that I forgot again, Dakota? Would you believe me? Would you believe that that you told me in time, but I just didn't pay attention? I mean, it'd be great to chill in the hot tub and pay my rent. I mean, if I could do a hot tub stream, I wouldn't complain. That's true. I mean, to me, I don't see a lot of shame in kind of taking advantage of your platform a little bit. Hey, you know, that's up to you what you're gonna do with your platform. If people give you a platform, then you kind of feel like it's your own, you know. Just because I wouldn't do something doesn't mean that hey, make that money. Make that money. I'm proud of all of y'all hot tub streamers. That's blessed. Here we go. Oh, wait, I think it's going to oh, there it is. There it goes. Go back. The Path of Partner is wrought with forsaken goblins. Sometimes you just gotta do meta things. I know, right? Whenever the egg-eating meta starts, I'm gonna be on fire, you guys. Whenever the egg-eating meta gets started, I'm way ahead of the curve, actually. I feel like we're making the meta. Whee! You're single in the game? Ooh. Do you have somebody you're interested in? What do you think about the characters? Do you love Haley? Is Haley your favorite one? Whee! You'll be ahead of the curve. Yeah, I'm already ready. You don't even know how many eggs I've already eaten. I've been back at it since 2021. The Path to Partners through the grinds of Warframe and Destiny 2. Uh-oh. No. No Destiny 2. Yeah, you can just set the egg clip on rerun for a few hours. Reruns. Imagine doing reruns. That's crazy. What do we got? All the secret levels are not done. Now I wonder. Thinking. Big brain. Josh and Lucas both love Penny. She's pretty sweet. She's just too basic for me. Okay, so the shell secret is 1. That's one of them right there. I don't know where the last secret shrine, the secret shine. Where is it? The shell's secret. This is one of them. There are some popular streamers that do reruns, and you don't know why. It's because you can't get enough. Alchemic, you can't get enough. I know you watch every rerun, don't you? Don't you? Man, I was watching a rerun of Ludwig sleeping. It was incredible. It was just like I remembered it. It's just nice to relive those moments. Was I going to... Oh yeah, we gotta go to the show. Look at all those shines! I know! Frulio. I'm actually kind of sad. I wish the game was longer. I love it so much, I don't want to stop. I wish that that first level with PD Piranha lasted forever. That's my entire childhood right there. That feels like all the happiness, the happiest moments of my childhood. Right there in one level. Feels good. Nah, I just put the YouTube VOD channel on to fall asleep. The YouTube VOD channel that exists. Oh yes, the YouTube VOD channel. I know what you are talking about. Why, yes, the channel for which the YouTube VODs are on. Oh yes, what an excellent channel that is. The YouTube... the YouTube VOD channel with one custom-made thumbnail, which is the best thumbnail. Forever and ever and ever. It's alright. You know what, Frulio? I'm thinking maybe we can do a randomizer of this game. I don't even know if a randomizer exists, but there is one. I think that we should try it. Wait, you mean to tell me that there's a YouTube VOD channel? Oh, what? Tell me more about it. What? Streamer, is this? Oh my God. Oh my God. What have I been doing with all of my time? Taking care of the bills? Petting my animals? What? If I had known about this YouTube VOD channel in time, I wouldn't have eaten this morning. I would have been watching YouTube the entire time. I don't have time to nourish myself. I am nourished by knowledge. The only knowledge that I need is the knowledge that I've watched every YouTube VOD that's ever been made. How do I get up here, though? But actually, if I die, will that help? Will it help if I die? Is this how you're supposed to do it? Is that it? Was that kosher? Was that A-okay? Up we go. Boyong. Yeah. We can totally cheese it around because we got our sweet, sweet, delicious water pack. We just gotta go as fast as possible. Zoom. All right, I bet you that last coin is somewhere near the end. Now this part's easy, you guys. And is it easy because it's easy? Certainly not. It's easy because we got this dang old water pack. If we got the dang old water pack, there's almost no risk. There's no risk, no money down, feedback guaranteed. Oh no, we're running out of time. Wait a second, do we try all of this time just to find out that I don't have enough time to grab that? Wait, where's the last coin? What the heck? Where was the last? Did I just miss it? What? Hey! What was that? Well, I don't actually know. I don't actually know where that last one is. Oh man, I was trying to get a triple jump in there. Where is the last red coin? I didn't see it. Was I just too slow? I may have just been too slow. Could just be, oh, I'm dead though. I am dead though. I may be slow, but I'm also dead. Which is honestly more important. It's only 3 a.m. No worries. It's only 3 a.m. for Die. It's perfect. It's a perfect time to mod. I'm doing fancier moves, but I'm still kind of diving off the edge a little bit. Oh, so not so impressive. I can't believe it. Die, not even modding at 3 a.m. Turn around. Here we go. no. This might be an easier way to do it anyway. Look at that look at that time skip. Dude, I think I just found the other coin. I found it. It's up there. It was up here all along, silly me. I didn't even consider it as an option. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Boing. Zoom. Oh, that was too high. Have you ever been too good at Mario? Tell me about your too good at Mario stories if you have them. Come on, Mario, you're doing great. The arrows didn't point you to it? Nope. Those arrows are there even when there's no coin. Those darn arrows. I was just used to them. I bet you... Is it... Oh, it's not even at the top? You hated this level? What, Lupus? But you still get the water squirter. But this is a squirty level. I can't believe it. Lupus, this is the most wholesome, big smiling level I've ever played. This is the most big, wholesome, big smiling game I've ever played. Look at that. It's easy peasy. No, I am asleep. It's 3 a.m. and it would be irresponsible for me to be awake as I should work tomorrow. I wouldn't do that. Divey. 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 Also, we're not finishing this game today. It's impossible. It's actually 100% impossible because we have to get all the blue coins, okay? Okay? Because we're getting all the blue coins, it's not possible. Okay? There'll be another day. There'll be another day, and it's not tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to be playing Terraria. We're going to be playing Terraria with Arisa Got This and Anti-Dark Art. And then we'll probably beat the game on Friday. And also, since we're playing Terraria, we might do some getting over it. It's been a while since I played the game. I haven't played it since we streamed it together. Okay, so there's one more... But there's one more here. All my gamer friends beat it in one day. Oh my gosh, he's back! Wait a second. No, that's Alchemic. Oh, I'm sorry. Alk, you just reminded me, just flashed me back. Flashed me back. I thought you were somewhere else. Someone else, I'm sorry. It was a reflex. It was a reflex. I didn't mean to say those mean things. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Red coins in a bottle. Can't be this one. There's no way. Eely Mouth Dentist. Is that a joke off of Mealy Mouthed? Red coin fish. Lenny would have let me have it. Where's Lenny? He's in the closet. He's in the closet where he belongs. You think it's #1? You miss Lenny? Lenny hasn't been here since December? Was December Lenny's last appearance? Lenny helped me build the, Lenny helped me build a Lego set. And they were in charge of doing the winch mechanism while I went pee-pee. And, I haven't let Lenny be back on since then, I don't think. I don't actually know. This one can be done on multiple levels? Freaking sweet. But only the ones where it's clean. That's literally exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking it's got to be one of the clean levels because it unlocks more area. There's no reason for it to be at the beginning and not at the end. And if it's only available on some levels, like you indicated, then it must be this one. Also, let's get these blue coins since we can. I wonder if we can fly and grab them. I think that you can float high enough to grab these blue coins. Yeah! Canadian money. Blue. You know, I'm starting to get a little bit of a memory. I think there's a bird you gotta blast. I think you gotta blast a bird that's up in these trees or something. Maybe. Not quite sure. I may be sad, but I'm not an emo, father. It says you. Oh, I thought that you were saying that it was... I didn't see the me part. So I thought that you were quoting your dad as saying, I may be sad, but I'm not an emo. I thought that your dad told you that. And I was like, your dad is amazing. You're 100% correct, by the way. What about the bird? I just remembered it. I do remember it now. It's all coming. It's that bird right there. That's the shine bird. That's a shine bird. It's amazing. It's the most difficult things are the ones that I remember, because they stick out my brain because they were so flippin' annoying to learn how to do. Because I could have never figured that out. I had to look it up. I literally just had no idea. I mean, seriously, like you shoot a specific bird that's yellow. Like, I mean, just pay attention to the birds. You serious, man? Lenny's must exist because my phone still types it occasionally. Lenny does. Lenny must be near. It's the only way to douse him out. It's the only way to douse out Lenny is to find out if your autocorrect still names him. You don't think you've ever met Lenny? Lenny's my twin brother. An edgy lad. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. Stupid Boyd. Why, he was a dumb old Boyd. My father is not an emo. However, I am also not an emo. I'd be a punk if anything. That sounds good. That sounds good. You can be our little punk. Our little punk. Savvy, you're welcome to be a punk here. We like punks. Lenny's great, Lens. You'd like him. He only made me cry once. Oh no! Oh no! What? Didn't know about that. Did Lenny cuss you out? That's horrible. I listen. There's a reason why I don't allow Lenny out. I can't believe it. I hadn't even heard that. I'm gonna have to give Lenny a talking to after the stream. You guys know what time it is? Do you guys know what time it is? I hope that Lenny doesn't get out for this part of the game, but here we go. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. What do we got here? Well, well, well. Oh, whoa, what's this? All right. Here it is. Blessed. Hashtag blurst. The most blurst level of all. Why, it's the pachinko machine. Hooray! It was my fault. Lenny's a good boy. Oh no. Lenny's a good boy. Don't blame it on Lenny. Everybody blames it on Lenny, but Lenny's a good boy. Lenny's a good boy. Lenny would never. This is the worst thing ever, man. That thing finally processed. Blessed, my friend. Hashtag blessed. I'll get that. Oops. Hashtag blessed. I'll get that sweet, delicious, spicy thumbnail up there then, and I'll give you the other ones too, so that it can all be done in time. Oh yeah. The heck! I thought that I just heard Navi from the Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time say, "Hey, hey, listen, hey, listen." It could have been. Haley, what's up? How are you doing? You said you just got a job as a what? As a biologist. A biologist? Wait, botanist. A phlebotomist? Is that how to say that? Phlebotomist? What the heck is that? That sounds amazing. Haley, I'm glad for your new job, friendo. Boom, new job. Awesome sauce. Good for you. Good for you. Someone that takes blood. Blood doctor. Blood doctor. That's what is that what it? I'm just kidding. That's awesome sauce. I'm glad that you've been making that money, my friend. You've been getting that work done. There's no need to apologize, for heaven's sake. Don't ever apologize for doing stuff. We've been hanging out. We've been vibing, my friend. We've been vibing. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. We've even done a few things while you were gone. We got some spicy new delicious emotes. I've got a new profile picture. Things have been great. Things have just been going great. But it sure is nice to see you again. A blood doctor. Blood doctor does sound a little bit dangerous. Oh boy. You guys, I think I know how to do this. It's first try. First try. The reason why I messed it up earlier was because of the water. That's why I messed it up. It was the water all along. Watch this. Just watch. Pause for the thumbnail, you guys. There was. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. No worries. No worries! It was because of the water. That's what it was. I was being a big dummy last time. I rewatched the VOD of me messing up that spot, and it was because I got into the right spot, and then I blasted water. It was a real bummer. I got into the spot, and then I shot water beneath me, and that unfortunately shot me out of there. I sabotaged myself accidentally. It was an accidental sabotage. Thanks for all the hype in the chat. Whoa. Look at all that beautiful hype, I say. No water. It's no water. He did it with no water. I saw the streamer do it one time with no water. Should we do one more bonus level around here? Should we do one more bonus level? Because we're gonna save the last area. So the last area is up on top of the shine thing, and it's called. It's like a. It's a village. So we're gonna save the village for Friday. And we'll do more Delfino Plaza, and we'll go back to the airstrip because the airstrip's not available till you beat Bowser. So you gotta beat Bowser. We gotta go to the village. We gotta beat Bowser. Then we're gonna come back. We're gonna go to the airport. But we could do one extra bonus level. But it's the most frustrating level in the game. It's the only one that I can think of right now that still needs to be done. Oh boy, it's a bad one. It's a baddie, you guys. It is a baddie. It will make you cry. It'll make you scream. It's just not good. We could try at least once, I guess. Did you think of a raid message yet? Ooh, we should talk about a squirrel pun. Something about nuts. We say like... We could say, we're nuts about you. Help, I can't stop mumbling different languages and I feel wide awake. What? Arisa, what? You're speaking other languages? You're speaking in tongues? Oh my gosh. My girlfriend's speaking in tongues. What do I do? Wiki help. Wiki help, please. Somebody send me a link. Oh, Arisa! Arisa, let me lull you to sleep with my sweet mustachioed speakings. Let me lull you to sleep. You can't get Chinese. You can't get Chinese out of your head. What are you thinking of? What word are you saying over and over? I don't know any Chinese at all. Not a single word, I don't think. Wait. No, I do know hello. What is it? Hello, my name is Arisa. Oh. Ni hao. Is it ni hao? Hello? I think. That's literally the only word that I know. Oh my gosh. What a whiny egg. Who ever heard of such a whiny egg? This egg wants a specific launch. We must get good launch for Yoshim. Yoshi's about to be on a really rough journey, so we gotta take good of them. We gotta take good of them. Take good care of them. You recently learned how to introduce yourself in 7 languages? Oh, 7 times a distraction. Lisa, what have you done? See, this is why you can't learn anything. This is why you can't have nice things. Okay, since Breath of the Wild linked to Kenny. What? Breath of the Wild link? But Alchemic already sent me one. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have 2 of them? Bless my soul. Bless my soul, that's one too many. What have you done, Savvy? I'm waiting. I think that we have to go for a ride over here. Oh, there's my link. No refunds. Oh, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the links. Okay, so we just... The thing that'll mess with you on this one is the juice. And, you know, you may think that it's a pain to get to this level. You might not even know how we get to this level yet. You might think that it's a real pain, but you know what? It's not as painful as the level itself. The level itself is a real bummer. It's a real slap right in the Yoshi. It's a slap right in the Yoshi. We've got, yes! Thank you for the wares! It's perfect. We've got a Waluigi, we've got a Waluigi Yoshi right now. You asked for a link. I got the joke, Savvy. It was pretty good. It was, pretty good. Most places do exchanges, though. What, are you saying return the link? How dare. How dare. Are you saying that I should return that link? Yoshi Dies. Yoshi Dies, the animated sequel to an already popular franchise. Banana? Was that a banana? Banana this. Yeah. Banana wa arimasen. Arimasen. Boyong. Bouillon cube. Good night, sweet Prince Yoshi. Yoshi! Oh no! Yoshi died! Woohoo! Yoshi! Hey! Is that Navi?
Hey! I like the Dinko Tree said, you suck!
Yoshi is dead! Yeah, rest in peace, Yoshi. Yikes. Sorry about that. Sorry that I killed Yoshi, but don't worry, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine. Whoa.
Whoa! How many shines am I at? Ooh, that's a good question right there. We got 8. How you like that? Check it out. Bet you didn't know that I was so good at this game. 8 shines. Yeah, that's good. That's a lot of, that's a hard work. Wow, a whole 8. Uh-oh, I can tell that Arisa's tired. She's getting sassy. She's getting sassy. This is my favorite version of Arisa. Yum. Mmm, coconut. Watch the squirrel as it struts. Earl of Suds is so cool it's nuts. Oh. Watch this squirrel as it struts. So cool it's nuts. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. It's so cool it's nuts. I guess it all depends on who it is and whether it flows like that. I guess Clicky's so cool it's nuts. OT's so cool it's nuts. I do like it. Dibbler keeps attacking my phone trying to play or else he thinks I'm not talking enough. Marissa, there is no limit and there is no minimum for talking. You do whatever you want. You do whatever you want. You vibe your way, my friend. Vibe your way. Marissa's way is best way. Oh, yeah. Mmm, delicious. Because it goes around one time and I want to make sure that I don't run out of the juice. Yoshi is a gamer. And he needs the G Fuel to be able to survive. He needs the G Fuel. And I believe that it uses extra juice if you throw up, so it's a good idea to not do that. You didn't want to just use nut for obvious reasons? What? Oh. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Nut. Cut. Oh, wait, let's see. What else could we rhyme? I think we could say, yeah, so good it's nuts would be a good idea. You needed a plural, that makes sense. Savvy had a good one. Oh, let me read it. What did Savvy say? Hey. Did you see a Lenny? What's that? Trauma does not fade? That doesn't sound like a good one. Hey! That's not a raid message. Oh yeah, we're here to drive you nuts. We're here to drive you nuts. We could also say nut squad incoming. You are not ready for this. This is not who you expected. You're not already following the streamer? You must be nuts. Let's see. You're not gonna believe who it is. How about that? Yeah, you're not ready. You're not ready for this. That's pretty good. You were not prepared for this raid. The Acorn Squad is here. Did not see this coming, did you? Blep, blep. Two little bleppies. Nah, we gotta be like, Squirrel Squad. Squirrel Squad, check it in. You are not prepared for Squirrel Squad. How about that? The Earl Squirrels. You were not prepared for the Earl Squirrels. Earl Squirrels incoming! Earl Squirrels incoming! You are not prepared. Is that a shine bird? What the heck? Boy, what is that? Bruh, that's a shine bird right there. Stop weighing at me! What is that? What is it? Oh my gosh, we made it. Squirrely raid. Stop it! Hey! I need to focus. What is there, a water break that I need to take? What is it? Stop weighing at me. I'm doing my best. Well, what is it, a water thing? Is there a water break? Wait for it. I hate this level. Wow, you're making me suffer early. Hey! Hey! Stop! Oh my gosh, I'm so scared. I hate this level so much. You're not ready for this squirrely raid. Is it too squirrely to call you a friend? No! I missed it! That's it. Game over. Game freaking over. Game freaking over, dude. Oh, we could have gotten that light though. That would have been quite pog, if I do say so myself. Maybe we just gotta focus on left and right. Focus on left and right and don't move around a lot. That one's tricky. That one sucks. Dead. Dead. What? Dead immediately? Mario deserves to suffer. He deserves to suffer for what he's done. Mario, I fully blame you for what just happened. Mario. Why did you ruin our perfectly good run? It's tricky. It dies. It's hard. Also, is that bird out there? Where's that flying shine bird? We gotta find that flying shine bird around here. I hope that it is not too presumptuous to bring over my squirrel squad, my squirrely squads. Is it too squirrely to call you a friend? I hope that you're not offended. The early squirrelies have arrived. You just saw a glimpse of Lenny. I was excited. Look, bird. Bird must kill bird. Must. Oh, bye-bye, birdie. Ooh, maybe we need zoom. Also, get this silly old fire out of here, buddy. Get that fire on out of here. We gotta blast that. We gotta blast that yellow bird. Yeah, 'cause that's a shine right there. I think. Better be. It better be, or this game's inconsistent and therefore unplayable. Excuse me, my good fellow. Up we go. Here we go. I wonder, what do y'all think about the raid message? We've got a lot of opportunities with puns. We could always try out one and see if they hate it. Ooh, hey. We're nuts about meeting you. We've been so excited to meet you, it's nuts. We've been going nuts thinking about you, Valentine. Dakota, no. No. 10 more minutes, then I get food and sleep. Yeah, I might only make it 10 more minutes too. I'm going crazy. Here we go. All right, let's hop up. Here we going. Here we go. The bag of nuts is spilled into your stream. It might be acorny. That's the worst. You want peanut butter? Peanut butter's the best though. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. What did I say? This may be acorny, but will you let me raid you, cutie? I don't know about that one. I tried to change the Firefly's lyrics. You would not believe your eyes if 10 million squirrelies fly right into your stream before you fall asleep. You would not believe your eyes if 1 million squirrelies fly right into your stream as you fall asleep. I'd like to make myself believe that this pun will work at all. Where do we... That was a good try. It was a good try, Olivia. I'm happy. Is there any other good... Are there any other goodies that I'm not remembering? All of you Mario pros out there. Is there another... There's something on the beach, ain't there? Hang on, there's something on the beach. Stepping on a beat. Boo-doo-boo-boo. It's bedtime soon. Yay! It actually is. Yes, yes, yes. We're that's why we're talking about raid messages. But we haven't found a good one yet. Also, we gotta put on our glasses. Slightly now. That's what I'm talking about. Me and Mario, we matchies. We matchies, but there's something on this beach. Something on this beach. You know what I'm saying? There's something down here. I don't know what it is. Because you got coins down here, but look, there's more. There's more. Ah. Yada yada. Yada yada does it. I just don't know what it is. To just keep it simple. We're nuts for you. What is that? Well, well, well. What do we have here? Ooh, what? We have to walk back over there again? Maybe a tone down with, this may sound acorny, but we only raid the, hey, yo, Sappy, what's up? 14 months, holy moly, it's my friend Sappy.
There 5 hype, there 5 heart, there 5 blep.
Thank you so much for the resubscription. Yo, 14 months is intense. Holy moly. We've got new emotes and we've got new sub badges. Have you seen those sub badges before? Seppi, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. Hey, you made it. Alert, the flying squirrels are raiding. They're raiding. The flying squirrels are here. Hey, DT Gaming Live. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, my friend. Welcome to the party. There are no buts. Streamer's name is simply Nuts. Just insult them on the way in. I like that. Is that how you introduce yourself to people? You're crazy. Did you punch him in the face? You're crazy, but I like you. Did you do the box smashing minigame? Oh yeah, we do need to do that. You're insane, Valentine. Wait a second, what is this? What? This was it all along? Bless my soul. What the heck is this? An extra life? You know, we just gotta grind these. We just gotta grind this moosh. You know, we just be getting no blue coin. What? Hey, hey, where's my blue coin? Where's my sweet delicious blue coin? Okay, wait. Oh well, there's no blue coin, you guys. It was all a fantasy. It was all a fantasy. Yeah, easy 2 1-ups as well. Yeah, one there and then one in the other beach spot.
Nice. Hey! Hey, Mario! Could you stop it?
No! I'll never stop. Woohoo! I'll never stop. Suffer. Woohoo!
Oh.
Visible anxiety. Sappy sounds like savvy. Sappy, savvy. Savvy, sappy. Sappy is a little bit savvy. I would agree. I would agree. Oh, what is this? Well, what do we got here? Oh, box smasher minigame. Hang on now. There's also the tall grass level. Oh yeah, there is. What? Where is that tall grass level? That was great. You're the best. Why, thank you. There's more difficult ones as well. Yeah, the tall grass level is one that I always forget. Interesting. Tall grass. What do you just like jump into a jar? You jump into a jar of jelly that's filled with grass as well? Oh, we start back at the beginning. We gotta walk. We gotta walk for our shinies. Tall grass, where is that? Hey, Mario, Luigi's better. Oh, wow, how dare you? Why compare them? They're completely different. It's like comparing apples to Mario's. Ooh, physics. No, nummy nom. Nummy nom nom. Nummy yum yum. Boom! Alright, do we need any more? There are no buts if you're not following the streamer. You're simply nuts. For some reason, Olivia, I'm wanting to read all of those as cheers. I want to read them all like I'm a cheerleader. The Earl of Squirrel crosses the border of Whiterun with his macadamia knights. Macadamia knights. Easy breezy cover squirrel. Half of these sound like horrible Valentine's cards, and then the others sound like cheers for a cheerleader. You may have been a cheerleader. Oh, Olivia, I could have guessed. A werewolf. A werewolf. Don't watch this because you're so fit. What could I do? Oh wow. Oh wow. Quick. There we go. We got 10 seconds to spare. Super spicy. There's a new design and everything? Bruh. There was a new design and we still suffered for all that? Dude, break those crates faster, my guy. What? There's no bonus, right? I don't think that there's a bonus for doing them quickly, is there? Grass level. Now, where is that? Ow! Raid! Ow! It's over here, isn't it? Yep, it's over there. That's where the giant grass is. Big grass, you guys. Neil deGrasse Tyson hiding back there. The grassiest Tyson you've ever seen. Chicken nuggets. Here we go. Scroll raid. Dive bombing with acorns and love. I do like that. Insert acorny raid message. Ooh, hey. I like that. Okay, bedtime. Bedtime. Nighty night, Savvy. Get some rest. It's been nice to hang out with you, my friend. Hope you had a good time.
Hope you had a good time. I know I did.
We'll see you later, Savvy. Savvy.
We'll see you later.
I just like that it's acorny. That's good. It's clever. Maybe we could use it temporarily at least. The second shine is for the boxes need to be a specific pattern. Oh, really? There's another one. There's another shine in the boxes. Really? That's why. Well, that's just crazy. I literally can't believe that. That sounds like a lie. I'm just kidding. All right, big grass. Big grass, you guys. You realize you got to go to bed in an hour? Oh, no. Have you done everything that you wanted to do? Lupus, have you achieved all that you aimed to achieve with this evening? Hopefully, chillin'. Have you enjoyed the chillin'? Wait a second, we got a blaster. Dead. Oh, wait, what? You have to kill? Nice. I'm the biggest liar in stream, of course. Well, that's all right. Well, that's all right. You got tough competition. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Alk, you know what? Everybody's got to make a name for themselves somehow. I'm impressed that you made it to the top. Oh, you saved me. Thanks to Bundle. You're welcome, you crazy old dude. Hey, old dude. What's up, dude? Oh, sponge dude. Oh. What is this fire? Fire's a sadness. Boing, boing. Boing. Where's the... Stop it. No, let me out. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Why am I in a hole? Blast him. Delicious. Boing, boing. Oh, yes. Up we go. Nope, nothing there. Where? Oh, do I see a bird? Did I just see a red bird? Interesting. Very interesting. Why, what a pretty bird. What a pretty bird. Surely it has nothing to do with this level, though. Oh, that's one hit. Two hit. Come back here. Here, you absolute rascal. Oh, dear. I don't see any, I don't know where the rest of them are. Maybe they're like in corners or something. Ooh, I almost missed it entirely. Yikes. Boing, boing. Yeah, let's go to these edges and see what we find. Oh. Why, there's a plant. Why, there's a friendly plant. I'm just looking at this ground. It's almost impossible to see through this grass. Look at that, I see a watermelon. Yeah, that's a green watermelon. Can I smack the watermelon? Oh, that is scary as heck, dude. I do not like that. I'm gonna break this. Hey, just for fun. Why not? Okay, is there anything else? There's a big square. A big old square. Huh. Interesting. There's a plant. Oh, that was it. Oh, what? I don't even know what that square was then. It's strange. Very odd. Very odd. Whoop. There we go. All right. We got it. Another secret shrine. Ooh, and we could stick with 80. We could stick with 80. Nice. Or we could make it a smooth 81 by going to that box challenge and seeing if there's an extra design in there. Boing, 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 boing. Extra design, extra design. Bada, 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 bada. Whoop, boing. Now I gotta see these designs. I gotta see these designs. What are you talking about? Oh wait, what did you just say? Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! What did I just say no to? I just said no. What was that? Break all of them within 30 seconds. Oh, 30 seconds. I love how you say no and he's still like, all right. All right, let the games begin. That it? That was great. You're the best. Is there really an extra design? Or were you actually joking? The second shine was for the boxes. Needs to be a specific pattern? Like of breaking the boxes? Or are you teasing me? Well, there's that. That didn't do anything for me. Oh, what? Look at that. It's the same design, same design. I don't know. Have to break them in a certain order? That'd be crazy, dude. The other one is 4 columns. I thought that we did that first, didn't we? I thought that we got one and then we did this one, and they both gave us 2, I think. Pretty sure. I mean, together they gave us 2. I think that there was a first one. Yeah, the first one was 4 columns, and I must have done it so quick that you didn't see it. I must have been so pog that it was too quick. Oh, I tell you what, I haven't gotten this though, but that's just a blue coin. Yeah, because I think that I got the 2. Yeah, I got 2. I thought that you were talking about a third. That's why I thought that you were joking. I was like, you're joking, right? Why would they? Oh, she wants durians? Where are the durians at? Where are the real durians at? Because you have to kick durians. So they've got to be on this side, right? Oh no. Where are they at? Where are the durians at? Where are my real durians at? If only, yeah, if only the durians were in a good spot. Because you have to kick them across the water, right? Or something like that. The other one you can't do until after Bowser's dead. Really? That's wild. It's like it's a post-Bowser challenge. That's intense. Craving some bananas. I don't think that we're gonna help this lady with her banana problem. I think we're gonna call the night right here, you guys. I think that we're going to we're gonna just drift off into the ether. We're gonna let ourselves go. We're gonna disappear. We're gonna go poof. We're gonna go poof. We're gonna relax. We're gonna turn into nice mushy marshmallows, and we're gonna fall right into our bed. And our bed has a heated blanket, so we'll melt right into the sheets. You'll melt right into the sheets, and you'll definitely have to wash your sheets tomorrow. So let's see who is online right now. Who's online that we can give some love to? Who's somebody that we can surprise with our raid message that we haven't decided on? Lupus, you're supposed to go to bed. It's nearly bedtime. Too hot? Hey, it's too hot for television. The So we've got a bunch of people that are online right now that we could put some, that we could raid. I don't know if we got a good pun. Nicole is on. Yeah, I think that we've raided, I mean, obviously, I'm crazy about Obst. I'm crazy about Obst. So I love to raid Obst. Ray, we've given some love to recently. Sleeping Dogfish, I haven't seen on in a while. I wonder if he's been well. I hope he's been well. We did raid him pretty recently. Based Art is on right now, doing some art. Is he actually drawing right now? He is. Art, homework, studying anatomy. That sounds like nudity. Maybe we should go say hi to Nicole. I don't know. Thank you so much for the stream. Thanks so much for being here. Olivia, I hope that you had a wonderful time. I would take off my glasses so that I could be more sincere, but it's actually against the stream rules. I can't help it. Listen, it's above my head. I can't do it. It's against the rules. I have to do what I gotta do, you know? Sounds good. You all have a good night. Hey, it was so nice to see you, Marissa. Hope to see you around here whenever you want to hang out. Whenever you want to hang out, I stream every single day, so you're definitely welcome. It was so nice to see you and catch up just a little bit. And if you want to, you can always vibe in the chat and not say a word. No worries. We're super lurk friendly, of course. So if you just want to jump in and not even say a word and just enjoy the vibes, everybody is invited to do that. This is totally lurk friendly. You know, I'm just goofing around talking to whoever. So if you just want to soak in the vibes, enjoy the stream the way that you want to. In need of a meme, it was nice to see you. He makes the rules, by the way. Don't let him fool you. Wait, what? I make the rules? Me? I'm the big rat. I make all of the rules. So I say that we say hi to Nicole. What raid message do we want to go with? Oh, he was on vacay. That's true. He was on vacay, but then he came back, right? I know. I've been lurking anonymously lately. Hey, do whatever you want, Marissa. Sweet. No worries. Hope you enjoyed the good vibes, my friend. I hope that you got some good vibes. I mean, I've been enjoying myself. Hope that the energy and positivity's been enjoyable. Hi, Nicole. Here's some acorns. Insert a corny raid message. I think we want to go with that one. Where was that? Let me type it out. Okay, let's see. Here we go. And then we put bleps? No, wait, y'all can't blep. Y'all can't blep. We need to put a, how about this? Like that? Insert a corny raid message? How about that? Was that good enough? We could do that. What do you think? What do you think? Is that the memes? Is that the joke? Is that good? Insert a corny raid message. I think that works pretty good. Perfect. All right, this is what we're gonna do, you guys. There you go. Here's a corny raid message, which I'm sure will be loved by Nicole, who loves some good old jokes. So there you go, you guys. Fifi, thanks so much for being here. Hope that you enjoyed yourself. All right, it's time for me to say goodnight to everybody. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. I loved hanging out with you guys, showing off the art. I'm so happy that y'all love it as much as I do. I'm so happy that y'all watched some sweet Mario, and I could share this incredible game with you, Beans, because it's one of my very favorites, and Mario's fallen asleep. I'm sorry about this, Mario, but it's very important. We're gonna go over to Nicole B, put some hype in her chat, put some love over there, and then boom, if you need to get some sleep, get some sleep. If you got a big day coming up, then please get your rest. Good luck with your day. Hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Hope that the good vibes will help make the day a little bit more enjoyable. You guys got it. I believe in you. I love you guys. Can we please, right before we go, put some hearts in the chat for my people watching over the chat. I'm talking about my mods. I'm talking about Alchemic Refuge, Arisa Got This, Die 101, Jedi Aurora, Linz. Thank you so much for watching over the chat and being incredible beans. My VIPs always get a special shout out because they've been here for a long time, or they've been so supportive, or they're a friend of mine. I'm talking about Lemonberry, Anti-Darkheart, Calico, Kuri, Lupus, Marissa. And I got more people that we're definitely going to add to the VIP list sometime soon, you guys. But please, for now, we got to focus on Nicole. We got to say hi to Nicole. Now, here's the raid message. A couple more times. Bada bing, bada boom. And let me also just shout out anybody in the chat that was here, that gifted subs, that hung out with us, that lurked, that gave bits, that gave a follow, any of that stuff. Thank you so much for the raids and for all the support. I love all you beans, and you make me happy to wake up every morning, all right? You make me happy to wake up and to get ready for streamies. This is the best thing that I do with my day. I'm so glad that I get to share it with all of you guys. I will see you later. It's time to go. Olivia, thanks for being here. Tayaki-san, thanks for being here. Fifi, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Callie. Bye. See you later, Linz. Bye, Olivia. Arisa, get some sleep. Lupus, bye-bye. See you later. I'll give a bye-bye. Let's put some love in the chat for my friend. Yeah. Awesome sauce. Hey, yo, thanks for watching the VODs.